Let the front benches clear. Right, we now come to the urgent question. Louise Hay.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Transport if he will make a statement on steps being taken to prevent job losses in the UK's rail manufacturing sector.
Mr Speaker, before I start, can I thank you for having me up into your constituency in Chorley over the Easter holiday, and can I also pass on my deepest condolences to you and to your family for the loss of your father. Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. I'm responding on behalf of the Secretary of State, who will shortly today be meeting Alstom's Group Chairman and Chief Executive to discuss a potential way forward. He will come to the House and make a statement at the appropriate time, noting these are sensitive commercial discussions. As set out in the comprehensive open letter from the Secretary of State to the Honourable Lady on the 29th of March, the Government is well aware that companies like Alstom and Hitachi are facing short-term gaps in their order books. The letter set out clearly that these are complex problems to which there are not simple solutions, but the Government has been doing everything it can to support the workforce over many months and is continuing to do so. Whilst Alstom is currently consulting its unions and employees on possible job losses, this must be a commercial decision for Alstom. The Government has been working with the company to explore options to enable it to continue manufacturing at its Derby site. We have convened a cross-Whitehall group to advise on how to support continued production at Derby and how best to support those workers at risk of redundancy. And we have held similar discussions with Hitachi, both in correspondence and face-to-face. We remain keen to work with Hitachi as it looks for commercial solutions to guarantee the long-term sustainable future of its Newton Aycliffe site. Hitachi are not currently consulting on any changes to its workforce. Mr Speaker, the fact remains that the market for passenger trains is a competitive one. The Department cannot guarantee orders for individual manufacturers. Trains are major assets with a lifetime of 35 to 40 years, so there will naturally be peaks and troughs in the procurement cycle. Nevertheless, we expect substantial continued demand for new trains. In recent months, LNER confirmed an order of 10 new tri-mode trains for the East Coast Main Line. A tender for new trains for Transpennine Express was launched in December 2023. In January of this year, I wrote to train manufacturers to outline the pipeline of current and expected orders for new trains. These include details of current competitions for Northern, South Eastern, Chiltern, Transpennine Express, and an expected procurement by Great Western Railway. These contracts are worth an estimated £3.6 billion, with over 2,000 vehicles to be procured over the coming years. In the meantime, we will continue to work with UK manufacturers, including Alstom and Hitachi, to ensure there is a strong and sustainable future for the rail industry.
Secretary of State Louise Hay.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and may I add my personal condolences to you for the loss of your great father. He was a fine man and a great champion for Warrington and for workers' rights. Mr Speaker, Britain's rail manufacturing is in crisis. Two of our largest train manufacturers have warned that their very presence in this country is at risk. Alstom in Derby is staring down the barrel of 1,300 job losses. Hitachi in Newton Aycliffe, another 700. In their supply chains, that's more than 16,000 jobs. Alstom has been making trains in Derby for 147 years, but both they and Hitachi are clear that their uncertain future is thanks to this government's inaction. Alstom's managing director has said that continued delay in providing certainty and clarity from the Transport Secretary is to blame. Because the fact is, the Secretary of State has known about this problem for months. I first raised with him Hitachi's concerns in this House over a year ago. Both manufacturers have offered that the situation could be rectified by amending their order schedules for a small number of existing trains, privately financed, and we understand that the Transport Secretary has been privately promising them action on this for months. Whilst crucial deadlines have been missed, avoidable job losses have already been made and local businesses have already been forced to close. People's livelihoods the Minister dismisses as peaks and troughs. In his letter to me of the 29th of March, the Transport Secretary, as usual, ducked all responsibility. He claimed he has no influence over procurement contracts, yet his department has varied contracts in the past. He claims this has nothing to do with his mismanagement of HS2, but both struggling manufacturers claim otherwise. He claims he's providing certainty for the industry, yet is refusing to bring forward his long-delayed rail reforms or set out a rolling stock strategy for the industry. Mr Speaker, Britain was the country that created the railways, but that legacy is being trashed by a Conservative government content to oversee its managed decline. So will the Minister and the Secretary of State finally take responsibility, put aside their ideological approach to opposition to supporting British business, and finally step up for the people of Derby, for Newton Aycliffe and for Britain's railways?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, the Honourable Lady says, will the Secretary of State take responsibility and work on this matter? He's doing that right now. He's about to start a meeting with the Chief Executive Chairman. And it's not the first meeting, Mr Speaker. He has held 8 meetings with Alstom and also 8 with Hitachi to look to provide solutions. Our officials in the Department for Transport have worked incredibly hard, as has everybody in the whole Derby family, in terms of the train operator, the unions who I've met and the workforce. We are all rowing together to try and find a solution. I have to say, Mr Speaker, it doesn't help when we see this cause being used almost like a political football. As an example for that, I did not say that individuals are to be dealt with in terms of peaks and troughs. I said that the procurement cycle leads to that. My words were clear on Hansard, and I resent having them misinterpreted, because again, it impacts people and their feelings, and I find it quite irresponsible when the opposition do just this. Another example of getting the facts completely wrong is the continued mention of HS2. To be clear, the order for HS2 was for 54 trains. That order remains at 54 trains because they were always for phase 1, which is going ahead. The schedule remains the same, the number of trains remains the same. So let's deal with the facts rather than the fiction and the scaremongering that I hear so often. And again, when it comes to facts, just relay this. 3 of the 4 train manufacturers that we proudly have in this country came here since 2010 under this Conservative government building their plant. No doubt they decided to do so because we have commissioned 8,000 new rolling stock vehicles since 2012. The average age of rolling stock was 21 years back in 2016. It's now under 17 years because we are investing in rolling stock and there will be more orders, but it's a complex legal solution that requires sensible minds, and I'm very proud the Secretary of State is leading to that endeavour.
Chair of the Select Committee, Ian Stewart.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm very pleased that the Secretary of State and the Minister are taking charge of negotiations with Alstom, Hitachi and others. And I appreciate that as these commercially sensitive discussions are ongoing, he is constrained in what he can say. But they need to be resolved soon. But the wider issue is the peaks and troughs, not just in rolling stock procurement, but in railway industry investment more generally. So can I ask the Minister to state how he believes GBR and wider rail reform will help smooth out these peaks and troughs in the longer term?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Chair of the Select Committee? The committee as a whole have looked at this issue and have really probed in terms of solutions. And they are also, to the GBR point, providing the body of pre-legislative scrutiny for rail reform, and I thank him and his committee for the work they're doing to that endeavour. He's absolutely right that a more holistic approach with the railway, where we have track and train integrated, will help make further decisions into the future and give more certainty in terms of the orders. But I have set out the orders that have been taken over the preceding years. I do believe there is a healthy order book, and we will be looking to get those tenders out this year and next for the train operators that I've mentioned.
SNP spokesperson Gavin Newland.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I pass on my condolences to you and your family for the loss of your father? Clearly, the news coming out of Derby about the precarious nature of Alstom is grim news, not just for the workers and the wider economy of Derby, but for everyone involved in the supply chain across the country, including 24,000 jobs in rail supply in Scotland. But the fact that this was predicted, Minister, we've all known about this for months. And these are skilled, well-paying jobs of the type we're continually told the UK is in the market for. So does he accept that the stop-start procurement of new rolling stock is a direct result of the fragmented and disconnected railway system that has placed financialisation and the Treasury's miserly attitude to investment above rail's key role in a decarbonised 21st century society? Why have Roscoe's ruling the roost rather than straightforward procurement? And how is it possible, Mr Speaker, that the island that invented the modern railway, in fact the 200th anniversary of the Stockton and Darlington railways next year, could have next to zero train production capacity within a matter of months? We need a proper rail strategy and integration. So can the Minister tell us when that rail reform will be put before this House?
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Again, just sort of look at the facts. So since 2012, 8,000 new rolling stock vehicles have been manufactured. That's out of a total of 15,600. So it is a relatively young fleet, and taking into account that fleet tends to last 35, 40 years, and it now has an average of 17 years, I hope he will see that there has been a substantial investment from the government, from the UK taxpayer and private train operators into rolling stock. He asked me when the legislation will be brought forward for rail reform, and I'm very keen that it is. It's on its journey right now. So the Transport Select Committee, of which he is a leading member, are providing the pre-legislative scrutiny. I very much hope they will finish their work in time for the summer recess. There will be 2 months for us to respond, and I very much hope there will be cross-party support from both houses for what I believe is sensible legislation that will allow us to deliver rail reform.
Polly Latham.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Whilst Labour are playing party politics on this issue, it's a really important issue for Derby and Derbyshire and the supply chain. It's the workers that work for Alstom, it's the supply chain that feeds into Alstom. Could the Minister confirm that Conservative members of Parliament have been working with the Secretary of State over the whole period, and that he has been working with Alstom for many, many months to get this right?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend, because as she knows well, and indeed my honourable friend for Derby North knows well, the amount of work that they've put in, pressing us, doing so privately but firmly to make sure that we're working on this, because the concern is their concern as constituency MPs, and I couldn't credit them enough in terms of the amount of work that's gone in on their side, and for doing so sensibly. And that also includes those in Derby Council as well, to whom we are grateful. I believe this is the way to approach it. And the number of meetings we've had, the cross-departmental task force that is in place, the sheer amount of hours that the officials have put in, have all led us to a point where we very much hope that we will be able to provide a solution. The matter is complex, there are legal challenges, and often these type of contracts end up in litigation. So we have to be very careful with the process, but we are very keen to find that solution. I thank them both for their work.
Dame Margaret Beckett.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm disappointed and sorry to hear what the Honourable Lady has just said, because as she knows perfectly well, there has been a substantial amount of cross-party working on this issue over many months and years. And I find it a little disappointing that although I am told there have been many meetings between the Secretary of State and local Conservative members, at no point has he or his office chosen to involve me, since the factory is in my constituency. However, that doesn't matter at all. What really matters, and what I find most difficult about this whole issue, is that we have had so many of these conversations over the years I have been in this House about failing industries where, what are the prospects for the future, and there's a struggle, and as always there's an argument between those who want to look to the long term and those who want short-term financial savings. This is not an industry where that is the problem. Yeah. In the longer term, there are going to be millions of pounds of orders for rolling stock, because there is rolling stock renewal needed right across the country, as everybody in the rail industry is aware. This is an industry with prospects, with an ongoing realistic vision of secure, high-value, high-reward jobs, and yet one where, I'm afraid, government inaction is putting those jobs at risk, particularly, as has been said a moment ago, on both sides of the House, in the supply chain.
Here, here.
Well, can I thank the Right Honourable Member for the points that she raises. And when I refer to the the discussions that have been held, they have been cross-party. So the leader of Derby Council has worked very closely with the department to try and find a solution and broker that as well. I will take the matter she mentions in terms of meetings. I don't have that to hand, but I will ensure that she gets the right meeting that she asked for. But the point I was making more was the points from the front bench just don't help matters at all, because this is a sensitive, commercial and legally challenging situation that we are trying to find a way through. We cannot just find contracts just for one train manufacturer. We have 4, and it has to be an open process, otherwise the matter ends up in court. But despite that, we are doing everything we can to find the right orders for those train manufacturers. So as well as the letter that I've written to all of the manufacturers, to specify the tender pipeline to come, the Secretary of State has also written to all those entities who finance train operators, with a point being made that they should bring forward matters that they can see, which will also help in terms of refurbishment as well as new rolling stock.
Jason McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Rail Minister for the huge levels of rail investment going into my Colne Valley constituency. Alongside my honourable friends for Dewsbury and Penistone and Stocksbridge, as he knows, we secured £48 million of levelling up cash for the Penistone line for upgrades there, with stations at Honley and Brockholes in my constituency. And can I thank him for visiting Huddersfield Railway Station last year, and I'm pleased to report now the major upgrade as part of the £11 billion Trans-Pennine Rail upgrade is underway at Huddersfield Railway Station, and once that is complete there'll be major upgrades to Slowett and Marsden stations, including disabled access. Rail investment is being delivered to my wonderful part of West Yorkshire.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank my honourable friend? He's an absolute champion of the railway, and it was an absolute delight to go and visit him at Huddersfield Station and talk about some of these projects. And of course, it's completely relevant to the matter before us. The Trans-Pennine route upgrade, for which there will be more government investment in that upgrade than there has been for the entirety of Crossrail, is also itself allowing us to put an order in for Trans-Pennine Express trains. So there'll be more trains being manufactured, as well as better stations, longer platforms, more resilience. And I want to thank that team that are doing a brilliant job. The Sunday Times highlighted it. Rather than chuntering, it would be nice if the opposition thanked those who deliver railway projects to time and budget.
Ray Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my condolences on your loss. Can I thank you, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the workforce for granting this UQ, because the situation is becoming critical. My union, Unite the Union, tell me that there are over 900 people employed on temporary contracts at Hitachi in Newton Aycliffe and at Alstom in Derby, whose jobs are already at risk. And this is before any formal redundancies occur, and Unite believe this could happen as soon as June. I'm well aware the Minister knows the industry needs a steady stream of orders to sustain train manufacturing here in the UK and preserve these vital jobs in areas like County Durham, where we don't have an abundance of skilled employment. So I say in all honesty, can I earnestly ask the Minister to use his good offices to persuade the Secretary of State to intervene urgently and ensure a bright future for this vital UK train manufacturing industry.
Mr. Speaker, I certainly take that point from my good friend. The honourable member works tirelessly for the rail workforce, and I know that he means everything he says with passion and conviction. What I would say is that when I talk about the situation being a complex one from a legal perspective, I've just taken back to the contract award for HS2, which went to Alstom and Hitachi. That was challenged in court by Siemens. The department succeeded on every single point, but it just shows how careful we have to be from a legal perspective at the tendering process, because it will end up in litigation. And the worst thing to do would be to hand out contracts in a manner which wouldn't be legally fair, find that they are then unpicked, and then that brings fresh uncertainty. Instead, we're looking at the entire order book to see where we can bring matters forward, which would be matters that Alstom may be working on already, where that pipeline is the fair and right thing to do. Then we're looking to see if we can bring those contract orders forward.
Maggie through.
Mr. Speaker, the situation at Alstom is of great concern to a number of my constituents who work there. However, I probably have even more constituents who work in the supply chain. So will my honourable friend reassure me and my constituents that whatever the outcome is of today's discussions, that the supply chain will not be forgotten?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend, the member for Eros, is absolutely right, because this isn't just the jobs at the manufacturing plants in Derby that we're talking about, it's also all the jobs through the supply chain. I work really closely with the supply chain and indeed their trade representatives, the REA and Rail Future, and I'm keen to continue to do so. So very much our work and our endeavour at trying to find a solution is not just a solution for the workforce in Derby working directly for Alstom, it's also for those who are temporarily employed at Alstom and the entire supply chain as well. And that's why the Secretary of State is meeting Alstom right now, so that we can try and find a solution for them all.
We're a Hobhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's inaction to sign off new orders for trains is now also threatening hundreds of jobs in County Durham and wiping millions of pounds off the value of rail manufacturing companies. Inadequate supply to our rail infrastructure will have a big impact on decarbonising the UK transport system. Is the Minister aware of that? And what is the government doing long-term to invest in our rail infrastructure?
Well, Mr Speaker, the government, thanks to the UK taxpayers, invested over £100 billion in the railways, and a lot of that has gone through to rolling stock. As I've mentioned, the rolling stock is now under 17 years as an average life cycle. Rolling stock does go to 35, 40 years. In terms of the future, I'll give her a sort of good example of where the future is bright, and it's with innovation and technology. So Great Western have just completed a battery trial for a train that's covered 86 miles with stops as well, just with one single charge. So my hope is that as well as new orders for trains, we'll also find new solutions for that manufacturing rolling stock, which is greener than it is right now.
Peter Gibson.
My condolences to you. Many of my constituents in Darlington are involved in rail manufacturing, both at Hitachi and in the wider supply chain, and are genuinely concerned about the situation. So can my right honourable friend reassure me and my constituents that this situation is getting the full attention of the Secretary of State? And can he outline to the House why the issue isn't as simple as the stroke of a pen as alleged by the party opposite?
Mr Speaker, I can give my honourable friend, the member for Darlington, that assurance. And he's absolutely right. It is a complex matter, and it's important that we get this right. But we are working with Alstom, with the Council and with all other parties. Actually, I should just correct my own record, Mr Speaker. My understanding, and I'm very happy to take this up with the right honourable member, the member for Derby South, that I believe she met with the Secretary of State for an hour on the 25th of March. Where she said she had. So that is correct. Good. I'm glad I've got that now on the record. But my honourable friend is absolutely right. It's complex, it's challenging, but I can tell you, Mr Speaker, and the House, that the Secretary of State is working full pelt on this matter with Alstom, and I'm hopeful a solution will be found which will demonstrate all of that hard work.
Lillian Greenwood.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Derby's Litchurch Lane is unique, the only site in the UK that designs, develops, builds and tests trains, and has already been acknowledged, the Alstom factory is a very significant employer, but also supports thousands of supply chain jobs, particularly good jobs, particularly in Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire. This government, frankly, will never be forgiven if it's allowed to close due to an entirely avoidable gap in orders. Now, the Minister says it's complex, but my question is simple. When does the Department for Transport intend to issue the invitations to tender for the promised new train fleets for Chiltern, Northern and South Eastern?
The answer to that, Mr Speaker, is over the course of this year and next year for all of those train manufacturers that she mentions. And I well remember the visit both she and I had when there was a Transport Select Committee visit to the site. It is a fantastic site, as she rightly says, which is why we are working to find a solution. And I'm certainly encouraged by the conversations that have taken place. We know that everyone wants to find that solution. The government certainly does. But she will know through all her work on the Transport Select Committee that legal challenges have to be dealt with in the correct manner. It is very sensitive. It's market sensitive as well. And so therefore finding a way through that provides that certainty and doesn't get unpicked is absolutely right for us to do. And that's what we are doing right now.
Nigel Mills.
The threat to the Alstom factory in Derby is of great concern to the employees in Amber Valley and those employed by the supply chain, and they're Their mood's not helped by the fact this doesn't appear to be a problem of the quality of the trains or even the price of the train, but it appears to be a problem of compliance with the procurement rules we ourselves put in place only a year or so ago. So could I just urge the Minister, if it comes down to a choice of having every I dotted and every T crossed, or having that factory saved for the long term, can I urge that we take the risk on the contract and sort that out later and save the factory, rather than prioritise the contract and risk losing the factory?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend sort of in a way describes it. It's a careful balance, but I will reiterate that if we were to award contracts that are outside of the usual process, then firstly there's other workforces that are impacted as well. Those in Newport, we've mentioned those up in Newton Aycliffe, and also those up in the Hull area. So we have to take into account all of the workforce as well as the fair process with regards to the contract. But as he mentions, there are trains being manufactured right now rolling off the production line up in Derby, so South West trains, Midland trains, good quality trains. As I said to him, the challenge is that we've produced a lot of trains over the years. What I really want to do is to help those train manufacturers export more, because then that will fill up the order book, so they're not just reliant on the domestic market, because as it gets fresher and younger in terms of its rolling stock years, then we need to find a solution outside of this country.
Andy MacDonald.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. My condolences to you. The Minister talks about this being a complex issue, but isn't it rather simple? These companies will not be around to enjoy the sort of exporting opportunities that he talks about if they don't sustain. And in answer to my honourable friend from Nottingham, can you just apply his mind to what he just said about the invitations to tender? If it's going to take that long to issue those tenders, people are not going to be around. It's not about them not competing, it's about being able to compete and be here. So can he not recognise that the constant chopping and changing to procurement in the rail industry has landed us in this terrible position today?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't accept that, because earlier on this year, when I met with the train manufacturers previously, and they said they wanted sort of longer term certainty. So the reason for setting out what was coming up next is to give that. And of course, there are some train manufacturing going on right now. We've just seen the award, for example, to CAF of the 10 LNER tri-mode trains as well. So there is manufacturing, there are contracts being awarded, but I know I'm repeating myself, but as the train rolling stock gets younger in age, because it has a life of 35 to 40 years, the average life is now under 17 years, then by definition, there are few orders that would then tend to go through. But it is important that we actually have that sort of future pipeline, and that's why I mentioned those orders going to tender for this year and next.
Matt Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hitachi provides opportunities in high-skilled jobs benefiting people from right across the North East, including a number in my own Stockton South constituency. Can my right honourable friend confirm he'll continue to look at every possible option to protect these jobs and the North East's incredible manufacturing capabilities?
Yes,
Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker. And the team at Hitachi, as well as Alstom, will of course be working on the HS2 tender, which will be coming their way for 54 trains. So I'm really keen to meet with them. I met with Hitachi yesterday, albeit a different arm, more on the signalling side of things. I'm keen to work with the private sector. We're very proud of the train manufacturers that we have in this country. We want to make sure that they sustain and they continue to not only get contracts from this country, but as I mentioned previously, I really want to see exports, which is why I tend to go abroad, so I can actually help champion those exports in those markets for them.
John Warren.
Thank you. In 1823, Robert Stevenson and Company set up the world's first locomotive factory in my constituency. Is this the Conservative idea of an anniversary present to the North East, the end of 200 years of railway manufacturing and innovation? He says it's complex and challenging, but for the sake of Hitachi workers and for our entire region, will he commit to the future of railway manufacturing in the North East?
Speaker, these are private sector companies who of course rely on government-funded contracts, but ultimately they're private sector companies, and it's a matter for them. Our job is to support them, and I've already described the order book that we've put through since 2012. And of course, any government or government in waiting would actually have to follow the correct process that we do with our officials to do things properly, and it's rather telling that the opposition don't seem to know how proper governance operates. And again, I'll just remind her, in 2010, 3 of the 4 train manufacturers that we have built their plants under a Conservative government because they know that this government is good for business, and this government, as £100 billion demonstrates since 2010, invests in the railways as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Sedgefield, which incorporates the Newton Aycliffe Hitachi factory, which has already been mentioned, is the home of the railways. 200 years ago, the first train went on the line just next to the Hitachi factory. We are founded in railways. We want to be in railways, and we always will be in railways. The situation you've got at the moment, though, is that our opposition are taking this as a political football. As the members just said about that, everybody's saying it's so simple, it's a stroke of a pen. It wasn't the stroke of a pen when Nexus had the situation in Newcastle. No, it wasn't, and you had the pen then. Sorry, the opposition party had the pen then, Mr. Speaker. But anyway, right here, right now, I am very concerned about what's happening with Hitachi, as I am obviously with Alstom and with the supply chains. I've met the unions, I've met Unite several times, and will continue to do so. It's important that we're all engaged in this properly and confidentially where appropriate. I've been completely irritated by the number of times that the opposition is saying that the government is not engaged. For most of the time I've been engaging with them confidentially, as Hitachi asked. We've had everybody, including the Prime Minister, has been to Hitachi to understand what exactly the situation is. What we need now is the unions to be engaged, we've got Hitachi to use all of their innovation and skills, and can I just ask the Minister to make sure that he is fully engaged and explain to the opposition if it was so easy, why wouldn't we just do it?
Mr. Speaker, can I thank my honourable friend, the member for Sedgefield, because as he puts it himself, but he's being too modest, he is working with us constantly to ensure that Hitachi's concerns are addressed. We've met with Hitachi a number of times, and we have great faith in the leadership there and work very closely with them. They, of course, are not consulting on any changes to workforce at the moment. As I've mentioned, they are sharing the order for the 54 HS2 trains. And he's absolutely right. The way that we will fix these issues is to give certainty through in terms of the tenders that are coming forward, to continue to invest, to try and get more exports to these train operations, and to work together collegiately and not in terms of scare stories. So that's something I'm determined to do, and I thank him for the work he does to that end.
Alex Cunningham. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, this is political because this government have got form in failing industry in the North East. They abandoned primary steel making on Teesside. They failed to back local investors in the Sirius mine. They allowed the world-renowned Cleveland Bridge and Engineering to collapse despite promises to save it. And now they're at it again. And this time it will affect countless people from my own constituency home to the first passenger railway. Hitachi, in a statement just an hour ago, said they wanted to continue to explore solutions so the skills and investment they have in the region are retained. There is no doubt, Mr. Speaker, these are at considerable risk today. Is the Minister really prepared to fail Hitachi and provide yet another example of how the Tories have abandoned the North East?
Speaker, I find that argument gets slightly punctured by the fact that Hitachi built their plant after the Conservative government came into power, because they understand that we support business, attract business, and want them to succeed not only with domestic orders but also their export orders. And to say we're abandoning, when I've just described the fact that we have 8,000 new rolling stock vehicles produced since 2012, and the average age has gone down from 21 years to 16.8 years, rather demonstrates that he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thanks,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is absolutely right that this is a complex scenario, but there really is no need for us to be in one of the troughs in the supply chain at the moment. We've got Chiltern Railways, which has massive overcrowding because it's got the oldest fleet in the stock, and they are desperate for more trains on that network. And we have East West Rail about to launch with borrowed diesel trains rather than new hybrids or hydrogen trains which are fit for the modern age. So can I ask my honourable friend, as he looks to what can be brought forward, to prioritise Chiltern and to prioritise getting trains onto East West Rail that people want to see?
Mr. Speaker, I know that my honourable friend, another excellent member of the Transport Select Committee, has written to the Secretary of State, and we are lining up a meeting so we can discuss Chiltern's rolling stock. He knows that I'm very keen that there's a solution found with regards to some rolling stock that is available, and that's what I'm looking to take forward. He asked about the situation with East West Rail. The consultation will go forward this summer, and I referenced the the testing of a battery-powered train that went for 86 miles. I believe that the route from Oxford to Cambridge is 84 miles, so that would suggest that that could be the answer to the point that he rightly makes.
British Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I've been the chair of the all-party group on manufacturing for some time. I actually worked in manufacturing at one stage, and I represent a fine Huddersfield, despite other claims in this House. I am the Member of Parliament of Huddersfield, a fine manufacturing town. But can I say to him, this is about job losses. And is he aware that under this government, since 2010, the manufacturing sector in our country has been shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. It's now only less than 10% of people in this country make anything. That is a dire situation. And not only is it rail, it's defence. I represent a town that makes the engines for tanks and for guns and ships and all that sort of stuff, but they don't get the orders in time. The fact of the matter is, all our wonderful manufacturing towns and cities are in peril under this government, and what's he going to do about it?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it was the same Huddersfield that I went and visited because I was with the team from the Trans-Pennine route upgrade, where we are investing £9 to £11.5 billion upgrading that route, which will make it not only better for rail passengers, but will also and is providing thousands of jobs, the bulk of which are within the local workforce as well. And they're very proud of that, of the Trans-Pennine route upgrade team. So again, that rather demonstrates that what the honourable member has just stated is not backed up by the facts.
Sam Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic, it was quite clear the government rightly stepped in to support train operating companies through huge subsidy. You know, that essentially meant subsidising the profits of those companies. The Minister also knows that Roscoe's, the rolling stock companies, have been, since the time of British Rail, been privatised, a highly profitable and lucrative business. Actually, in my view, has had very little value for the taxpayer whatsoever. So I wonder, Mr. Speaker, whether the Minister can consider two things. One, actually, in this situation for Hitachi and for Alstom, to seriously consider direct government intervention to stop these companies going to the wall before they can actually get the next orders in, and to urgently convene a meeting of local businesses in both those areas with all of the rail unions, from Unite to TSA to ASF to RMT, bringing them together to actually discuss how we jointly work together to make sure that our brilliant and long sort of held highly skilled workforce are not just thrown on the scrap heap for decades to come.
Well, Mr. Speaker, a lot of the finance that I talked about and the orders that have been brought forward, which is why we have a relatively young fleet, is because we've had train operators that have been able to use their own balance sheet in order to invest. Now, of course, since the pandemic, rail finance is only back to about 80% of where they were pre-COVID due to the changes in working patterns. Then that has been more of a challenge, which is why the government and the taxpayer takes on more of the burden. In terms of the meeting with the unions, I should just reference the meeting I had with union representatives from Alstom and Workforce, who were absolutely superb. And I found that the way they wanted to do their business in a sensible, calm, but of course, they challenge, and rightly they do. That provides us with the motivation to try and intervene and deliver a solution. And that's what the Secretary of State is doing right now.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The potential loss of jobs at Hitachi in the North East will hit the North East economy as a whole, and it's absolutely vital that we maintain this rail manufacturing capability there. So what is the government going to do to make sure that we don't lose that facility because there's a gap in orders? What will the government be doing to ensure that that doesn't happen and to save those jobs?
Mr. Speaker, so it's important to note that Hitachi are not currently consulting on any changes in workforce, but they of course are concerned, and they speak to honourable members in this place for those concerns to be put through to us, and I welcome that approach as well. Again, in terms of what are we doing, so those train operators where their rolling stock is older and needs renewing, we are putting those out to market, so that's Trans-Pennine, that's Northern, that's South Eastern, that's Chiltern. And bringing those orders through will obviously assist. But again, I come back to the export part. If our fleet is getting younger, and it means that there won't be as many orders, then we really need to see that our 4 great train manufacturers being able to export more abroad so that that delivers for UK PLC.
Mike Ainsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What further discussions is the Minister and the Secretary of State going to have with the manufacturing and rail unions on this matter?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've already stated that I've met with the Alstom unions myself. I'm always very happy to meet with the unions, as indeed they need to do so. But at the moment, our work is with both Derby Council and, more importantly, with Alstom, who will ultimately make the decision. They're a private operator in terms of their business, and it will be the decision for them. But what we want to do is to show them what we can do to assist in terms of orders and other assistance, and that's why we've been working across government to provide that reassurance, so that we sort of work towards them not only keeping their plant but also investing further in it and bringing more of their enterprise to the UK.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Minister for his answers. I don't think anybody in the House could doubt the Minister's commitment or government's commitment to improving things, and we thank them for that. Can the Minister outline what strategy government has to support manufacturing companies throughout the United Kingdom to make improvements to attract business and sustain contracts? And will government commit to ensuring that all government contracts are fulfilled with British manufactured products as standard to give confidence to investment in British manufacturing? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Look, I thank the honourable member. He always puts his points with such sort of kindness but also consideration, and he actually makes better points as a result than some that get chucked around here. In terms of the answer to him, I can provide him the assurance that by writing, as I did, to the train manufacturers and meeting with them, listening to them saying they wanted the certainty, they wanted to know what the pipeline is, and we've been working with the Treasury to bring that pipeline forward. And then the Secretary of State's letter adds another angle, because what we're doing there is writing to the Roscoes that finance train refurbishments to see if those can be brought forward as well. So we're doing everything we can from our side within the difficult legal and commercial situation that we can find ourselves in, to do things correctly, to bring those orders through, to give more certainty so that those companies will continue to invest in the UK.
That completes the urgent question. We now come to the 10-minute rule motion. Theresa Villiers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to provide for the prohibition of the sale in England of horticultural peat by the end of 2024, to provide for certain exemptions to that prohibition and for connected purposes. Mr. Speaker, peatlands are the UK's largest carbon store. They contain more carbon than the forests of UK, France and Germany combined. And they're home to some of our most iconic and rarest wildlife, such as the bittern, the swallowtail butterfly, the short-eared owl, and the hen harrier. But less than 20% of our peatlands are in a near-natural state. 87% of England's deep peat areas are degraded, damaged, or dried out. This is caused by a range of factors, including overgrazing and drainage for agriculture, but also because of extraction for compost and other growing media for gardening and horticulture. Extraction degrades the state of the wider landscape, damaging wildlife habitats and reducing peat's capacity to prevent flooding and filter water. And of course, extraction means that stored carbon is released, contributing to climate change. So this bill would implement the 2022 commitment made by this government to prohibit the use of peat products in amateur gardening in England by the end of this year. In 2011, DEFRA announced support for phasing out peat products, with a commitment to legislative, a voluntary approach proved to be ineffective. The government's 2021 consultation received more than 5,000 responses, 95% of which supported a ban on retail peat sales. The Royal Horticultural Society is backed to ban, and Professor Alistair Griffiths, its Director of Science and Collections, said in 2022, peatlands are the world's largest carbon store on land, with great potential to store carbon long-term, helping to reach net zero. To tackle the climate and biodiversity crises, it's essential that we have a sustainable transition to peat-free alternative growing medias. The RHS stopped selling peat-based growing media bags in 2019 and will continue to work with DEFRA, industry and gardeners to accelerate the transition to peat-free. Mr. Speaker, we take pride as a gardening nation, and the COVID lockdown triggered increased enthusiasm for this great outdoor activity. There's already been a big shift to non-peat compost products, thanks to the efforts of the horticulture industry, to DEFRA ministers, to campaigners like Monty Don, and thanks to responsible choices made by gardeners. But peat can still lurk in gardening products such as potted houseplants and trays of bedding plants. The presence of peat in these products is rarely labelled, meaning even the most ecologically committed gardener may not know it's there. Even the most effective information campaign can only go so far in changing behaviour. So I think gardeners should be able to buy from a garden centre without fear that their purchase will harm the environment elsewhere. There are now reasonably priced peat-free compost using materials such as bark, coir and bracken. And thanks to a decision by the Environment Minister, solid digestate from anaerobic digestion will soon become another source of peat-free growing media. Peat alternatives for products like potted plants are also available. Companies like B&Q have gone peat-free, as has Kew Gardens, and the Royal Horticultural Society is 98% of the way there. Which, the consumer organisation, excludes peat-based compost from its product comparisons. While it acknowledged that some peat-free products do cost more, it believes that there is now a good range of lower-cost options on the market. The horticulture industry has had since 2011 to prepare for the phase-out of peat. 13 years on, some real progress has been made. Peat use more than halved between 2020 and the end of 2022, including a reduction of nearly 70% in the amateur sector. In 2022, professional use of peat fell below 50% of their total consumption of growing media for the first time. But UK horticulture still used 950,000 cubic metres of peat in 2022, including 471,000 cubic metres in the retail sector. I acknowledge that only a comparatively small proportion of the UK's peat is affected by extraction for horticultural purposes, but by targeting the demand for peat, we can help keep it in the ground both here and overseas, preventing damaging release of carbon. As well as an immediate ban on peat products for retail use by the general public, this bill would give ministers power to use secondary legislation to extend that ban to professional horticulture on a future date. This reflects the fact that there are still barriers to be overcome before we can be confident that reasonably priced peat-free products and production materials are available in the professional sector. But we need progress there too, and I would urge the government to press ahead with a clear timetable for full transition to peat-free products across the horticulture sector. Limited exceptions to the ban will be needed, some of which may need to be permanent, for example, in relation to science and research and rare plants. But the 2030 target has been on the table for over a decade, and I call on both the industry and the government to ensure meaningful change is delivered by the time we reach that 2030 milestone. So UK horticulture moves into its peat-free future, and we seize the opportunity to become a global leader in supply of sustainable compost and growing media. So in conclusion, this bill needs to be just one part of a wider strategy to achieve the government's ambitious target to restore 35,000 hectares of peat by the end of 2025. This United Kingdom is custodian of 3 million hectares of peatland habitats. That includes 13% of the world's blanket bog, a globally rare ecosystem protected by international treaties. One example of which I was pleased to visit in County Fermanagh back in 2014. More money is now being invested in peat protection and restoration than ever before. Growers can apply for funding for the equipment they need to transition away from peat. DEFRA's 2021 Peatland Action Plan is backed by 50 million from the Nature for Climate Fund, a fund which I was pleased to secure a commitment to in the Conservative 2019 manifesto. And the work has been taking place on projects such as the Great North Bog and at Rookup in the North Pennines, which I visited on a bitterly cold, windy day back in 2020 with a local MP, my right honourable friend for North West Durham. Perhaps even more significant than the Nature for Climate Fund commitment is that England's new ELMS farm support schemes embrace peatland restoration, potentially meeting a major long-term flow of funding for this vital task stretching into the future. Not only does peat play a vital environmental role in our distinctive island habitat, it's also part of Britain's history, identity and culture. Landscape ecological planner Jennifer Dowdall described it as a grand encyclopedia, a storehouse of pollen that can help us understand our ecological history and the changing climate. Peat's miraculous capacity to preserve organic material has meant that it can offer up evidence of the gruesome practices of our ancestors when so-called bog bodies are discovered thousands of years after these men and women met a grisly end. And Seamus Heaney was just one of several poets and writers to reflect on the deep, rich peatland earth of these islands. Removing peat from amateur gardening gives this House the opportunity to recognise the value of that cultural and ecological heritage, to take active and practical steps to protect and restore precious natural habitats, and to take us closer to our goal of reaching net zero and preventing disastrous climate change. And Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
That the right honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. Sir Christopher Chope.
Mr. Speaker, I don't object to my right honourable friend having the right to bring in the bill, but I think it's important to put on record that when the bill is brought forward, it will not go unopposed, because I think that much of the content of this bill, which my right honourable friend has described, seems to be disproportionate, not based on science or fact, and another exercise in gesture politics. And if we remember today, it's going to be another day when the banners seem to want to get out there and destroy legitimate activities that other people are engaged in. And I would like to put in a plea on behalf of amateur and professional horticulturalists, because those who have been to plant centres over the last year or so will have noticed that the move to peat-free products has resulted in the quality of those products declining significantly. Their longevity has declined because they do not have the natural water retention in their pots, which is provided by peat and cannot be substituted by peat substitutes. And so the consequence of that is that it's becoming increasingly difficult for our own domestic horticultural industry to be able to cope with the pressures to reduce peat consumption. And by contrast, Mr. Speaker, we know that almost all our products coming through garden centres at the moment and being planted out in gardens and flower boxes across the country, that a very high proportion of those products come from the Netherlands. And the Netherlands, what is the Netherlands doing about this issue of peat? And the latest figures that I've been able to ascertain show that in 2020, the Netherlands imported 2,156 million kilos of peat. And 44.5% of that came from Germany, 9.5% from Estonia, 9.2% from Latvia, 7% or so from Lithuania, and 5% from Belgium. And what happened to that peat? It was then put into plants which were exported to countries such as the United Kingdom, thereby creating an unfair advantage compared with our own homegrown industries. And my right honourable friend seems to want to go beyond the voluntary approach and to ban professional horticulturalists in this country from being able to use peat in the production of plants, thereby facilitating even greater unfair competition coming from the Dutch. And peat, what proportion of peat is actually used in horticulture? A very small proportion, Mr. Speaker. I'm told that about 95% of the peat that is consumed in the world is used for peat fires and is put into domestic boilers. It's also put in to mega incinerators and is a substitute for coal or even natural gas. And I concede that use of peat is extremely dirty. But why is it that we are just concentrating on one particular niche industry in our country, namely horticulture, and ignoring the much larger problem around the burning of peat as fuel? And I looked up this morning whether it would be possible in this country to buy peat for fuel. And there is a company which is offering to provide me with a pallet of 25 kilos of peat for no less than £235. So you can buy peat in this country for fuel. Why are we trying to concentrate on banning peat in horticulture where there is no real substitute? Some people talk about coir as being a substitute, but coir, the production of coir is mainly carried out in the Far East and in particular in Sri Lanka. That coir has to be washed and desalted before it can be prepared for horticultural use. It then has to be transported halfway across the world, and it is not an ecologically friendly way of producing a peat substitute. And my right honourable friend, the noble Lord Benyon, who deals with these issues in the other place, I think was spot on when he said in a debate in the other place last year, in answer to a question from Baroness Humphreys, who was concerned about the lack of a level playing field for EU imports, he said, the noble Baroness asked a very important question. We could act unilaterally, which would result in the export of jobs, skills and benefit to our economy to countries which are not bringing in measures as rigorous as we are. We want to ensure that we are operating this in the same way as we buy timber, where we recognise the impact we are having globally as well as nationally. We are seeing a massive reduction in the use of peat and we want to see it end. We have set forth a clear timetable for that to happen. The target of 2026 with certain exemptions will mean that there will be a tiny amount left which will continue to be used. That will maintain some key areas of our food security, such as mushroom production. And he could have added blueberry production, because peat, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is very acidic, and that is why if you try growing blueberries in non-acidic soil, you'll find that they die very quickly. And the noble Lord Benyon then went on to say that in answer to Lord Curry of Kirkharle, he said, in every policy area there's an unintended consequence unless we fully consider it. In producing alternative media, there is sometimes a cost to the environment. If we are buying coir from abroad, what impact is that having on some very vulnerable parts of the world? There are many other growing media with which we have to ensure that in our determination to protect our remaining wetlands and peatlands, we are not exporting the problem and causing problems further afield. It's a very difficult issue, as the noble Lord has recognised, and I assure him that we are all across the subject. Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm concerned that we are not going to be all across the subject if this bill goes through, as proposed by my right honourable friend, unopposed, because what we need to do is we need to make sure that any legislation on this is balanced and proportionate and takes into proper account the needs of our homegrown horticultural industry.
The question is that the right honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Selene Saxby, Chris Grayling, Miss Sarah Dines, Robin Miller, Andrew Selou, Dr Therese Coffey, Tim Lawton, Tracy Crouch, Sally Ann Hart, Trudy Harrison, Siobhan Bailey, and myself, sir.
Teresa Villiers.
Horticultural peat prohibition of sale bill.
Second reading what day?
26th of April, Mr Speaker, sir.
26th of April. Thank you very much. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Tobacco and vapes bill, second reading.
Now. Minister to move second reading.
Mr Deputy Speaker, before I start, I should declare an interest. Before I was elected to Parliament, I used to prosecute serious organised crime, including organised crime gangs that attempted to import illicit cigarettes. I beg to move that that bill be now read a second time. For a moment, if I may, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like us to imagine that we're not in this historic and magnificent chamber, but we are instead standing at the entrance of a local hospital. A patient comes through the doors, struggling to breathe. Smoking sent their asthma spiralling out of control. A minute later, another patient passes by. Smoking caused the heart disease they're battling. A minute later, another person comes in, and then another. This vicious cycle repeats itself nearly every minute of every day in our national health system. Because here in the United Kingdom, almost one hospital admission a minute is the human cost of smoking. Smoking leaves people with premature dementia. It puts them in care, attached to oxygen for the rest of their life. It increases the risk of stillbirth by almost 50%. It is responsible for 75,000 GP appointments every month. And it takes around 80,000 lives every year.
We should give way on that point.
I will give way.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. I urge anyone who's come into this debate today to go to a respiratory ward. As I served on for a year in my first junior doctor role, to watch people gasp for breath, struggle and fight with their relatives there asking you to do something as a doctor, and you simply can't. If this is a step forward to stopping that situation, then I am very much in favour of the Secretary of State taking it forward.
Well, may I thank my honourable friend for bringing in his professional experience into the chamber and the real-life consequences that he has seen for his patients. I'm going to be unpacking, if I may, some of the details behind his invaluable intervention, but the premise behind this is exactly as he says, to stop the start. Because there is no safe level of smoking and no safe tobacco product. In fact, it is the only product that if it is consumed as the manufacturer intends, it will kill 2/3 of its long-term users. Now, this bill is not about demonising people who smoke or stopping them from buying tobacco if they're able to today. It will not affect current smokers' rights or entitlements in any way. And indeed, we want to help them to quit. We are supporting them by almost doubling the funding for local smoking services. But instead, this bill is looking to the future to give the next generation the freedom to live longer, healthier, more productive lives. I will.
How does she counter the Conservative argument that if you ban something, you massively increase criminality?
Well, I'm extremely grateful to my honourable friend on that, and I'm genuinely going to come on to that because I know that is a concern that colleagues have, and I'm going to develop my arguments if I may. But as I say, reminding him of my declaration of interest, believe you me, I have no interest whatsoever in making life easier for smoking gangs, and this is why I will be announcing as part of this package further funding, further investment for law enforcement agencies, both at the border and also at local level. But some have said, well, this is, and I understand the argument, that the concern that we are banning things. I totally understand the concerns of fellow Conservatives. We are not in the habit of banning things. We do not like that. And so we will only bring these powers in when we are convinced, following a, no doubt, robust debate with the intellectual self-confidence that we have to have such debates on this side of the House, we come to the conclusion that there is no liberty in addiction. Nicotine robs people of their freedom to choose. The vast majority of smokers start when they are young, and 3/4 say that if they could turn back the clock, they would not have started. That is why, through this bill, we are creating a smoke-free generation that will guarantee that no one who is turning 15 or younger this year will ever be legally sold tobacco, saving them from the misery of repeated attempts to give up, making our economy more productive and building an NHS that delivers faster, simpler and fairer care. I would argue it is our responsibility, indeed our duty, to protect the next generation, and this is what this bill will do. I will give way to that.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and she's absolutely right that we should protect the next generation. Labour proposed the smoke-free generation legislation in January 2023. We voted to crack down on marketing vapes to children in 2021. It was the Tories who blocked it. Now, I welcome this bill, but doesn't it just show, well, one, that where Labour leads, some of the Conservatives follow, but isn't she concerned about the number of her colleagues who we can see lined up who are going to vote against this legislation today?
I think that's a brave submission from the Honourable Lady, given the debate in yesterday's in the chamber yesterday. And I certainly won't be taking lectures from Labour on this legislation. The reason that we are bringing this forward is because we have looked carefully at the evidence, and what is more, we have tempered it so that existing adult smokers will not be affected. If the message from the Labour Party is they want to ban smoking completely of adults, then it is for them to make that argument. But we have tempered this carefully to ensure that this only deals with future generations. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I'm extremely grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and I commend her for her approach to young people smoking, for her determination to deal with illegal tobacco, and for her crackdown on vaping, which is a menace to young people, as these things are sold like an item of confectionery. But will she accept that in doing all of those things, that she needs to be open-minded to how this bill can be improved? For the idea of a rolling age of consent, with the consequence that someone of 35 will be able to buy tobacco, someone of 34 not, and so on and so forth, is at best a curiosity and at worst an absurdity.
I'm extremely grateful to my right honourable friend and indeed my close Lincolnshire neighbour. I mean, he knows that with any piece of legislation, of course, I will always want to listen to colleagues and to do business. I would just, however, make the point that the principles behind this legislation is that this generation, these emerging generations, will never take up smoking. That is the point. And so I'll just finish this point, please. And so that is why we are bringing this forward, so that we stop the start from 2027 and future generations will not have that addiction to nicotine. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady, and then I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I'm very grateful, and I would say from the outset I completely support this bill. Can I say that in Newham, 22% of the sales last year they found was to underage children, higher than alcohol, knives, fireworks, etc. They seized £135,000 worth of illicit tobacco projects in just 6 months. So can I ask the Minister, will she ensure that councils will get the resources they need to be able to continue the vital work of keeping these products out of the hands of the young?
Yes, I can assure her, because not only is the illicit trade often the greatest in the most deprived areas of the country, but as I say, I'm about to develop exactly how we're going to help law enforcement with this, because I do very much understand the concerns across the House about ensuring that the illicit trade does not flourish. I'll give way to my right honourable friend and then to the honourable gentleman.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Has she seen the latest statistics that say twice as many school children smoke cannabis as smoke tobacco? And it's already illegal for all of us, not just children, for all of us, to smoke cannabis. If a ban really worked, how can she explain those statistics, and how can she show that this ban, stopping people who are currently 15, will be different than the anti-drugs legislation we already have?
Well, just so I'm clear, I don't think, is my honourable friend suggesting that we repeal the Misuse of Drugs Act 1973, under which cannabis is prohibited? And of course, although I have no experience of it myself, I understand that the consumption of marijuana does also involve the consumption of tobacco and of cigarette papers. The point for this is that we are trying to move away from this idea that teenagers, current youngsters, will be able to buy their cigarettes legally in shops from the age of 18 in 2027, precisely because we want to ensure that they can lead longer, healthier lives. And I will be coming on in a moment to some of the stories that the tobacco industry have put around about the myths of the impact of introducing age restrictions in cigarettes, which I think will be of interesting evidence to those who are concerned about this. I'll give way, if I may, finally to the honourable gentleman, and then I'll make some progress.
First of all, Mr Deputy Speaker, can I commend the Minister and the Government for bringing this forward? I'm personally of a mind to support it because I believe it's right. That's my opinion in relation to it. But I have been contacted by the vaping groups. I met the Honourable Member for East Belfast, myself, met some groups of them last week, and they sent me a small comment. I want to ask the Minister a quick question, if I can, in relation to that, so that we're moving forward with the consistency to try and achieve something. They referred to the impact assessment report by the Department for Health and Social Care. They say it fails to consider potentially detrimental effects of restriction of both vape users and those smokers looking to switch. And what they've asked for, and it's to be helpful, I always try, I think we all try, Madam Mr Deputy, to be helpful in our comments in this chamber, to be constructive. So being constructive, they refer to and request to include a vape retailer and distributor licensing scheme in the bill. The industry have developed a comprehensive framework for such a scheme, which is designed to once and for all deal effectively with the issue of underage and illicit vape sales, a situation which could potentially only get worse. Can I ask the Minister, would it be the Minister's intention to do just that, to develop a vape retailer and distributor licensing scheme? Thanks so much.
I'm extremely grateful to the honourable gentleman. I thank him for his support. We understand the level of lobbying that has been undertaken both by the vaping industry and by the tobacco industry, and we know, of course, that the vaping industry has pushed this as one of their lines. I'm afraid the truth is that when you look at the current market of vapes, when you walk into a local shop, a newsagent, something of that nature, and you see the vape products on sale next to the till, often next to the sweets, where children are, probably certainly going to be very attracted to that part of the shop if my experiences are anything to go by. And they do that and they market it in very, very cynical ways. And so what we are saying is it is already unlawful to sell vapes to under 18s, but we want to take the powers in this legislation to consult on, for example, flavours, design and so on, to ensure that vapes are being sold as they should be, as they are intended, in order to help adult smokers to quit, because no child should ever vape. I'm going to make a little bit of progress, if I may, because I do want to come on to the age of sale, and then, of course, I'll give way. And so the point that my right honourable friend raised about the age of sale in the black market, the tobacco industry claims that there will be unintended consequences from raising the age of sale. They assert that the black market will boom. Before the smoking age was increased from 16 to 18, they sang from the same hymn sheet. But the facts, I'm afraid, showed otherwise. The number of illicit cigarettes consumed fell by 25%, and the smoking rates for 16 and 17-year-olds dropped by almost a third. Indeed, consumption of illegal tobacco has plummeted from 17 billion cigarettes in 2000 and 2001 to 3 billion cigarettes in 2022-23. This is despite, of course, the further controls that this House have placed in the meantime. And indeed, our modelling suggests that the measures in this bill will reduce smoking rates among 14 to 30-year-olds in England to close to zero as soon as 2040. I hope there will be many of us in this chamber today who will still be here in 2040, and this is our opportunity to play that part in history. Thanks to constructive engagement from colleagues across the devolved administrations, these measures will apply not just in England, but across our entire United Kingdom, saving lives and building a brighter future. And having listened carefully to colleagues' concerns around enforcement, we are making sure that local authorities will be able to keep every penny of the fixed penalties they bring in to reinvest in rigorous enforcement. In other words, we are looking not just at national enforcement, but also helping our very, very important and valuable local trading enforcement officers to keep the proceeds from those fixed penalties they hand out. I'll give way to the Honourable my right honourable friend.
Thank you very much for giving me away. Does she agree with me that this bill will not largely affect people in this House, but affects younger people? And therefore it's incredibly important to listen to the voices of young people in this. With this in mind, I wrote to every secondary school in my constituency to ask young people their views. The majority of the young people in Chelmsford, when asked for their views, said that they would support the measures in the bill. It's not unanimous, but we work by majority, and given that this affects them and not me, I will be respecting their views when I vote today.
Well, may I thank my right honourable friend, and yet again she reminds us what a brilliant local constituency MP she is, and she's also drawn out the voice of young people in this, because one of the questions I pose of our NHS and the future that I want to build for it, to reform it, to make it faster, simpler and fairer, is the voice of younger people, because younger people, whether if they are in work at the moment, paying their taxes, they are paying for our NHS at this moment, and they will be the users of it in the future. And so part of my role, I see as Health Secretary, is to ensure that it is in a sustainable funding model, that we are doing everything we can to increase productivity, but also to move the demand curve so that it celebrates its next 75 years. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman there, and then my honourable friend there.
I thank the Secretary for giving way. The Secretary knows I take a particular interest in retail crime and the impact of retail crime. The British Retail Consortium indicates that there's about 1,300 acts of violence against shopkeepers across the UK daily. It's been suggested that one of the biggest triggers of attacks on shopkeepers is ask for proof of age. What additional resources can be put in to assist retailers and to make sure that they're protected from attacks?
Well, may I thank the honourable gentleman, and he raises a very fair point. Interestingly, actually, the latest survey of retailers shows that, I think I'm right in saying, a majority of retailers support this. But he knows just how carefully this government has listened to the concerns of retailers, and the campaign of my honourable friend in the North East, and I'm struggling to remember the constituency, but Hansard were very helpful. North Antrim, thank you very much. My honourable friend in the North East of England, who Hansard will very kindly insert the constituency name for me, has led a relentless campaign on this, and I was really pleased that the Home Secretary was able to announce a specific crime of affecting retail workers in recent weeks. I'm going to give way, if I may, to my honourable friend there and then my honourable friend there.
The honourable lady for giving way. I was one who smoked until 30 years ago, and it was a very hard business to stop the evil weed, but I come from a completely different era, and I am considered to be something of a dinosaur. But I have... Never. But I do still hope to be here in 2040 as a result. But I wish to God that vapes have been around when I was going through the process of stopping smoking. Does this legislation not need to be very careful that we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater and stop helping people come off the evil weed?
First of all, I completely reject my honourable friend's suggestion that he is a dinosaur. He brings a great energy and effervescence into the chamber, or indeed any social situation. In terms of, he articulates really well the struggle that an addiction to nicotine has on a person and how tough it can be to give up. That's not a judgment on anyone. This substance is designed to addict, and that's how they make their sales pitch. And so what we're trying to do is stop children from being ensnared in that way. But he is also right that at the moment, the evidence suggests that vaping is a good way to help existing smokers to quit. If you don't smoke, please don't vape. And certainly children should never vape. But what we've tried to do with this legislation is build that balance in so that we are taking powers to look at the packaging, etc., the flavours, and there will be a thorough consultation before any regulations are set, because we want to ensure that we are helping adults to quit. But we want to do so in a way that is considered and well designed. So I'm extremely grateful to him for raising that, and I think I had an intervention there, and then I'll make some progress. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. I mean, it's very carefully to what she's been saying, and right, she outlined how the sale of cigarettes or the consumption of cigarettes has collapsed over the last couple of decades, and the Honourable Member for Chelmsford also talked about how the young people that she's reached out to don't want to smoke anymore. But isn't that the heart of the matter? This is why I think this bill is fundamentally wrong and misguided. Young people aren't smoking anymore. It is not called smoke. The number of young people are smoking. What this bill should be focused on is more on the vape side of things, on the illegal vapes, the supercharged vapes, the colourful, the flavourful vapes. Instead, we are sitting here debating cigarettes that are naturally being got out of existence anyway, put it to limiting choice, rather than focusing on the dangerous vapes that are addicting to young children, and that's where the government should be putting its focus on, rather than wasting our time talking about something that's dying out anyway.
Well, sadly, and I genuinely said, sadly, there is nothing inevitable about a decrease in smoking rates. Indeed, in 2020, the United States saw the first increase in tobacco sales in 20 years. And in Australia, in 2022, the proportion of teenagers smoking increased for the first time in 25 years. And my right honourable friend, the Minister, has just reminded me that here in the United Kingdom, 100,000 young people, children and young people, take up smoking every year. And so we must not be lulled into this sense of inevitability and security, mindful as I am at how very clever the tobacco industry is at lobbying its messages, because of course we are threatening their business model. But that is, we as Conservatives must take into account this is happening today. And so we must try and ensure that we are tackling this head on. I'll take one more, and then I'll make some progress if I may.
I thank my right friend for giving way, and I think she's making a very, very important point about young people and children smoking today. Not just about cigarettes, shisha smoking, in particular in my constituency, in Westminster, in Marylebone in particular, in Edgware Road, has become very fashionable for young people. And we know that an hour of smoking shisha equates to 100 to 200 cigarettes within an hour. Would my honourable friend confirm that shisha tobacco will be included in this bill?
May I thank my honourable friend for bringing the City of Westminster right into the chamber. There are, in fact, 5 times more people smoking non-cigarette tobacco in England today than there was a decade ago, with, worryingly, the greatest increase in young adults. And this, of course, includes cigars and shisha. And so this is why we have said tobacco in all its forms is a harmful product, and therefore we wish to ensure that we are consistent in the policy and the messaging that this is about helping young people to stop the start. I'm going to make some progress and then I will give way. The tobacco industry as I have already said, questions the necessity of this bill on the grounds that smoking rates are already following. And it is absolutely correct that smoking rates are down, but as I have said, there is nothing inevitable about that. Smoking remains the largest preventable cause of death, disability and ill health in England alone. Creating a smoke-free generation could prevent almost 500,000 cases of heart disease, stroke, lung cancer and other deadly diseases by the turn of the century, increasing thousands of people's quality of life and reducing pressure on our NHS. And indeed, an independent review has found that if we stand by and do nothing, nearly 500,000 more people will die from smoking by the end of this decade. So we must ask, what place does this addiction have in our society? And it is a question that we're not just the only ones asking this question of ourselves. We know that our policy to create a smoke-free generation is supported by the majority of retailers and around 70% of the public. Now, I'm going to turn to the economic case, because the economic case for creating a smoke-free generation, I believe, is also profound. Each year, smoking costs our economy a minimum of £17 billion, far more than the £10 billion of tax revenue it attracts. It costs the average smoker £2,500 a year, money they could spend on other goods or services or put towards buying a new car or a new home. It costs our entire economy by stalling productivity and driving economic inactivity. So much so that the damage that smoking causes accounts for almost 7 pence in every pound of income tax we pay. As Conservatives, we are committed to reducing the tax burden on hard-working people and to improve the productivity of the state. This is why this government has cut the double taxation on work, not once, but twice, giving our hard-working constituents on average a £900 tax cut. That is a moral and principled approach. Having celebrated the first 75 years of the NHS last year, I am determined to reform the NHS to make it faster, simpler and fairer for the next 75 years. And part of this productivity work is to recognise that we must reduce the single most preventable cause of ill health, disability and death in the UK. This reform will benefit not just our children, but anyone who may be affected by passive smoking and indeed future taxpayers whose hard-earned income helps to fund our service. Today, we take a historic step in this direction. Creating a smoke-free generation could deliver productivity gains of £16 billion by 2056. It will prevent illness, promote good health, help people get into work and drive economic growth, all whilst reducing pressure on the NHS. I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Grateful to the Minister for giving way, and of course we've got the highest tax burden for some considerable time. But I welcome this bill, but I'm concerned that the Cannes review estimated that the government's smoke-free ambition would not be achieved in poorer communities until 2044. Now, I have many poor communities within my constituency, so can she outline how this bill will tackle this particular issue? Will it actually be another 20 years before we see a result in poorer communities?
No, because as I've already said in the speech, the modelling suggests that in fact with the younger generation from 18 upwards, we will see, or the ages I gave, we will see close to zero smoking by 2040. In relation though to his point on tax, I have to say I don't remember him voting against the government bringing in the furlough scheme, bringing in the support during COVID, nor do I remember him voting, complaining that we were trying to help people with the cost of living. But we as Conservatives understand this is sound money rather than the magic money tree that is going to the magic money tree that is somehow going to fund their £28 billion black hole. I do give way.
Mr. Speaker, I'm somewhat perplexed by this debate and indeed by this bill. I don't see it to be enforceable, and I think that it also fails to take into account the very effective tax measures and health campaigns that have been run by successive governments to reduce the number of smokings. Nor does it also answer the fact that bad and poor diets are likely to kill more people in the long run than smoking. And in fact, if you take the recent study from the Institute of Health in Seattle, which it says more people are dying from malnutrition than smoking, this shows that there is actually a principle at point here. Should the government step in and deal with people who are eating unhealthy food?
Can I thank my honourable friend? Of course, I'm responsible for the healthcare in England, and so I'm afraid I won't trespass on the health needs of people in, I think he said Montreal. But in terms of this legislation, this is about helping children and young people stop that addiction to nicotine. We know it is one of the most addictive substances. We also, as I've said earlier, should not assume that the decreases that we have seen in smoking rates are inevitable. Indeed, internationally, as I've given the examples, there are some places where we've seen the increase. But we also know that there are different ways in which tobacco are now being consumed, perhaps from 20 years ago, including, for example, as has just been raised, the rise of non-cigarette tobacco. And so it is that we are trying to address for the individual's health as well as for the wider health of society. I'm going to take one more intervention. I've already taken an intervention, and then I'm going to make some progress, and I'll come to you in a moment. There we go.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State, giving way, and she talks about addiction to nicotine. If, as she sets out, vaping is a pathway to stopping smoking, why isn't she seeing a vape-free generation coming in parallel with a smoke-free generation? So we have a nicotine-free generation across the board, expanding her legislation to ensure that young people neither take up smoking nor vaping.
So this House has already legislated to ensure that vapes cannot be sold to people under the age of 18. What we are seeing, though, in our local shops is that the vaping industry is finding ways of marketing their products in a way that seem designed for younger minds and younger preferences. Once this bill is passed, it will be absolutely, the age of 18 will be maintained for vaping, but importantly, we will not be able to see that sale of legal cigarettes or tobacco to those from the age of 18 onwards from January 2027. Now, I just want to, I'm going to make some progress. I want to address some of the measures in the bill concerning vaping because, as the House has already shown, there's a great deal of interest in this. As any parent or teacher will know, there has been a dramatic and dangerous increase in youth vaping. At least 1 in 5 children have tried vaping. And many will say the solution is simply to enforce the law. And of course, that is a vital component, which is why we are investing £30 million in our enforcement agencies and hitting cynical businesses that sell vapes to children with on-the-spot fines. But we must and we will go further, because vaping damages our children's future. It could damage their lungs whilst they're still developing, intensify the long-term pressure on our NHS, and damage their concentration at schools. This is a point that many teachers have made. We cannot replace one generation addicted to nicotine with another, and vapes are cynically marketed towards our children. They are sold at pocket money prices. They share shelf space with sweets. They're branded with cartoon characters, and they are given flavours like cotton candy and watermelon ice. Our children are being exploited, and we cannot and will not let this continue. That is why this bill will give us the powers to crack down on child-friendly flavours and packaging and to change the way vapes are displayed in shops, measures that we will consult on. And through separate environmental legislation, we are banning the disposable vapes that young people favour and that do so much damage to our planet. Some 5 million disposable vapes are thrown away either in bins or on our streets every single week, and that is equivalent to some 5,000 lithium car batteries of electric vehicles being thrown away every year. And so we have a responsibility, we argue, to tackle that harm perpetuated by the vaping industry on our planet. Again, to underline, vapes can be really helpful in assisting adult smokers to quit, but our message remains clear. If you don't smoke, don't vape, and children should never vape. I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. She's been very generous. This bill gives the Secretary of State very wide-ranging powers over flavours of vape, liquid, also packaging and so on. But it doesn't give any obligation on her to consult widely or look at impact statements at all. That is not in the bill. In fact, the word consultation doesn't appear anywhere in the bill. So therefore, I ask whether she'll give a commitment to this House today that she will fully consult before exercising any powers that she's given in this bill.
May I thank my honourable friend for highlighting that. I give this commitment here at the dispatch box that we will, of course, consult. We are very, very conscious of the complexities of this. We want to get it right, and he has my absolute undertaking that we will consult before regulations are brought before the House. Thank him for that. I'm just going to make some progress. In fact, I'm going to conclude, and if the honourable gentleman wants to dive in before I conclude, I'm going to let him do so.
That is so kind of the Secretary of State, and I do appreciate her. I do appreciate the Secretary of State taking these interventions. Given that this is a flagship policy by the government, can she give me a guarantee from the dispatch box that this will apply equally to all parts of the United Kingdom? I have raised a number of concerns that because we have a land border with the European Union will insist under the Windsor Framework that they can block this from being implemented in Northern Ireland, as they did with the Danish government when they tried a similar measure. Can I now have a guarantee that if this applies from 2027 in the United Kingdom, it applies in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland?
May I thank my honourable friend, in fact. He raises a really important point. Can I also, through him, thank the new Northern Irish Health Minister, who has been very, very collaborative in bringing forward what needs to be brought forward as quickly as possible, given the historical context, so that we can have this aligned across the United Kingdom. Our intention is absolutely, as he describes, that this applies throughout the United Kingdom. Of course, if he or his colleague in Belfast has concerns that there may be ways in which that could be somehow circumnavigated, we will listen very, very carefully to that. But I should be clear, our intention is that this applies to all children and young people across the United Kingdom, because we want to protect the children living in Northern Ireland just as much as we do in England, Wales and Scotland. I will take...
I'm most grateful to the Secretary of State in giving way with regards to a specific point on tackling illicit tobacco. In 2016, I raised that question with the then Prime Minister because in Medway, we had one of the highest selling points for illicit tobacco. And the maximum sentence that can be given for the supply and sale of illicit tobacco is 7 years. As part of that strategy to deal with illicit tobacco, will the government now be looking to increase the sentencing for the sale and supply for illicit tobacco? Because at the moment, she's right, this party is committed to lower taxation, but tax avoidance and evasion cost this country $2 billion. And if we don't get this right, with regards to imposing this mandatory, the banning of cigarettes, which I don't agree with, because I think we should do it through education and awareness, you are going to get more people buying illicit tobacco, and that cannot be right.
My honourable friend gives me the ideal opportunity to talk about my favourite criminal offence, which is cheating the public revenue. It's a criminal offence, very settled law. It has a maximum sentence of life imprisonment, and I have deployed it myself against the organised crime gangs I referred to at the very beginning of this speech. So an ingenious, oh no, sorry, that's far too, please don't think I'm praising myself, craggy. A sensible prosecutor, a sensible prosecutor will always look at that criminal offence, because that gives the, it's settled law, it's good law, and also it has the maximum sentence of life imprisonment for those who indulge in it. And so in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to now, I'm afraid, conclude, because I have been, in fairness, I've been generous. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we want to build a brighter future for our children and our grandchildren. This means moving from the tossing sea of cause and theory to the firm ground of result and fact. The result of this legislation will be to free future generations from the tyranny of addiction and ill health. The facts include that parents are worrying about youth vaping, and they want us to take on the tobacco and vaping industries. And the result and facts of this will save hundreds of thousands of lives, reduce pressure on our NHS, and increase millions of young people's chances in life. The decisions we make today will stand the test of time, and so for those many reasons, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Order. I'm going to try and do this as well without imposing a strict time limit. And so if I was you, I should start to think round about 7 minutes as a contribution. Thank you very much. But this does not include you, sir. West Streeting.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Until the early 2000s, every pub you walked into was filled with smoke. 1 in every 4 people in this country was a smoker. The last Labour government banned smoking in public places, and it made an enormous impact on the health of our nation. Just the following year, there were 1,200 fewer hospital admissions for heart attacks, according to the British Medical Journal. Since 2007, the number of people who smoke has been cut by almost a third. Our understanding of second-hand smoke grew, and with it, the culture changed around where it was acceptable to smoke. Even at home, people went outside to smoke instead of smoking in front of their children. A study in Scotland found that while hospital admissions for children with asthma were increasing 5% a year before the smoking ban, in the 3 years following Labour's legislation, admissions were down by 18%. In short, Labour helped to build a healthier society. Smoking down, patients needing treatment down, NHS beds freed up, lives saved. But there is more to do. During the 13 years that Labour was last in office, life expectancy was extended by 3.5 years. But in the 14 years the Conservatives have been in office, it has grown by just 4 months, and for men, it is beginning to decline. We are falling into ill health earlier in life today than we were a decade ago. This is a shameful indication of our country's decline. And what more motivation could this House need for once again taking seriously the health of our nation? Today, smoking remains a scourge on our society. 75,000 GP appointments every month are to deal with the impacts of smoking. The cost to our economy after taxes is £10 billion. 80,000 of our friends, neighbours and colleagues lose their lives every year to smoking. This is a lethal addiction, a scourge on society, an enormous burden on our NHS, a drag on our economy, and it is time to consign it to the dustbins of history. So let's act today so that the next generation of young people can live healthier, happier and longer lives than the generations before them. That is why Labour will be giving our wholehearted support to this bill. In fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we needed no persuasion. In an interview with the Times newspaper in January last year, I said that it was time for a New Zealand-style smoking ban. I argued that a progressive ban would have a transformational impact on the health of individuals, the health of the nation as a whole, and also on the public finances. Now, after around 2.5 years in this job, I am getting used to the government nicking Labour's policies. In the last year alone, the magpies opposite have swooped in on Labour's NHS workforce plan, Labour's plan to recruit dentists to the most underserved areas, Labour's plan for a windfall tax on oil and gas giants, Labour's plans to abolish the non-dom tax status. But even so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was shocked when I saw that the Conservative Party, the party of Ken Clarke, is nicking the Labour Party's plan for a progressive ban on tobacco. Of all the policies the Conservatives have adopted from the Labour Party in the past few years, nothing shows our dominance in the battle of ideas more than this latest capitulation. Where Labour leads, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Conservatives follow. Indeed, when I first floated this proposal, Conservative MPs called it nanny state, an attack on ordinary people and their culture, and I was accused of health fascism. What an irony when Conservative MPs are over the seas today in Brussels lining up with the European far right. But anyway, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's water off a duck's back to me, and I am delighted that just a few months later, the Prime Minister announced this policy at the Conservative Party conference, and today a Conservative Health Secretary brings this progressive ban before Parliament. However, it seems that not every member opposite got the memo. It has been widely reported, and I think we've seen indications of it today, Mr Deputy Speaker, that there are still members on the benches opposite, as many as 100 if you believe rebel Tory briefings to the media, but in our experience these Tory rebellions tend to evaporate when the moment comes, who still resist the new interventionist consensus, who continue to fly the flag for small-state libertarianism, who believe that the Health Secretary and the Prime Minister have surrendered to the lobbying of big health. Those tyrants in ash, British Heart Foundation, Cancer Research UK, Diabetes UK, Alzheimer's Research UK, Mind, Asthma and Lung UK, the Royal College of Physicians, the Royal College of General Practitioners, the Royal College of Paediatrics and Child Health, the Royal College of Midwives and the BMA. Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, we happily align ourselves with big health in defence of the nation, and we are only too happy to defend the Health Secretary against the siren voices of big tobacco we see gathered around our former Prime Minister in the corner of the chamber. I'll certainly give way to the honourable gentleman.
I think the honourable gentleman, on the issue of unity, does he agree with the comments made by his colleague for York Central, that if you bring in a ban like this for cigarettes, you should mirror it with a ban, a progressive ban like is being proposed for cigarettes, for vaping? If he becomes the Health Secretary, will that become the policy that he will promote? Yeah.
Look, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think my honourable friend made a really good point, actually, which is, and I think it's a point that needs to be well understood in the context of this debate, that vaping is undoubtedly, unquestionably, a useful smoking cessation tool. Yeah. But we should not send the message to the country that vaping is good for your health or is without harmful consequences. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I do think that when it comes to banning things, it should be on the basis of evidence and that there shouldn't be a predisposition to bans. And I have not yet seen the evidence that would persuade me that vaping is harmful enough to introduce a ban of the sort suggested by my honourable friend for York Central. So I hope that that will reassure the honourable gentleman that, when the general election eventually comes, that the Labour Party does not go about trying to ban things left, right and centre. But I can certainly, Mr Deputy Speaker, tell him the one thing that I do want to consign to the history books are the 244,000 people on NHS waiting lists in his area as a direct result of the policies of the governments that he supports and has served in. Perhaps I'll happily give way. Perhaps he'd like to take the opportunity to apologise to his constituents in Rossendale and Darwin for his abysmal record in government.
Well, I'll resist the gentleman's offer, but what I would say is he said in his answer that vaping should only ever be used to help people stop smoking cigarettes. If this legislation passes, it will be illegal for people who are now age 15 to ever smoke cigarettes. So therefore, there will be no requirement in his world for them ever to vape. So I repeat the question, which he has refused to answer. Will the Labour Party bring forward, it's supported by his own party, a ban on vapes to mirror the tobacco ban? Yes or no?
I mean, the record will show, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I actually answered his question. I said, in order to ban something and to take away people's choice to do something which may and well, there are plenty of things that we do on a daily basis that might be harmful to our health in some way. Indeed, participating in most physical contact sports carries risk of injury. We're not going to ban football, we're not going to ban rugby, we're not going to ban boxing. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll just refer the honourable gentleman to my previous answer, which is I have not seen evidence that would persuade me to ban vaping in the way that this government is proposing to phase out smoking. I answered that question already. I answer it again, and it will not be lost, I'm sure, on the people of Rossendale and Darwin that he did not take the opportunity to apologise to the 244,000 people in his area who are stuck on record-long waiting lists. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, once again the Prime Minister has shown he is too weak to stand up to his party. The psychodrama in the Conservative Party is being put before the interests of the country. In the press today, the Business Secretary is the latest to let it be known that she will be opposing this bill. Journalists were helpfully pointed towards comments about her belief in the limits of the state made during her last leadership campaign. I say her last leadership campaign, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm sure it won't be her last leadership campaign. Indeed, I don't think it ever stopped. But anyway, that's what she said. She, in fact, Mr Deputy Speaker, bemoaned governments who try to solve every problem. Well, if she has a problem with government solving problems, she must be delighted with the record of this government that can barely solve any problems. They can't even solve the chaos in their own party. But, of course, she's not the only one who is desperate to tell Conservative Party members that they oppose this bill. The former Prime Minister joins us today, the Right Honourable Member for South West Norfolk and recently declared candidate to be the next leader of the Conservative Party, has said this bill is profoundly unconservative. I mean, a stop clock is right twice a day, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I find myself agreeing with the former Prime Minister. This is absolutely an unconservative bill. It is a Labour bill, and we're delighted to see the government bring it forward. And she's in fine company of former Prime Ministers. Boris, yes, even this stop clock is right twice a day for the Trussites in the corner, Mr Deputy Speaker. Boris Johnson has said this proposal is absolutely nuts. It's just mad. Well, now he knows how the rest of us felt when he was Prime Minister, Mr Deputy Speaker. And, of course, a source close to the Right Honourable Member for Fareham, who couldn't be here today with us, Mr Deputy Speaker, because she's currently in Brussels, surrounded by the police who are trying to shut down the event she's attended with some far-right fanatics with whom she has much in common. She said that she is not a fan of the bill. Well, now she knows how the rest of us feel about the Right Honourable Member for Fareham too. Of course, there are some dark horses who have spied an opportunity to play to the gallery. It seems that even my former bête noire, the Environment Secretary, fancies his chances in the ongoing battle for the Conservative leadership because he has come out against this bill too, Mr Deputy Speaker. I mean, to be fair, he's got a strong case for the leadership of the Conservative Party. He's had to face a workforce in constant dispute with him as Health Secretary, good practice for the party opposite. He's had to deal with a steady stream of toxic sewage in his current job. So who is more experienced in coping with the travails of the modern Conservative Party than the Right Honourable Member for North East Cambridgeshire? Mr Deputy Speaker, I will certainly give way in a moment. Can I just praise the one member of this government who has consistently made the case for the government's bill? No, of course, I'm not talking about the Prime Minister, Mr Deputy Speaker. Since his party conference speech in October, he has shrinked away from the debate, once again too weak to stand up to his own party, instead leaving it to others to make the case for him. And to her credit, the Health Secretary has cast aside any leadership ambitions she may have once held, and she has come out in full-throated defence of Labour's policy. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, let me just assure my comrade opposite that we will stand with her today in the voting lobbies, even as the forces of conservatism stand against her. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
Way, but going back to the actual subject of what we're trying to debate and not playing a political game, and I hope he isn't going to pick up a sheet and throw some figures at me, because this is a serious question. My honourable friend for Dartford asked a question about the consultation on vaping, and his front bench shook their heads completely at having a consultation. Can I ask the reason why? As somebody who is a former smoker myself and has actually moved to vaping, to quit smoking, that is something that I genuinely think needs to be considered, and I'm asking him a simple question. Why does the Labour Party think a consultation should not go ahead?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for her intervention. The government has, to be fair to the government, and falls to me to have to defend the government against their own members. To be fair to this government, they have consulted on measures to clamp down on inappropriate vaping. They have consulted. And we've been urging the government to go faster in terms of cracking down on the sale of vapes to underage people, to young people in this country who've been addicted to a generation a generation who's been addicted to nicotine. And I'll come on to talk about that further on in my speech. The government have consulted. What I do not think is acceptable is that we will go through this legislative process. We will have rigorous debate, no doubt today, but also in Bill Committee. That will then report to this House. It will then go to the House of Lords, where no doubt it will continue to be scrutinised. And yet still there are people who would tie the Health Secretary's hands behind her back and slow her down when urgent action is needed to clamp down on people who are selling nicotine to children, who are addicting children to nicotine. And I don't understand why on earth the Trussites in the corner are trying to tie the hands of their own Health Secretary when she's trying to do the right thing by young people. Perhaps the honourable member will tell us.
Member for giving way. He's putting me at the wrong side of this argument as a former smoker as well. So I would appreciate if he had a little bit more respect there. What I am trying to ask is, during the process of this consultation, of this bill going through, why does he disagree that people who are using vaping as a substitute for smoking should not be consulted on what they believe should happen throughout this bill?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't know if there's a problem with the speaker system in here. This is the second time I've had an intervention and answered the questions, because I've already said, look, the government have consulted on measures to clamp down. I'm not against the government. I'm absolutely not against the government talking to people like her who have used vaping as a smoking cessation tool. In fact, I fully support the point that she is making, which is that vaping can be a really effective tool to help smokers, like the honourable member, to quit smoking. I'm in favour of that. That is good by health. And if the government wants to talk to people who vape as part of the passage of this bill and engage during the passage of the bill, that's absolutely fine. What I'm not in favour of is tying the Secretary of State's hands when she wants to do more quickly to stop children being addicted to nicotine. I'll give way to the Secretary of State.
Consult on this. It's a simple question. It requires a simple answer. Will Labour consult further?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, we're now in this parallel universe where the Secretary of State is asking me, as the Shadow Secretary of State, if I'm going to consult on her bill. Now, I'm willing to help her out. But if she wants me to sit on that side of the chamber and run the Department of Health and Social Care, I am ready and willing. But we need a general election to do that. I don't understand. This is just extraordinary. I feel like I'm living in a parallel universe this afternoon. It was bad enough when the former Prime Minister walked in with her book and her fan club. And now we have the absurd spectacle of the Secretary of State asking me if I'll run the consultation on her bill. This is extraordinary. I'll allow her to correct the record and save her blushes.
Not listening. He has been asked repeatedly, does he support the concept of a consultation on vaping in order to ensure these regulations are drawn up properly? He is not listening. He refuses to answer the question. We are clear on this side of the House. We want to get this right. We will consult. I'm simply asking if he'll answer the interventions that are being asked of him.
I mean, honestly, Mr. Speaker, you just can't help some people. I'm trying to help the Secretary of State out here and defend her against her own side, and now to curry favour with them, she's turned on me. I mean, now I know what it's like being in the Conservative Party. It's like a 1922 committee meeting in here. Absolutely absurd. Anyway, look, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the final time, let me just explain the situation we find ourselves in today. The Secretary of State is currently in government. This is her bill. She is taking it through Parliament. She's perfectly able to run a consultation. I will support her in running a consultation if that's the support she needs. If only I knew it was that easy, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm so pleased. If that's all she needed was a bit of moral support from me to run the consultation, you go, comrade. I've got your back. Don't you worry. It's absolutely fine. Although, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm trying to be helpful to the Secretary of State this afternoon, but I've just got to say to her, I'm not sure the best way to persuade her colleagues was to invoke the great cigar chomper Winston Churchill, because some have estimated that Churchill went through 160 160,000 cigars in his time. Indeed, on one occasion, at a lunch with the then King of Saudi Arabia, Churchill was told that no smoking or drinking would be permitted in the royal presence. Churchill responded, if it was the religion of His Majesty to deprive himself of smoking and alcohol, I must point out that my rule of life prescribe as an absolute sacred right smoking cigars and also the drinking of alcohol before, after, and if needed during all meals and in the intervals between them. So I appreciate the Health Secretary's efforts, but I fear Lord Soames was probably on something when he said his grandfather certainly would not have approved of this bill. And just before any members opposite decide to wage yet another culture war and accuse me of talking down one of Britain's greatest Prime Ministers, I would just add to the historical record that it was thanks to the Labour Party that it was Winston Churchill, not Lord Halifax, who became the leader of our country at a crucial time, and thank goodness that he did. Nevertheless, Mr Deputy Speaker, I do commend the Secretary of State on a good effort. She was close, but no cigar. Anyway, let's go back to the economic arguments of the bill. I'll certainly give way to the Honourable Lady.
One, and I'd like to thank him for giving way. I want to go back to this consultation point. I think he has agreed that for people who smoke cigarettes, moving on to vapes can be helpful. What he may not know is that people who have moved on to those vapes tell us that if they are unflavoured and just taste of nicotine, they taste revolting. And that is why many of these vapes are flavoured. And that is why my honourable friend for Highburn may be so concerned to make sure that people's views are listened to before flavours are removed from the market. It appears to me that he had not got this point because he was refusing to believe that any such consultation was important. So could he, out of respect to those people who use this product to stop smoking, confirm again that if he is in government at the time soon after this bill is passed, that he will listen to people's views and consult with them before banning the products that they use?
Yeah. I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for her intervention. I think she makes a perfectly sensible point, actually. And look, I'm perfectly open to lobbying from members opposite in terms of how a Labour government will behave after the general election. And that she seems to think it's a foregone conclusion. I certainly don't. We'll be working hard for every vote. But I can reassure her that our concern has been about children being addicted to nicotine. In relation to adult use of vapes as a stop smoking tool, I think she makes an absolutely reasonable point about flavourless vaping. And of course she's right that on that we need to make sure that we get the regulation right so that we don't deter unwittingly people who are currently smoking to stop smoking. However, as I will come on to talk about when I come to the vaping section of the bill, there is absolutely no excuse whatsoever for the kind of flavouring and marketing that we have seen of vapes, which I believe have been deliberately and willfully designed to addict young people to what is, let us not forget, a harmful substance. And I make that very clear. So anyway, back to the bill, Mr Deputy Speaker. Someone's got to defend it, and I get the sense that there aren't going to be too many on the side opposite. So let me have a go at doing what the Prime Minister is too weak to do and take on the arguments of his own party. They say the progressive ban on smoking is unconservative. Well, let me tell them what is unconservative, Mr Deputy Speaker. The heaviest tax burden in 70 years. And it will get heavier if we do not act to prevent ill health. If we continue down the road the Conservatives have put us on, with more and more people suffering, falling sick and falling out of the workforce, we won't just be letting those people down, we will all be paying a heavy price for it too. Yep. The cost of sickness and disability benefits are due to rise on their watch from £65 billion this year to over £90 billion by the end of the next Parliament. The budget for the NHS is £165 billion this year, and the health service is not coping with existing demands. If society continues to get less healthy, those demands will only rise. If the health service and our welfare service are to be made sustainable for the future, then we must act to prevent ill health in the first place. What better way to do that than wiping out the leading cause of cancer? And it's not just our public finances held back by ill health, but our economy too. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank the honourable member for giving way. I'm trying to follow his argument to logical conclusion. He's talking about substances that are bad and harmful and addictive to people's health and have a huge impact on the NHS and the cost. But there's so many more things that are in fact worse sometimes for health. Sugar, salt are highly addictive. Does this therefore mean that the Labour's plan is to ban foods with high levels of salt, high levels of sugar? Because logically, that is the next step. And therefore, if we need to protect the NHS and cut costs, we should be banning anything that is slightly bad for us, rather than actually taking a better enjoyment of life and saying a little bit of what you fancy every now and again is okay and good for your mental health.
It's extraordinary, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I do not think that smoking is slightly harmful. I think it is the single biggest cause of cancer. I think the cost to people's health and the cost to our National Health Service and the cost to our economy are enormous. And this sort of argument that, if we ban smoking for young people, that we have to ban everything else, I just think that the Secretary of State pointed out the absurdity of it when she pointed to a whole range of harmful things in our country that are already banned. I mean, how far? Let me just put the question back to the Libertarian wing in the corner. Is this the new modern Conservative Party, that we just don't ban anything and we just have this kind of libertarian dystopia where people are free to do whatever they do in the name of liberty? I just say to the Health Minister, I'm just trying to help by taking on the Libertarians in the corner. If she wants me to give in to them, I'm very sad about that. But with 187,000 people on the waiting list in the area of the member for Rother Valley, I rather think we should do something about that. So let me give way to the honourable member.
I proudly call myself a libertarian because I do believe actually in the fundamental value of freedom of decision making. But on the issue that he raises about what should we and should we not ban, I would argue there is a very substantial difference between what is already in legislation, that is to say banning Class A, Class B drugs, which do immense harm in all our communities, and banning tobacco. We already struggle to stop the former. Why on earth would we start trying to create a huge black market we have to police in the latter?
Look, I'll just say to the right honourable gentleman that I do sort of, I admire him sticking to his convictions as a libertarian, and for making the case that he's making, even though I strongly disagree with him. But how far does his commitment to libertarianism go when he has risen to defend the right of children in our country today to become addicted to nicotine for the rest of their lives? I think this is just an extraordinary argument. And I think when there are 356,000 people on NHS waiting lists in his local area, a future where that gets worse and the disease burden rises and the cost pressures rise, and thinking back to the government of which he was a member, the taxes rise, because that's where the low tax Conservatives got us. They crashed our economy, they sent people's mortgages through the roof, rents rising, bills rising, and the tax burden rising. That's their record, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rather wish he would do more to stand up for his low tax convictions than his libertarian desire that children growing up in our country today should become addicted to nicotine. So I have to respectfully disagree with him there. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, turning back to the bill, 500,000 people are out of work today due to long-term sickness than they were 3 years ago. There are people whose careers are being ruined by illness, preventing them from contributing to Britain's economic success. Indeed, you cannot build a healthy economy without a healthy society. So that not only is there a moral argument based on the countless numbers of lives ruined by smoking and the determination that we share to make sure that children growing up in Britain today will never die as a result of smoking, there is an economic argument for backing this progressive ban too. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me turn to vaping. It is certainly true that vaping is less harmful than smoking and a useful smoking cessation tool. But vapes are nonetheless harmful products. And in the past few years, entirely on the Conservatives' watch, a new generation of children have become hooked on nicotine. An estimated 250,000 children vape today. There is no doubt that this is the result of vaping companies' decision to target children. Walk down any high street in the country today and you'll be able to buy brightly coloured vapes and e-liquids with names like Vimto Breeze and Mango Ice. They are designed, packaged, marketed and sold deliberately to children. The effects of this new nicotine addiction for our country's young people should trouble us all. I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm really very grateful because this is the point that I wanted to be in the chamber for. A couple of years back, Newham did a survey and discovered that 4% of Year 6 children had already vaped. So that's 10 and 11-year-olds vaping. I met in January with the Community Links College of Canning Town, who've been working on projects to tackle misinformation because they explained to me that they and their friends have been encouraged to believe that vaping was somehow safe and it wasn't going to cause them the problems that nicotine did. Surely we can all agree that the voices of young people need to be heard and they need to be encouraged and assisted to tackle the misinformation about vaping that is clearly out there.
I strongly agree with my honourable friend. I'm very familiar with Community Links. They do absolutely brilliant work and I think we should take the voices of children and young people seriously, the point the honourable member for Chelmsford was making earlier. Teachers are monitoring toilets in schools where children congregate to vape. Kids are making up excuses to leave their classroom in order to satisfy their nicotine cravings. And children in primary school, aged 9 or younger, have ended up in hospital because of the impact of vaping. Paediatric chest physicians report that children are being put in intensive care units for conditions such as lung bleeding, lung collapse, and lungs filling up with fat. One girl who started vaping while she was at school told the BBC that she, and I quote, has no control over it. I start to get shaky, and it's almost all I can think of. So the question that must be asked of members opposite shouldn't be, will they take action today? But what took them so long? In 2021, Labour supported an amendment to the Health and Care Act to ban the branding and marketing of vapes to appeal to children. Conservative MPs voted it down. In 2023, my honourable friend, the member for Denton and Reddish, led the debate on an Opposition Day motion on the same proposed ban. Once again, Conservative MPs failed to support it. Well, thanks to their delay in acting against this, thousands more children have taken up vaping and become addicted to nicotine because of their awful, shocking complacency and their resistance to act. So I wonder, can the Health Secretary tell the House, did the delay in the government acting against youth vaping have anything to do with the £350,000 donation her party received from the boss of a major vaping company? A company which sells vapes with flavours like blue raz lemonade and strawberry mousse. Mr. Speaker, we are an ageing society facing rising chronic disease. We are approaching these challenges with an NHS already in the worst crisis in its history. The longest waiting lists and lowest patient satisfaction on record, 121,000 staff vacancies across the health service, 14,000 fewer hospital beds than in 2010. So if we do not act today to ease the pressures coming down the track, they threaten to overwhelm and even bankrupt the health service. Well, we think prevention is better than cure. This progressive ban must be the beginning of a decade in which we shift the focus of healthcare in this country from sickness to prevention. That is absolutely mission critical to making sure the NHS can be there for us in the next 75 years as it has been for us in the past 75 years. And if the government is serious about taking on this challenge, there's a lot more of Labour's plans they can adopt before they finally call the general election. They could adopt our children's health plan to give every child a healthy start to life, banning junk food ads aimed at kids so children aren't targeted by unhealthy food, tackling the mental health crisis facing young people with support in every school, hubs in every community and 8,500 more mental health professionals to cut the disgracefully long waiting times for treatment, treating the 152,000 treatment who've been on an NHS waiting list for more than 18 weeks and ending long waits for children for good. We'll do it by providing 2 million more operations and appointments at evenings and weekends to beat the Tory backlog. We'll have supervised toothbrushing in schools to tackle the moral emergency of children needing to have their rotting teeth pulled out. The #1 reason children aged 6 to 10 ending up in hospital. We'll have breakfast clubs in every primary and secondary school, so kids start the day with hungry minds, not hungry bellies. We'll digitise the Red Book, making sure all kids are up to date on their checks and vaccines, and we'll once again put an end to measles in this country, which have been allowed to return on their watch. We want, Mr Deputy Speaker, the next generation to be chasing their dreams, not a dentist appointment. They should be aspiring to reach their potential, not reach a doctor. That's Labour's plan to make sure children today are part of the healthiest generation that ever lived. And this ban, Mr Deputy Speaker, is just the start. Now, the Prime Minister may be too weak to whip his MPs to vote for this important bill, but on these benches, we will put country first and party second. We will resist the temptation to play games on votes. Instead, we will go through the voting lobbies today to make sure that this legislation is passed, so that young people today are even less likely to smoke than they are to vote Conservative. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Order. Just want to remind everybody there's a lot of interest in this particular second reading, particularly on the government side. So I'm asking you, do not stray too much beyond the 7-minute, please. Liz Truss.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm not speaking this debate today because I love smoking, although I have voted against every single smoking prohibition since I've been a Member of Parliament. The reason I'm speaking today is I am very concerned that this policy being put forward is emblematic of a technocratic establishment in this country that wants to limit people's freedom. And I think that is a problem. I will not give way to the Honourable Lady. I will not give way. I'll give away exactly as much opportunity as the opposition gave me to talk about my private member's bill, which I'll come on to later in this speech. But the problem is, the instinct of this establishment, and which is reflected by a cross-party consensus today in today's chamber, is to believe that the government are better at making decisions for people than people themselves. And I absolutely agree that that is true for the under-18s. It is very important, until people have decision-making capability while they are growing up, that we protect them. But I think the whole idea that we can protect adults from themselves is hugely problematic, and it effectively infantilises people. And that is what has been going on. And what we're seeing is not just on tobacco, but also on sugar, also on alcohol, also on meat, a group of people who want to push an agenda which is about limiting people's personal freedom. And I think that is fundamentally wrong. I go out canvassing a lot in my Norfolk constituency, and people raise all kinds of issues with me on the doorstep. They're concerned about immigration. They're concerned about the cost of energy. They're concerned about the rise of China. They want to support Ukraine. Not a single voter has ever said to me, my big concern is adults smoking. So this proposal has not come from people, from our constituents talking to us. It has come from a group of people who, by and large, work in a professional capacity pushing these policies. And I know back when the Right Honourable Member for Suffolk Coastal was Health Secretary, that this proposal was sitting on her desk. So this is not new. And I'm very pleased to say she put the proposal in the bin. But unfortunately, since then, it seems to have been pulled out of the bin and resuscitated. And my real fear is that this is not the final stage that the health police want to push. They are the health police. They are the health police, and people are concerned about this. They want to be able to make their own decisions about what they eat, what they drink, and how they enjoy themselves. And I suggest, if the honourable gentleman doesn't understand that, he starts listening to the public. Now, what I also find extraordinary, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is the fact that almost 4 weeks ago, I put a private member's bill to Parliament to ban the under-18s from being able to access puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones in the private sector and on the National Health Service. Now, what we know is that children have been taking these drugs and it's had life-changing effects on them. It's prevented them having their own children. It's created problems with their physique and their bodies. It has damaged their health. Not only did the Labour Party not support my private member's bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they actually talked and filibustered and they talked about ferrets so much that I was not even able to speak. These are the same people who are saying that we should, in the future, be banning cigarettes for 30-year-olds, and yet they won't vote to ban puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for the under-18s. Now, thank goodness that Hilary Cass has come forward with her report, and I welcome the Health Secretary's support for that. But this is what we should be legislating on. We should be legislating on implementing the recommendations in the Hilary Cass report to prevent real danger to our children, rather than a virtue-signalling piece of legislation about protecting adults from themselves in the future. Now, I'm afraid there are too many members of Parliament who have gone along with this orthodoxy. And I'm not surprised that that is the case on the Labour benches and the Liberal Democrat benches. They generally don't support freedom. They believe the government knows best, the state knows best. We understand that. But I am disappointed that a Conservative government is bringing forward this bill. The only other country in the world where such a bill was brought forward was New Zealand, under a very left-wing Prime Minister, and that bill has now been reversed under the new Conservative government in New Zealand. And I have a message for my colleagues on this side of the House. If people want to vote for finger-wagging, nannying control freaks, there are plenty of them to choose from on the benches opposite. And that's the way they will vote. And if people want to have control over their lives, if they want to have freedom, that is why they vote Conservative. And we have to stand by our principles and our ideals, even if it doesn't. No, I'm not giving way to the party opposite that filibustered my bill and stopped us taking action to protect children. That was a disgrace. I will.
Did she hear the comments of Sir Chris Whitty on the radio this morning when he refused to apologise or explain for the failures of the NHS to deal with the issue of puberty blockers, whilst at the same time professing great support for these oppressive measures which are before the House today?
Well, my honourable friend makes absolutely the right point. There are double standards on this debate. My view is it's absolutely right we protect the under 18s from these potential dangers before they have full decision-making capability. But we should allow adults to exercise that freedom. And it seems to me the medical establishment, the National Health Service, and others working in the health industry have unfortunately been captured by this gender ideology that is preventing them from seeing the truth about what is happening. That is why the Cass report is so welcome. If only we'd seen the level of interest from the right honourable gentleman in dealing with the issue of young people and puberty blockers than we had in pursuing his crusade against smoking. He wasn't saying that a few years ago. I'll give way to this question. I was.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. And as she will know, I was here on the Friday listening to the filibustering and not being able to contribute to the important debate on puberty blockers, which I supported her bill, and I'm very grateful for the Cass report. But in reality, there are some products that are banned for adults, things like cocaine, heroin, and others. So society as a whole has made a choice that some products must be banned for adults as well as children. It's just where you put that line. And in reality, unless you're prepared to say, you said that people should be able to do whatever they want with the adults, but in actual fact, unless you want to liberalise laws on drugs and allow people to have cocaine and heroin and everything else, which maybe you do, then there has to be a line drawn somewhere, and it's just a case of where you put it.
Well, I think I certainly don't support the liberalisation of those drugs, because what we know is that people who become addicted to heroin and cocaine are a huge danger to other people, to their families. It destroys society. That is not the level of danger that tobacco poses. And I think those are very, very different scenarios. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will come to my conclusion because I know there are a lot of people that want to speak in this debate. What I am asking here is that people don't just follow the instructions of the health lobby. We've heard about what the Chief Medical Officer is saying. I know from being a government minister that there are often schemes pushed by officials and civil servants because fundamentally there is a belief that government knows best. What I want members of Parliament to do is to think about this and think not just about what happens if we ban smoking for people who are over the age of 18. What will the implications be for shopkeepers who have to identify people as to whether they're the right age? Will it mean that people have to carry ID with them into their 40s when they're going to the shops? What are the practical implications of this? And I think it's a very, very dangerous precedent that we start saying some adults can have the freedom to smoke and some can't. That is a fundamental problem. It's fundamentally unconservative, it's unliberal, and I will not be supporting this bill.
Point of order, West Reading.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I seek your advice. Is it in order for members of this House to attack individual officers like the Chief Medical Officer or the civil service more generally when they can't answer back, given that ultimately advisers advise, ministers decide? If people don't like government policy or its consequences, take responsibility as ministers, don't attack officials who can't answer back.
I'll just allow that to rest on the record. Kirsten Oswald.
Very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak here today in favour of this bill, part 2 of which specifically relates to Scotland. And that's because smoking is the leading cause of preventable death in both Scotland and the UK. We know this, and so we are surely duty-bound to act and prevent harms. And to be clear from the outset, I want us to help people to stop smoking. Smoking cessation, as well as preventing future harm, requires our action. Dr. Ian Walker, the Executive Director of Policy at Cancer Research UK, has correctly pointed out that nothing will have a bigger impact on reducing the number of preventable deaths in the UK than ending smoking. I'm not going to go into the detail about the terrible reality of the health impacts on smoking. We've heard them already today, and particularly powerfully from those who've worked very directly in that medical environment. And the thing is, we have seen significant successes where we've acted on smoking in the past. I remember when the ban on smoking in indoor public spaces came into effect in Scotland. That was a first in the UK. It was a bit controversial, but not for long. It has undoubtedly hugely improved our environment and, importantly, our health outcomes. And we've seen an important decrease in the numbers of smokers. But let's be real here, there are still far too many lives being destroyed by smoking. So I'm very glad that Scotland has been in the front of the curve on these issues, whether that be the indoor ban, the overhaul of tobacco sale and display, the ambitious goal of a smoke-free Scotland by 2034, and an issue that I have spoken about very often here, the consultation on disposable vapes. So this direction of travel here is welcome, and the SNP welcomes the collaborative steps towards creating a smoke-free generation. And it's not just us, the public are looking for action too. ASH have research which tell us that the largest poll of public opinion conducted to date, that's over 13,000 adults polled, found 69% in support, and that includes over half of all current smokers. Now, I have to say I watched with some despair, a little bit like watching some of the proceedings in this House today, media interviews this morning, where the Right Honourable Member for South West Norfolk repeated some of the things she said here in the chamber. She said then, "I don't know why this legislation is being brought forward." Well, I would have thought that was pretty obvious, really, but let me help her with that. It's to stop people dying. And she then said, as she has today, this is unconservative legislation. Now, to be fair, I know absolutely nothing about being a Conservative, and I'm very much okay with that, but what a bizarre statement. Surely, regardless of our varying political views, we can look at the health impacts of smoking and say this is not the future we want, not the damage, harm and heartbreak that we want for future generations. And let's be clear that any arguments put forward about personal choice or personal freedom make no sense at all when we are talking about children and about a highly addictive substance. Smoking is not a free choice, it is an addiction. And of course, nicotine is a horribly addictive substance. That's why this is a positive and necessary move, and one so widely welcomed, including by Asthma and Lung UK, who point at the significant harm to future generations if we don't act now, and they highlight the enormous cost to the NHS if we don't take this preventative action when we have the opportunity to do so. I know the Scottish Government Public Health Minister, Jenny Minto MSP, has also welcomed this bill, pointing out that Scotland has been a world leader on a range of tobacco control measures, and while there has been a steady reduction in the proportion of people smoking, we know it still damages lives and kills more than 8,000 people a year in Scotland. So if we don't act, we know perfectly well what the impact of that inaction is. And we also know that smoking causes and also exacerbates health inequalities, exactly why we need to have a tobacco-free Scotland. Indeed, Mark Rowland, the Chief Executive of the Mental Health Foundation, points out, smoking harms disproportionately affect those with poor mental health, and stopping smoking has been shown to be as effective as antidepressants. The Tobacco and Vapes Bill is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to prevent the known mental and physical harms that smoking causes and regulate commercial interests from undermining the health of future generations. Asthma and Lung UK also note the harms of tobacco are not equally distributed. In fact, smoking is responsible for half of the difference in life expectancy between the richest and the poorest in society. And that generational nature of tobacco addiction means that children born today to parents who smoke are 4 times as likely to take up smoking themselves and also to find it harder to quit. So the impact of smoking in terms of generational inequality and harm is clear and it is known, and we absolutely should aim to change that here. So I'm grateful to Asthma and Lung UK and to the many other groups who sent me briefing materials. The breadth and the range of these organisations, including so many medical and health groups who were in touch, urging me to support improvements in health and urging me to stop future generations from becoming addicted to tobacco, was, I think, very interesting and speaks to the wide spectrum of those determined to stop this harm, including, as we've heard, a majority of the public and retailers. I'd like to spend a little time talking about vapes now, and in particular, disposable vapes. And to nobody's surprise, I'm going to be very positive in my support for any and all measures to arrest the tidal wave of children vaping, which is something which should absolutely chill us all. The health impacts on children are terrifying, and that's only the health impacts that we actually know about. My view is very firmly that all disposable vapes should be banned now, immediately, that we should deal with the utmost urgency with the significant harms these devices are causing our environment and to the eye-watering numbers of children. Which of us can seriously say that they are confident that it is not their children? I have to say that members are deluding themselves if they believe that that is the case. I'm delighted to give way.
Giving way, she will know, because we've worked on the subject together, that I brought forward a 10-minute rule bill to ban disposable vapes last year. Now, it doesn't form part of the legislation today because this is today's health legislation, but it does form part of an SI that's been brought forward on environmental legislation to ban the disposable vapes. Does she welcome that?
Grateful for her intervention. I think that it's important for us to look at disposable vapes in the round, as I suspect she knows, and to look at the very devastating environmental effect that they have, as well as looking at the terrible impact that they have on the health of our young people. And I think whichever angle you're looking at this from, these are devices which we have no need of and which we should get rid of as soon as possible before they cause any more harm. I'm delighted to give way.
The proliferation of vapes has happened almost overnight, really, and as you share the concerns of my constituent who runs a newsagent and tobacconist, he is beholden to lots of legislation about the sale of tobacco, but yet vapes are not subject to the same controls, and while he may refuse somebody because he doesn't think they're of age to buy a vape, he finds that they go just down the street to another shop and purchase it there instead, who has no controls and no responsibility as a tobacco salesperson as he does.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. I think she makes a really important point, and I can understand the concerns of her constituent. These devices are far too accessible, far too easily available, and they are in all of our schools, they're on all of our high streets. We need to open our eyes to the damage that is being done. And in fact, Ash Scotland do great work in that regard. They tell us that in Scotland, data from the Health Behaviour in School-Aged Children survey showed that current e-cigarette use, so that means used in the last 30 days, among 15-year-olds increased from 7% in 2018, which I would have thought was scary enough, to a horrifying 25% in 2022. Obviously, we're a bit beyond that now, so I do wonder exactly what the figure is, but we've heard enough figures being shared in the chamber to know that whatever that current figure is, it's something that should cause us grave concern. And the thing is, these products are designed to be attractive. They're undoubtedly attractive. We've all seen them. They're disposable, so you can chuck it before your parents find out. They're cheap, really pocket money prices. They're appealing. Green gummy bear flavour, anyone? And some of these, the green gummy bear flavour one, I think is on sale at £1.50. That's a disgrace. Vapes should not be accessible in that way, certainly not at £1.50. And they couldn't be designed any more obviously to attract young people. And very often, of course, that's children who haven't ever smoked, but who are now getting hooked on these vapes, getting hooked on nicotine, as well as the worry that we should have about the unknown harms that vapes cause to their bodies and their health. The sooner we can change all of that, the better. And a personal gripe from me, let's also look at the issue of vapes being advertised via sports. There's no reason for that in my mind, no justification. I am looking at you, Blackburn Rovers, amongst others. And when I raised this previously, Blackburn Rovers, based in the vaping capital of the UK, said, "At no point during our long-standing relationship has the idea that the Totally Wicked brand might appeal disproportionately to children been raised. And we have seen no evidence to suggest that our sponsorship has encouraged an uptake of vaping among children." Well, I am raising it. I'm raising it again. And to all sports clubs, because there are others, I would urge serious thought on this. We want to see our sporting heroes as a positive influence on our young people and their health and well-being. And to be clear, I'm supportive of measures to help people stop smoking. It's hard to do. All help is welcome. But that help does not come in the form of candy-coloured and candy-flavoured, pocket money-priced disposable vapes. Let's deal seriously with smoking cessation. Let's deal seriously with the terrible harms caused to our young people by disposable vapes. And let's have the backbone to take the chance now to stop smoking killing so many of our loved ones. And I'd like to end by reflecting on the words of William Roberts, Chief Executive of the Royal Society of Public Health. He said, "Smoking continues to cut lives short, killing up to 2 in 3 long-term users and placing significant strain on an already overstretched health and social care system. Protecting future generations from the dangers of tobacco is vital if we want to build a healthier future. It is vital that the bill passes and MPs of all political stripes put prevention at the heart of public policy when it comes to protecting our health. I sincerely hope we do."
Hear, hear.
Reminder on the 7-minute guidance, please. Steve Bryan.
Spoiler alert to start, I will be voting to give the Tobacco and Vapes Bill a second reading this evening. As we might say, prevention is the new cure. I'm not going to spend my time reading out the screed of statistics that we've already heard. Bottom line, smoking is the only product on sale legally in our country today that if you follow the instructions, it will kill you. Now, both Labour and Conservative governments have acted in the past. We've seen smoking rates tumble as a result. I think it's time to finish the job. This bill can be part of that. So here's where I'm coming from. We talk a lot, indeed there's been some new waiting list figures published while we've been away about the pressure on the NHS. We talk about public satisfaction, and colleagues will be aware of the latest British Social Attitudes survey last month. We talk endlessly about systems, about budgets, about staffing. All quite proper. They're all issues that my select committee doesn't duck any of them. Now, we can increase the budget, Mr Deputy Speaker, and we have hugely. The NHS in England has never had more money. We can put in place a properly funded workforce plan, as my committee called for, and we have. We can produce credible recovery plans for urgent emergency care, for primary care, for elective waiting lists, and the government, to their credit, have done all of them. We can make much use of a wider workforce. Pharmacy First is a good example. But the truth is, demand continues to outstrip supply, and we cannot continue to increase the health budget faster than our economy is growing. We have to think long term about population preventative health. Now, for me, there is no more obvious and glaring candidate for healthcare gains from prevention than action against smoking. So the question that I ask when I'm looking at this legislation is not, do we want to finish the job on smoking? Or is it right to save tens of thousands of lives lost to cancer, heart disease and stroke by doing that? I lost both my parents before I was 50 to cancer. It's will the proposed measures aimed at creating a smoke-free generation actually work? Also, how strong is the resolve of ministers to swiftly use the powers they're taking in this bill to tackle the use of vapes among children? And often overlooked, too often overlooked right now, will we keep the focus on current smokers who we must help to quit? Now, modelling from the department shows us that if the age of sale were increased by 1 year every year, as proposed in this bill, smoking rates among 14 to 30-year-olds are likely to be 0 by 2050. I've said this since the Prime Minister announced his intention to bring forward these measures in his conference speech last year, and he deserves so much credit for bringing this to the House. The government has to win the argument on this, as well as the vote, now the bill is before Parliament. And I think the Secretary of State, who's no longer in her place, did that today, and credit to the Shadow Secretary of State for his part in that. But I did just want to touch on the issue we've already heard of today. The fact is, we will indeed, we will have a situation at some future point where a 50-year-old can legally smoke while a 49-year-old can't. There's no getting away from that. That's a possible scenario for sure. And yes, it is rather inelegant. But it also misses the very point of the smoke-free ambition of this bill at its very heart. There is a clue in the name, Mr Deputy Speaker: smoke-free. This bill doesn't criminalise existing smokers, and it ensures the purchase of tobacco by those under the legal age of sale will not be criminalised by this legislation. Compliance will be responsibility of the business, as is the case with the current age of sale laws in England. And it makes it illegal to sell tobacco products to anyone who is born on or after New Year's Day 2009. That includes my 13-year-old son William. By passing this legislation, the state is saying to him, it's not okay to start smoking when you reach 18. And I think we will look back When we look back, we will ask, how did we ever say it was? And by doing so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my son never becomes that 49-year-old. End of story. Now, we're told that raising the age of sale will just fuel the black market, and the next generation of smokers will pick up the habit via illicit sales. A comprehensive anti-smuggling strategy, updated over time, has succeeded in halving the illicit market share from 22 to 11%. And I welcome the fact the anti-smuggling strategy of Border Force and HMRC has been updated in the light of this proposed legislation. Now, am I just being hopeful in thinking that this will work? Select Committee chairs don't just do hope, we have to do evidence. I don't think so. When the age of sale was raised from 16 to 18 in 2007, the illicit market did not increase. Now, of course, all of this, and as I said, we must continue to give help to quit advice to current smokers, it needs funding. And I welcome the £70 million a year for the next 5 years into stop smoking services. But that's a lot of money. So I can't for the life of me see why ministers don't look again at the Khan Review call for a polluter pays principle, tobacco industry levy, make that a reality. Absolutely. Let me just turn to vapes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The bill gets 10 out of 10 for intention, but on planned enforceable action, not so sure, because we just don't know enough. Increasingly, the genie's already out of the bottle here, or if you prefer, the unknown, untested, bubblegum flavoured canister when it comes to vaping. But the kids, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are not all right on this. Let's make no mistake. These are mostly youngsters who will seldom these days even think of trying the fags. Vapes are no longer only or even principally aimed at adults trying to quit cigarettes, of course. Just when smoking by children was decreasing, vaping by children has started to rise hugely. Between 2018 and 2020, vaping rates have doubled. Now, the benefit of vaping as a safer option for those who currently smoke tobacco is clear, but it's also increasingly obvious that for those who've never smoked, it is certainly not risk-free. The WHO has said vapes are harmful. Schools are worried. Any colleague can talk to any head teacher in their constituency and they will tell you. In my committee's oral evidence hearing on vaping, our witnesses raised repeated concerns about the health and behavioural effects of vaping-led nicotine consumption and addiction in schools, such as concentration in class. The long-term effects of vaping are simply not known. So I cautiously welcome the bill taking, as it does, the powers to really crack down on youth vaping through the regulations to restrict flavours, the point-of-sale displays in retail outlets and the packaging. But I can't go further, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because throughout the bill it says the Secretary of State, quote, may by regulations make provision. And by virtue of the fact that we don't have those regulations in front of us, it's hard to get a sense of their scope. So could the Minister update the House when she winds up as to when we might see those regs? Pleased to see the new excise duty on vaping products to discourage non-smokers and young people from vaping, but on the sale and supply of disposable vapes, I know DEFRA will lead on that ban, and I note the Environmental Protection draft regs has been out to consultation up until the end of March when it closed. Again, grateful if the Minister can update the House on when that will be taken forward and clarify if this requires the bill to receive royal assent before it can be. Obviously, I understand the environmental case for a ban on disposables, but I do have concerns about us taking a ladder away from adult smokers to climb down. We must be super careful, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that for those adults who use vapes to quit cigarettes, we don't tip them back to smoking by taking away options. Now, some talk of a retail licensing scheme. We heard it earlier from the Secretary of State referring to that. And you could perhaps disregard such a scheme if you went down the road of a prescription-only vape. So they're only used under clinical guidance to help adult smokers quit. In truth, I don't think our current regulatory environment, courtesy of the MHRA, makes it very easy to bring a prescription vape to market. The speed of innovation in the sector, alongside the slowness of the regulation, makes it a real challenge for providers. So unless ministers want to address this, I don't see how we can advance the cause. In conclusion, we will hear today, certainly we have on the media, about banning things. We will hear about the nanny state, perhaps even an echo from the distant past, Mr. Deputy Speaker, about Anglo-Saxon England. Well, as the MP representing the capital of the former Kingdom of Wessex, I don't hold much truck with that. I prefer to listen, foolish that I am, to the 4 CMOs of our nation who say, to be pro-individual choice, should mean being against the deliberate addiction of children, young people and young adults to something that will harm them, potentially fatally. I have always believed, Mr Deputy Speaker, that in a publicly funded healthcare system we have a right, and I would say indeed a responsibility, to act on public health, because it becomes everyone's problem when we don't. If you're a Conservative and a smaller state is your thing, although I never can pinpoint which part of the state many people don't want their constituents to have, you should be right behind a healthier society. One that needs the state less, one that relies on the state less, one that costs the state less.
Absolutely.
Anyway, to close, with the important points that I've raised, tried to cover this afternoon, I will be voting for this important, historic bill at second reading.
Narendra Sharma.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for calling me in this debate today. Right in the beginning, I must say I support this bill in principle and will vote later on because it is an anti-smoking measure. Smoking is a forgotten killer of our society, and the bill contains initiatives against child vaping that I and others have been urging for some time. And let us not be in doubt. This bill will pass, but it will pass with Labour votes. So I will direct my remarks to its shortcomings. This bill is late. This bill is slapdash, and this bill makes several big mistakes. It seems it has more to do with the Prime Minister's legacy than the need for effective interventions against smoking. Disposable vapes arrived in this country, bringing the youth vaping epidemic during pandemic lockdowns, the last of which finished 3 years ago. The Prime Minister is very concerned about it now, with his time in number 10 drawing to a close, but with very little to show for it. This government was too slow and slack to get out in front of it. Even after 3 years, the government does not have precise proposals on vape regulation to put before the House. As everybody previously said, the consultations have not been conducted. Nobody is sure what exactly needs to be done, except we all know something has to be done. Children vaping, fake vapes, fake cigarettes even more harmful than the real ones. These are public health disasters, but these are already illegal and will be no more deterred than they are now. So what does the bill do for the 6.4 million existing smokers? Nothing. In 2019, this government set a target to bring prevalence down to 5% by 2030. It was a stretch target. It was ambitious, that was to be applauded. But it could have been done. Instead, the government has dropped all mention of it and is covering its tracks and distracting us with the generational smoking ban. Something that will do nothing to help those who already smoke. What we really need is relentless, thorough, inescapable enforcement. Massive boosts to the resources of trading standards, to the local councils can blast the crime gangs out of their neighborhoods and keep them out. For the fact is that most of the vapes being sold to our children are already illegal. Illegal to be sold to under 18s. Illegal to exceed 2 ml tanks and 600 puffs. Illegal not to carry the right warnings. Illegal to be sold without MHRA approval. While enforcement remains feeble, the disposable ban will make little difference. I give the word.
Member for giving way. I'm listening very closely to what he says because I share his passion actually for driving out cowboys from this industry. Does he share my observation that when you speak to the industry, particularly the quite often ethnic minority small shop owners, that actually they are equally as keen for greater levels of enforcement because they want to drive the cowboys out as much as we do?
Thank you very much for that information. You jumped before I came to that point. I will be covering that. For the fact is that most of the vapes being sold to our children are already illegal. While enforcement remains feeble, the disposable ban will make little difference. The government is offering 10 million per year for 3 years to trading standards. That would be good if there were only 20 trading standards departments across the UK. Unfortunately, there are 197, and the offer is the pure tokenism. Under the generational smoking ban, the government wants to make every shop worker a target for every shopper, just to cover their own failure. Shopkeepers in my constituency are greatly concerned about the pressure this will place on them as retailers and their staff. Retail workers already suffer unacceptable behavior from customers on a daily basis. This will only get worse. Age-restricted sales are the highest cause of violence against staff, apart from shoplifting. This ban places often disadvantaged workers at threat of risky and dangerous working environments. Smoking is a major driver of health inequality. Disproportionate numbers of sufferers of smoking-related diseases are from more disadvantaged backgrounds. Many are dyed in the wool, hardcore smokers. They should give up. They know that, but most of them are not able. None of them think smoking is healthy or safe. So it is urgent that wherever they can, they are helped to transition over to less dangerous forms of nicotine. Alternatives like vaping, but also nicotine pouches and heated tobacco products. No one, Mr. Deputy Speaker, alternative suits every hardcore smoker. It is an ideologically blinkered mistake to prevent future underage smokers, those we can never stop from accessing relatively safer heated tobacco products. I have stated before in this House the relative benefits of HTPs. I said earlier that this bill does nothing for existing smokers. Incredibly, this provision actually makes things worse for them. A pragmatic policy would have seized the potential of all these alternatives, not just vapes. And 2030 could have been a reality. Instead of government is playing with the people's lives and making the perfect the enemy of the good, finally, the bill has also overlooked the highly carcinogenic scourges of pan and betel in the South Asian community. Only a targeted community-specific interventions would have any effect in tackling them. I have been drawing attention to them for years. We wait years for primary legislation on tobacco, but it seems our needs have again been overlooked, and South Asian will remain at the back of the queue for years to come. I will support this bill at second reading, but there is huge room for improvements. In particular, trading standards should be given the tools it needs to break the whole illegal products already have on the market. And while we still have smokers, heated tobacco products should be removed from the generational ban as part of broad range of less harmful alternatives. I must say that all those ethnic minority shopkeepers are concerned but also supportive of this move, that the ban should be there, but they should be supported. They feel it strongly that support is not enough coming from the bill and the government at present. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hope that the government will take on board some of what I have said, and I hope the bill will emerge much amended by third reading. Thank you very much.
Sir Sajid Javid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When I was appointed Health Secretary in 2021, we were still in the midst of the pandemic. That challenging time taught us so much about the strength and the resilience of our nation. But it also cast an uncomfortable light on truths that too often we have chosen to ignore. In the past, this country has been at the cutting edge of preventative healthcare. But whilst we've talked a good game on this in recent decades, in truth, we've not always delivered. I would argue, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we still face a public health emergency in this country. It is one that consumes 40% of the NHS budget. It ensures regional inequalities persist, and it limits the life chances and opportunities of individuals right across our country. This emergency of public health has many causes, and at the top of that list, it must be smoking, especially cigarettes. That's why I commissioned Javed Khan to lead an independent review into smoking, and I am immensely grateful to him for his excellent work and proud that he has led us to this legislation today. The title of his report, Making Smoking Obsolete, is the right mission for us to deliver on, especially given the government's commitment, this government's commitment in 2019 for a smoke-free Britain. One of the most important problems that he identifies is the dual impact of tobacco and nicotine. The first is incredibly damaging to the health of individuals. And as we've heard today from so many right honourable and honourable speakers, no amount of tobacco is safe. The second is corrosive to personal liberty and to agency. Smoking remains the biggest single cause of preventable illness and death in this country, causing, as we've heard, some 80,000 deaths a year. Smokers are 36% more likely to be admitted to hospital and to need social care 10 years before non-smokers. It causes 1 in 4 cancer-related deaths. And behind each of these statistics is an individual life, a family, a community impacted by poorer health. So it's therefore only right that we take robust action to protect future generations from these harmful products. Because as Javed Khan rightly pointed out in his report, he highlighted that the public are often led to believe that smoking is actually a personal choice, whereas the reality is that nicotine is a highly addictive drug that corrodes personal agency. 4 in 5 smokers, they start before the age of 20 and they remain addicted for the rest of their lives. As we've heard today, many people want to give up smoking. We've heard some personal stories in this House of just how hard it has been, and many people sadly don't succeed. Many struggle to break free from addiction, and the average number of attempts for those that do eventually successfully quit is 30. I know that some honourable members have publicly expressed their reservations about this proposal before us. We've already heard it in this House. But can we honestly say that this drug enhances personal liberty and freedom? It's a nonsense argument. anyone who makes that argument, they're choosing to stand up for big tobacco against the interest of their constituents and to erode someone's personal liberty and remove their freedom to choose by using drugs, by giving them access to drugs. This drug diminishes economic freedom and it diminishes the wealth of individuals, it diminishes the wealth of our country. And its overall impact across the country, of course, is then to reduce opportunity and to drive social challenges. Indeed, if cigarettes were first manufactured today, they would obviously never get through consumer product safety testing. But given we are where we are, given what we know, it is of course right to protect future generations from this drug and this addiction. The freedom from pain, from disease and inequality is one of the greatest freedoms that there is. And whether it's tackling burning injustices, or it's levelling up, or it's even the big society, these missions are more than compatible with the legislation that is before this House today. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a world-leading proposal, backed by clinical evidence, supported by a strong moral cause, and as surveys have shown again and again, and just again recently, it is strongly supported by the general public of all ages. It is the right approach for public health, it is the right approach for our country, and more than worthy of the support of this whole House.
Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, let me start by putting my thanks on record to the Public Health Minister, the Right Honourable Member for South Northamptonshire, the Chief Medical Officer, Professor Chris Whitty, who spent time sitting with me to answer my questions and questions from some of my colleagues. It was a very collegiate exercise. I'm grateful to her, and it would be good to see more of it. Let me start with vapes. The government proposals on vapes are an absolute no-brainer. The proposals are consistent with Liberal Democrat Party policy adopted at our conference last year, including the ban on single-use vapes on environmental grounds. Parents and teachers in St Albans are particularly concerned about the insidious marketing of vapes to young people. The particular colours, the flavours, the packaging are deliberately designed to tackle children. Earlier in the debate, the Honourable Member for Ilford North, the Shadow Secretary of State, talked about children gathering in toilets, desperate to use their vapes. Well, I'm aware, unfortunately, in my constituency of one example where children have gathered in toilets not just to use the vapes, but the vapes have been taken apart to be used as a container to smuggle in more dangerous substances, thereby using the vapes as a new gateway drug. So I entirely support the government's proposals on regulation of vapes. The question of the so-called smoking ban on 15-year-olds and younger being sold cigarettes is not so straightforward. Now, for Liberal Democrats, it will be a free vote. And I do think that there are some good liberal arguments to be made both for and against the proposal. I myself will be supporting the measures in the bill. But some of my colleagues do have remaining liberal and practical concerns, like, for example, in 30 years, how does somebody prove that they're 46, not 45, without a driver's licence or a passport? How can we prevent abuse at retailers? I hope that the government will be providing more reassurances to colleagues on these issues.
Would you give way on that point?
I will on that point.
Would you accept that, in actual fact, that difficulty which he has raised will put the onus on a retailer who is then meant to distinguish between a 45-year-old and a 46-year-old, and if does not do that correctly, could find themselves faced with a fine? Is that fair?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. I think that colleagues across the House have genuine concerns about this particular point. I know from my engagements in my own constituency that there are a number of people who already suffer these attacks when they challenge people on their age for other products. And so I do hope that the government comes forward with reassurances about what they intend to do to tackle this particular issue. Now, as I indicated, I myself will be supporting the measures in this bill, but it was a bit of a journey for me. My first reaction to hearing of this bill before it's published was one of indignation, because actually the measures in this bill are really a drop in the ocean in terms of what is needed to tackle cancer. 1 in 2 of us will get cancer at some point in our lifetime. The government has missed its targets to provide fast cancer treatment every year since 2015. The government has dropped its 10-year cancer plan. What we need to see is research in rare cancers. We need to see outdated cancer scanners updated. We need to see cancer nurses. We need to see efforts to tackle waiting times. I think at best this clause could have perhaps been used, this bill could have been a single clause in a much broader bill. And to be honest, I am frustrated that so much energy is going into this particular bill, which could be described as low-hanging fruit, rather than a much more ambitious plan to tackle cancer more broadly. And I do think we need to see more ambition in this area. My second reaction was my Liberal hackles being raised. Now, Liberals are not libertarians. We do not object to all bans. Liberals support bans as a last resort, but not as a first lever. And it is frustrating to see the government trying to use this when the government felt a little bit rich to see the government bringing this bill forward, when they had simultaneously been slashing public health budgets, including smoking cessation programmes since 2015. Even with the new money the government has put into smoking cessation programmes, the funds still fall far short of 2015 levels. We also know that smoking rates amongst young people have dropped very quickly, now down to 1%, and continue to drop. But Liberals do sometimes back bans when a product or practice provides excessive harm. And this is why I have decided to back the ban. Fundamentally, I ask myself a simple question. Is this going to help reduce the overwhelming harm caused by the significantly dangerous and addictive practice of smoking? And the answer is yes, it is. We know that smoking is dangerous and highly addictive. We know that smoking is the UK's biggest preventable killer, causing around 1 in 4 cancer deaths and 64,000 in England alone. We know that 75,000 GP appointments each month are taken up by smoking-related illness. We know that smoking costs the economy £17 billion a year through smoking-related lost earnings, unemployment and early deaths. We know that it comes at enormous costs to our NHS, and we know that smoking rates in pregnancy vary hugely, with as many as 20% of pregnant women smoking in some parts of the country, increasing the chance of stillbirth by almost 50%. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, is an incredibly stark health inequality. Now, some people have suggested it could be contradictory for a Liberal to both support a ban on tobacco for 15-year-olds and younger whilst wanting to legalise cannabis. But let me say to them that they are wrong. It is entirely consistent for a Liberal to want to to make harmful products illegal, harmful products like nicotine in cigarettes, skunk, and products that have high THC levels that can cause psychosis, while simultaneously wanting to have a legal regulated market for less harmful products like vapes for nicotine and like cannabis products with low and regulated THC levels. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, do I think that this measure is the first or the best thing that the government should be doing to tackle cancer? No. Do I think that this measure is particularly ambitious? No. But do I think that it is a useful step that will help us to tackle the dangerous health impacts of smoking addiction, improve population health, and take pressure off the NHS? Personally, I do. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Just a reminder that I would ask colleagues to stick to the guidance of 7 minutes, otherwise I will have to put on a time limit, and it might not be 7 minutes, which would be annoying for everybody. Sir Jake Berry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start this debate by saying there are some good parts of this bill. The banning of disposable vapes and preventing children starting smoking or vaping is something anyone with a brain, in my view, and there's more of them on this side than maybe on that side, but anyone with a brain would support. What I want to address my remarks to is whether in fact the banning of all children who are now 15 from ever smoking is the right way of stopping them smoking, and also talking about whether any government has a mandate in terms of the removal of personal liberty. I'm sorry to see the member from Ilford North leaving his place, because I was just about to address some remarks to him, because I think it's frankly unfortunate for the quality of debate that if you stand up and have the, ask whether this is going to be effective or not, you're somehow labelled as someone who wants children to smoke. I'm an ex-smoker. I don't want children to smoke. I just want to pass decent laws in this House to ensure that we can reduce the number of young people smoking. And that's why when I look at this ban, I question whether it was going to work. I put to the Secretary of State that 20%, according to the Office of National Statistics, they're not my statistics, 20% of young people say that they have tried cannabis. That's twice as many as the number of young people who currently say that they've tried tobacco. I think it's within the last 30 days. So if bans worked, because cannabis is banned, if bans worked, then, of course, no child would ever have tried cannabis. It's illegal, not just for people who are 15, it's illegal for all of us, whatever age we are. And in fact, I went to Aintree this weekend to enjoy the Grand National. I was amazed. There were people walking around in one of the most heavily policed events in the UK, openly snorting cocaine, a Class A drug, and the police were doing nothing about it. If bans worked and the police enforced it, no one in this country would take drugs. So therefore I question whether banning people who are now at the age of 15 from ever starting smoking will work. To me, the answer is no. And that's why I'll move my comments on to the mandate for any MP in this place or any government to seek to do this in advance of a general election. If you go to Washington and have a look at the Korean War Memorial, you'll walk past thousands of names. It's an extraordinary memorial, and you get to the end of it, and there's a bold statement. It says, freedom is not free. And all of the freedoms we enjoy in this country haven't been given to us, they have been fought for. People have died to ensure those freedoms. So what we keep those freedoms. So what we're really talking about today is a group of people in our society who may be young now, but don't forget at the next general election they will be 18 and banned from smoking, but some voters will be 19 and able to smoke. Removing the right from a group of people in our society to ever have the agency to make their own decisions. And if you believe in freedom, you have to accept that people have to be free to make bad decisions as well as good decisions. Because if we live in a society where the only decisions we are free to make are ones that the government tells us we're free to make, you may as well live in a socialist society, you may as well live in Russia, you may as well live in China. For me, freedom means the freedom for me to get things wrong. I will give way briefly.
The right honourable gentleman is making some extremely valid points. Surely freedom with responsibility and freedom of choice is what the Conservative Party should stand for. We can think of all kinds of reasons to ban all kinds of things, but surely the choice of the individual should be paramount. It's not for government to dictate to individuals.
Quite right. I agree with my honourable friend, and that's the legal position. Actually, if we have capacity under the law in this country, no matter how bad the decisions we make, constituents have contacted me about elderly relatives who are making poor financial decisions, but because they have capacity, they are free to make those decisions, albeit them in some cases bad decisions. So to me, I won't be supporting this bill because it doesn't. No, sorry, I won't. I've given way once, so I just want to stick to my time. But I won't be supporting this bill because I believe in freedom. And the second point I make is mandate. The Prime Minister does not have a mandate to bring forward this legislation. The Labour MPs, Liberal Democrat MPs, no MP in this House has a mandate to vote for this legislation because it wasn't in our manifesto. We are just months away from a general election. If people believe this is so important, put it in your manifesto. The Conservative Party can put it in our manifesto and let people vote for it. Because the powers we have in this House of Commons, they're not ours. They're lent to us by our constituents between general elections. And we're about to get back to the point where we have to go back, quite rightly, give those powers back to those constituents and try and persuade them that we've done a good enough job to get them back. So before we start giving away their freedoms and liberties, let's at least give them the opportunity to have the say on it. And there is one addiction in this country that I am even more concerned about than people who are addicted to nicotine. It is the addiction of the government to telling people what to do. I want to live in a free society where I am free to make both good and bad decisions. And as people go through the I lobby supporting this bill this evening, I should be going through the no lobby, I ask them to cast their mind back to the last time we were all washed through the I lobby together on a wave of health and science and righteous hope to keep people safe. It was during the COVID pandemic. Now, I regret, many of them I'm proud of. I'm proud of furlough, I'm proud of all sorts of things, but I regret closing schools. I think it was the wrong thing to do. I was washed along on that wave. I oppose some of the COVID proposals, but think back to that and think that was the last time we took people's freedoms away from them, and did we always get it right? In my view, no. There's lots of things we did get right, but I think there were also lots of mistakes that we've made. So as you mark through those lobbies, think about whether in fact you urgently need to support this bill tonight, or whether it should wait till after a general election, maybe a different government if polls are to be believed, when the British public have at least had the question put to it. And the addiction of our government to telling us what to do goes beyond whether we should smoke or not, whether we should... During COVID, the government determined who you could actually go to bed with, whether you could sit in the park reading a newspaper, whether you're allowed to go to work or not. We're now told how we can heat our homes. We're now told whether we can drive an older diesel car in London. We, unfortunately, live in a country where those freedoms which are not free, are being eroded from us every single year of our lives. And that is not something I'm comfortable with, and it's not something that I am prepared to support. Now, there are good bits of this bill, but we cannot allow the fact that good bits of legislation have been annexed to a terrible bit of legislation, which in my view will not work, to force us to support it. Because the government could bring the vaping measures in on their own, and I would support those. I just do not support this creeping ban on tobacco. I think when people reach the age of 18 in a free society, they have to be free to choose for themselves. And I'll finish with this. If you find yourselves in the no lobby tonight, and I hope I'll see a few colleagues in there, keep in your mind that freedom is the sure possession of those alone who have the courage to defend it. In my view, by voting no tonight, we defend the freedoms of our constituents, we defend the freedoms of our country. It is the right thing to do, and I look forward to seeing as many colleagues in there as possible.
Mary Clinton. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's right that the government should bring forward this legislation, but I have to remind them, as has already been said, I have to remind the House that it should be remembered that it was Labour that first proposed outlawing the sale of cigarettes to the next generation over a year ago, but it's good to see the government play catch-up. Fresh and Balanced, the award-winning North East dedicated regional programme for tobacco control, has found that 73% of adults in our region support the government's proposals. And Ailsa Rutter, Director of Fresh and Balanced, in supporting the progress of the bill, has said, "Most people who smoke get addicted young. This is about giving our next generation a life free of cancer-causing addiction, and which ends up killing 2 out of 3. It's very concerning that currently the government is estimated to be 7 years behind its 2030 smoke-free target and not on course to meet it in the most deprived areas of our country until 2024. But I want to concentrate on one of the best tools to help smokers quit, which can contribute to the smoke-free target, and that is vaping. Colleagues may know that I am a strong advocate for vaping as a way for adults to quit smoking. I'm also an officer of the all-party parliamentary group for responsible vaping, and as such, for the last few years, I've been working directly with the industry to promote vaping as an alternative for those who want to give up smoking. I grew up in a household where both my parents smoked, but in recent years I've seen so many relatives and friends, including my late husband, make the switch from being heavy smokers to using, and I stress the point, safe vaping products. Every minute someone is admitted to hospital due to smoking. Someone dies from a smoke-related death every 8 minutes, and more than 6.5 million adults still smoke. While not risk-free, vaping is 95% safer than smoking. However, I would never advocate that someone who did not smoke or had never tried to smoke start vaping, and I stress vapes are a tool for smokers to quit. It's unequivocal that under 18 should not use or have any access to vape products. Youth vaping is a major area of concern, and it's shameful that in 2021, when Labour voted for an amendment to the Health and Care Bill, the government voted it down. The rise in young people using vapes is of great concern to the legitimate vaping industry in this country, and everyone realises that something needs to be done to stop this trend, especially as existing laws are not being enforced. With 1 in 3 vapes sold in the UK shops estimated to be illicit, it is imperative that the government must act against the illegal market in vapes. I know the industry itself has put forward many good proposals to prohibit the sale of vapes to minors, halt the illegal market and support the view that vaping should be a tool for smokers to quit. The industry itself produced a set of proposals on amending the tobacco and related products regulations to make sure that the products packaging and marketing should be regulated and not aimed at children. I would like to share the view of the UK Vaping Industries Association as I close my remarks, in the hope that its observations may be considered as the bill progresses. A major concern is that the impact assessment report by the Department of Health and Social Care fails to consider the potentially detrimental effects of restriction on both current vape users and those smokers looking to switch. It's important that the regulatory measures are thoroughly assessed to ensure they don't inadvertently hinder smoking cessation efforts and lead to an increase in tobacco-related harm. I support the industry's call to include a vape retailer and distribution licensing scheme in the bill. The industry has developed a comprehensive framework for such a scheme, which is designed to once and for all deal effectively with the issue of underage and illicit vape sales, a situation the industry believes will only get worse given the predicted rise in the black market sales as a result of the proposed ban on the disposal. I would make a plea for the government to consult more closely with the industry than it has done in the past to ensure that a workable regulatory and legislative change can be made. It's worth reminding, according to the OHID, reminding the House, according to the OHID, that the best estimate shows e-cigarettes are 95% less harmful to our health than normal cigarettes, and when supported by a smoking cessation service, help more smokers to quit tobacco altogether.
Marquis.
I'd just like to thank my right honourable friend, the member for Rossendale and Darwin, for his speech and mentioning the word freedom, because I think it's really important that we address that. I'm not coming at this debate from a libertarian perspective, it's more of a practical one, but I do in essence agree with very much a majority of what he said. Madam Deputy Speaker, as an ex-smoker myself, I share the Prime Minister's aim to reduce the prevalence of smoking, and I never want to see anyone, especially young people, pick up this dangerous habit. It is therefore with some sadness that I rise to explain why I do not expect to follow him into the lobby on this vote. My great reservation is that this bill is impractical and could easily make things worse through unintended consequences. There are 5 million users of vaping products, and there is a substantial risk that restricting the use of vapes will lead to them moving back to smoking, increasing the burden on our health system. To be clear, vaping is recognised by Public Health England as 95% safer than tobacco use. Late last year, a study by Brunel University revealed that if half of adult smokers switched to vaping, it would save the NHS more than £500 million per year. The potential restriction on the flavours of vapes, which this bill gives ministers the power over, could also have unintended consequences, as stated in the Department of Health's own impact assessment. Restricting vape flavours would mean around 3/4 of the 1 million adults that vape could be affected in some way by this option. A further study, published by Bristol University, considered the impact of removing all flavours on non-smoking young people and adult smokers using vapes as a quit aid. The study found that as a result of the flavour ban, more adults will be at risk to smoking tobacco cigarettes. I can testify to this with my own experience, that flavoured vaping is a cessation tool from smoking, having chosen mango flavour over the unpleasant tobacco flavour that is offered in the market. Madam Deputy Speaker, furthermore, the illicit cigarette share of market is officially 11% up from 8% 5 years before, and has been on an upward trend over the past decade. Far higher levels of illicit produce can be found in constituencies containing less affluent areas. Dangerous, illegal, untaxed nicotine products are also easily and widely available across the country. During a test purchase exercise I attended in my constituency, we found that 21 retail outlets were selling harmful illicit or counterfeit cigarettes. Illicit prices were as low as 35% to 45% of legal prices. Illegal vapes were available with up to 24 millilitre tank sizes when the legal limit is 2 millilitre. And British packaging and safety requirements on products were not followed. The consequences of this are that people buying unregulated cigarettes and vapes, particularly counterfeit ones, are risking their health greatly. The profits generated are then taken by criminals rather than legitimate tax-paying businesses. No excise is paid on these illicit products, and illegal distribution networks are deeply embedded into the black market, and the dissuasive effect of high taxation is evaded. Although penalties have been increased, the huge disparities between those for tobacco smuggling and those for smuggling drugs will continue to attract criminal gangs, because it is a relatively low-risk form of organised crime. The funding surge for trading standards announced today's debate, I believe, will sadly not be sufficient to tackle these issues. Furthermore, Madam Deputy Speaker, nothing in the bill helps the 6.4 million existing smokers. Indeed, by treating heated tobacco products and certain types of vapes like cigarettes, the bill decreases the chances that those who do smoke will switch to a far less dangerous alternative. I would have preferred that the government focused on the smoke-free 2030 ambition that was aimed at existing smokers. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe the bill is unenforceable and will put undue pressures on legitimate tobacco and vaping retailers. These concerns were recently raised to me by shopkeepers at an Association of Convenience Stores event in Parliament. The shop owners I spoke with all had genuine concerns about the potential violence and verbal abuse they would receive for trying to enforce these age limits set by the government. They also felt that they would lose more revenue to shops in their areas selling illegal vapes and cigarettes as a result. While I believe the bill is well-intentioned, it risks having the reverse effect on what it is trying to achieve. And that is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will be reluctantly voting against this piece of legislation.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I first want to put on record that I worked in respiratory medicine for 20 years before coming to this place. And I have to say, not a single patient I treated regretted, every single patient I treated regretted being where they were. And can I also put on record my thanks to Javed Khan for the excellent report he brought forward. It's so important that we follow the science and the facts in this debate and ensure that we take that harm reduction approach which is so necessary. This bill is both bold and the right thing to do. Smoking kills one person every 5 minutes in the UK, 7.69 million people globally every year. It is a leading cause of preventable death and disability and responsible for 1 in 4 cancer deaths alongside heart and circulatory disease and stroke. We must do everything we can to prevent another generation being exploited by the tobacco industry to max out their profits, leaving people financially impoverished and physically
in poor health. Public health teams need the resources necessary to support adults into a smoke-free future. And I would echo what the member before me said, that we need that focus of resourcing to achieve that. 9,100 people in my constituency continue to smoke, and they deserve better. We need to ensure that there is a targeted approach, because passive smoking today is still costly to people's lives. We know that smoking in pregnancy is harmful to the unborn. And we also know that smoking targets the very poorest in our societies, driving greater health inequalities, and indeed those people with mental health as well. It is absolutely imperative and urgent that government turn their attention to addressing the inequalities which drive out throughout all healthcare. However, I want to turn my attention to vaping. York's school survey showed that 19% of children who tried vaping, 5% vape regularly in the city. Schools are battling to stamp it out. And while much of the detail will be set out from today's bill in secondary legislation, I urge the government to go toe-to-toe with the approach taken on tobacco products. Plain packaging, health warnings, no designer products, attractive flavours or descriptors or colours. And when it comes to sales, no less stringent, putting products out of sight and out of mind. The aim must be to create a vape-free generation too. And with this, I urge ministers to address the reason why Gen Z have turned to vaping at scale, to develop the interventions that are needed to help them make better choices, and to expose the blatant exploitation of the vape industry companies to profit out of creating a new generation of addicts. We're yet to know the translation of non-nicotine vaping to nicotine-based products, but research is looking at the relationship between vapers moving into tobacco products, and it is very worrying indeed. Clearly, the industry has worked out the correlation. To profit, they need the next generation to be addicted to their goods, to nicotine. So non-nicotine vapes must be seen as the first step to those moving into other forms of addiction with nicotine. Where I believe the bill falls short is its approach to adults taking up vaping. As the Minister recognises, vapes are seen as an important public health measure to stop smoking. So there must be greater ambition to prevent those over 18 as well as under 18 from starting vaping too, and yet the bill is silent on that. We know that vapes are not harm-free, and I urge the Minister to broaden her ambition to a nicotine-free generation, instituting vaping cessation programmes through a public health model. And where people vape should be no different to where people smoke. Indeed, those people who have poor respiratory health already are impacted by vaping, and therefore let's make it simple and easy and set one set of rules, whether in public places like bars and so on, or indeed in private vehicles where there are children. Let's have one set of rules. Can I also urge her to look again at the enforcement proposals? I support investment in strengthening local authorities' trading standards teams. In York, they have just seized 1,000 vapes worth £13,000. They need funding and the tools to do their work, but I do question the paucity of the fixed penalty notice of just £100. This is not a sufficient deterrent for illegal traders, and I would urge the amount to be increased and annually reviewed. Placing this in secondary legislation would enable more flexibility. This takes me to one last point on where I believe the legislation falls short. A vaping company came before the Health Select Committee. They promoted their products to the relationship with Blackburn Rovers. The arguments they used for doing so mirrored those the tobacco industry have propagated for decades. We saw right through them, we tested their reasoning, and they failed at every turn. There must be an outright ban on all forms of vaping advertising for nicotine and non-nicotine businesses, no less stringent than that for tobacco. We must legislate for a complete advertising ban, and I trust that the Minister will look at that in bringing the bill into committee. The reason I sound the warning bells is that the limitation on science does not mean that there is none. The Select Committee has met with academics through the University of London who have undertaken a study of 3,500 samples of tissue to show that vaping can cause changes in epithelial cells in the oral cavity. They're wanting to look at lung tissue, but access is only available via bronchoscopy. They observed DNA methylation changes. Such changes provide a very early indication that cells will grow more quickly and is a biomarker for early identification of disease onset, such as cancer. In researching the impact on tobacco users, they have also demonstrated the impact on those that vape. This powerful peer-reviewed research is the first of its kind. I urge the Minister to read the paper by Professor Martin Weschwelder and Dr. Chiara Herzog. Apologies. Smoking kills. And while vaping may be less harmful than smoking, it is not without significant risk. We cannot use ignorance as a reason for getting this wrong. Such was the excuses of governments past. We must follow the science, be on our guard, and recognise that where people are being exploited, it is the duty of this Parliament to protect them. This industry is driven by a profit motive and one of exploitation. It is our job to protect our constituents.
Yeah. Craig Whittaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Everyone would like to see a cessation of smoking. The long-term health benefits to the nation as a whole would be the benefactor of people stopping for good, let alone starting at an early age. The problem, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that this bill, sadly, will not be the vehicle to achieve such an ambition. It's a bill written by non-smokers for smokers. A bill that is so out of touch with the cause that they want to cure, I feel it will miss the target by a very long shot. First of all, this bill does not ban smoking. It only stops the sale of tobacco to 18-year-olds if they turn 15 this year. We've heard today already by the Secretary of State that 100,000 children already start smoking every year. This when the sale of tobacco is already banned for those children. It's based on the premise that children today still ask their mate's older brother to buy them some cigarettes from the corner shop like they did back in the 1980s. They don't. The vast majority of regular smokers today only ever buy their cigarettes from the corner shop when they've run out of their illicitly bought cigarettes. And if you don't believe me, pop into any pub in the UK and ask the smokers whether they buy tax-paid cigarettes from the supermarket or the corner shop. And I can guarantee you that the vast majority don't. In every community, there are avenues to buy illicit cigarettes at a fraction of the price of the average £15 for a pack of 20 cigarettes from the corner shop. And a recent poll of 12,000 smokers, adult smokers, found that the illegal tobacco market remains resilient in the UK, in spite of the number of the overall smokers declining year on year. And on that basis alone, the illicit market is actually increasing. The study found that 76% of those 12,000 smokers bought tobacco in the last year that has not been subject to UK tax, with nearly 1 in 2 smokers having no objection to buying non-UK duty-paid tobacco from family, friends, colleagues or shops. The poll also revealed that 9% of smokers buy tobacco through social media or websites advertising cheap tobacco, and they do that at least once a month. Evidence from around the world shows that when you put further restrictions on people, smugglers and gangs take over where the government has left the market. In South Africa, they banned smoking during the pandemic. They banned the sale of tobacco during the pandemic. They are now struggling with the gangs and smugglers, 93% of the market in South Africa is covered by those gangs and smugglers. And in Australia, it was mentioned earlier that they've seen a rise in young people smoking. They're actually seeing retailers firebombed when corner shops refuse to stock illicit tobacco. Now, children don't buy £15 packets of cigarettes either. They buy them from the same sources in the community. Those cigarettes supplied by smugglers and gangs, that illicit tobacco. Now, the Secretary of State earlier said that this bill allocates £30 million to trading standards. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a drop in the ocean. Trading standards is not just a sick department. It needs life support to come anywhere near achieving the task they already need to achieve. 30 million still leaves them with a shortfall of 78 million on what their budget was in 2009. Spending on trading standards in 2009 was 213 million. This year, it was frozen at 102.5 million. And between 2009 and 2016, the number of trading standards officers fell by 56%. And the CTI has warned that cuts have created a postcode lottery of provision and have called for an urgent review of how trading standards are resourced. Of course, they will.
My honourable friend is making extremely important points. However laudable and well-intentioned this bill is, it seems to me that what he's saying, that it's impractical and unenforceable, and there isn't the funding anyway, through trading standards, to make it happen in reality.
That's exactly what I'm saying, and they're the points that I'm coming on to do. The aims of the government to create this generation of smoke-free people as time progresses will just not work. It's not working now when it's banned for those young people, those 100,000 young people who are taking up smoking every year, and it's already banned for them. In 2021, trading standards seized just over £7.8 million in illicit tobacco. This from the UK government's own guesstimate that illicit tobacco accounts for over 16% of the market. And that's a loss of 2.8 billion, not million, billion in tax and duty. We've also heard that this bill is based on the New Zealand model. Now, New Zealand does not have an illicit tobacco problem like we do here in the UK. New Zealand is 2,500 miles away from the nearest big trader, Australia. The UK is 23 miles away from the continent. The two countries cannot be compared. The New Zealand model has now failed and they've performed a U-turn, as we've heard. Instead, the New Zealand government continues to support initiatives to provide people with practical tools and support to help them quit. These include ensuring the provision of effective services to stop smoking, providing access to alternative products to help smoking cessation, and to promote social media marketing campaigns to stop smoking and vaping. The bill here in the UK provides little guidance nor support on cessation to those who already smoke. I myself was one of the 6.4 million smokers here in the UK, but stopped smoking just over a year ago. And I found very little help and support from the government, despite all the hype around what is being done. In fact, having tried virtually every product on the market to give up smoking, even hypnosis, the only product that eventually made me give up was heated tobacco. This product, however, is not included in His Majesty's government's bill before us today as a cessation tool. Instead, the sale of which for those young people is to be banned under the bill. Even the Kiwis recognised what a great cessation tool it is and did not include it in their bill. Instead, they put it in the arsenal of tools and recognised the benefits of it for cessation. In Japan, where 18.6 million people smoke, 25% of ex-smokers quit using heated tobacco, and they are already seeing the health benefits through their health system. Similarly, the country with the lowest smoking rate in the world, Sweden, over half of the ex-smokers have quit using something called snooze, something that is actually already banned here in the UK. And ironically, the government has put all the reds into the vaping scene for cessation. However, 30% of all those people who vape still smoke cigarettes. Not only that, but what PHE call alternative nicotine delivery devices, such as vaping products, the bill doesn't include heated tobacco, which is delivered via just that very same device. So to summarise, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill isn't cut out for what the ambitions of the government are. It follows a failed model that was devised in New Zealand, who, unlike the UK, does not have the same issue with illicit tobacco. It depends on a morsel of cash to an incredibly stretched trading standards that is operating on a budget that is half of what it was 15 years ago to police and enforce the policy of this bill. It underestimates the scale of the illicit tobacco trade already in the UK and will promote illicit tobacco trade even further in the future. And it fails to promote cessation to the current 6.4 million smokers in the UK and fails to recognise the many more products which are better than cigarettes for people to quit, like heated tobacco. It fails on every level. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, if the government and indeed this House were serious about stopping people smoking, why not just set an arbitrary date in the future where smoking will be banned completely, either in partaking or selling? This will give us time for serious investment in cessation, and it will also give us serious investment of time to stop these illegal gangs and smugglers.
Yes. Just to remind colleagues that if they go quite a long way over the guidance, it does mean that others will have less time to speak. And the guidance was 7 minutes. Alex Cunningham.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I draw attention to my role as a Vice Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Smoking and Health, an APG which supports this bill, particularly the commitment to creating a smoke-free generation by raising the age of sale for tobacco. This will be the most impactful public health intervention since the introduction of smoke-free legislation under the last Labour government. This bill is particularly welcome after years of government inaction on tobacco that put us well behind schedule for achieving the smoke-free 2030 ambition. According to Cancer Research UK, we are currently not on track to be smoke-free until 2039, almost a decade later than planned, and even later for the most deprived. I would also like to welcome the new funding committed to local tobacco control activity and national mass media campaigns. This will go some way to fixing the damage done by over a decade of cuts to public health funding. These have fallen disproportionately on local stop smoking services, which are a vital component of our strategy for reducing smoking rates. I'm pleased that the government has now recognised the importance of these services. Now, since the legislation to raise the age of sale progressively 1 year at a time was announced, tobacco manufacturers have argued that the legislation will be burdensome to business, and they have paid for advertising, urging retailers to lobby against the legislation. Despite this, a survey carried out by NEMS Market Research for Action on Smoking and Health shows that over half of a representative sample of retailers are supportive, compared to only a quarter who are opposed. The tobacco industry, of course, has formed for trying to use retailers to lobby against tobacco laws. The Tobacco Retailers Alliance, a trade body 100% funded by tobacco manufacturers, funded the Save Our Shops campaign against the display ban and the No to Plain Packs against standardised packaging for cigarettes. Both used exactly the same argument now being used to campaign against raising the age of sale today, and it will put a terrible burden on small businesses, being impractical to implement and increase illicit trade. On both occasions, the campaigns were exposed as being fronts for the tobacco industry, and legislation was passed and implemented very successfully by retailers. Indeed, a 2022 survey carried out by NEMS for Ash found that the vast majority of small retailers reported there had been no negative impact on their business due to the display ban or plain packs. My region, the North East, has been hit particularly hard by the tobacco epidemic, with 117,000 deaths from smoking since the turn of the century and thousands more added each year. This is not to mention the thousands more living with tobacco-related illnesses. As with every other region, this suffering is concentrated in the most deprived groups and areas. While around 13% of adults in the North East smoke, that rises to 21% among adults in routine and manual occupations, 28% of adults in social housing, and 41% of adults with serious mental health conditions. Now, we are fortunate in the North East to benefit from the incredible work done by our Regional Tobacco Control Office, Fresh. Fresh was set up in 2005 in response to our region having the highest smoking rates in the country. As a result of dedicated and sustained collaboration and investment from local authorities and the NHS, rates have fallen further and faster in the North East than anywhere else in the country. 13.1% of the adult population now smoke, compared to 29% less than 20 years ago. The North East is a prime example of what can be achieved with an effective regional tobacco control programme. Fresh is now funded by both the local authorities and the Integrated Care Board in the North East region, a model for regional funding which is also in place in Greater Manchester, and I would encourage other regions to follow suit. Children are especially vulnerable to second-hand smoke, which greatly increases their chances of developing a host of illnesses. The Royal College of Physicians has estimated that smoking by parents and carers is estimated to be responsible for around 5,000 children being admitted to hospital each year, primarily from respiratory conditions. That's why in 2011 I tabled a private member's bill to ban smoking in cars where children are present, aided at that time by the British Lung Foundation. Despite the strong public health case for this measure, it was not initially welcomed by the government or the opposition, and it took a long, hard fight and campaign to get it over the line. 4 years later, in 2015, legislation banning smoking in cars carrying children was put on the statute book with strong cross-party and public support. This legislation played... Yeah.
Talk about the ban on smoking in cars when children are present. I just wondered whether he could tell the House how many prosecutions have taken place for that offence.
Well, that's a very interesting question. There has only been a handful of prosecutions. That is because that legislation has played an important role, and the people have actually adopted it. In the 2008 polling by YouGov for Ash found that banning smoking in cars was supported by less than half of all smokers. By the time of my backbench bill, it had risen to 62%, and after the ban came into effect, it was supported by 82%. Now, the lesson, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be learned from this and other tobacco regulations is that support has grown significantly over time for tougher regulation of tobacco, and that after measures are put in place, support continues to grow, particularly among smokers. We've come a long way in our attitudes to smoking since I became an MP in 2010, and I've actually enjoyed campaigning on it. But I look forward to seeing this bill passed into law before I step down. Not only will this legislation prevent future generations from acquiring this terrible addiction, but it offers the most direct path towards making smoking truly obsolete in our society.
Right.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to point out three things before starting. First of all, I used to be a smoker. I'm probably one of the earliest adopters of vaping in the UK, certainly amongst them. Second, I'm a member of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Responsible Vaping, whose chair will no doubt speak today. And thirdly, I draw members' attention to my declaration of members' interest, where I chair an advisory board to a company that may or may not be doing vapes. I don't know. But the main comment I would like to make is this, is that actually here in the UK, we've been incredibly successful with our smoking cessation policies thus far. We really have. And in fact, we've been the envy of the world in terms of the rates at which smoking cessation has taken place in the UK. Yes, we're behind target. Yes, according to the Khan Review, we may not hit the 2030 mark, but we've been incredibly successful. And I've been all around the world talking about our success. People have been asking us, how have you done this? And I've been explaining, well, actually, it was industry that did it. They came up with this fantastic device called a vape. Initially, it was all a bit dodgy and a bit shaky. People were mixing it in Manchester in their bars. It was all very complicated. We've got a grip on it. Now there's regulation around it. And now it's provided people are doing it legally, it's safe and it's usable. And millions of smokers have stopped smoking through using vaping devices. So it's a huge success story. The thing that makes me smile the most is when I look at the number of children who smoke. You know, back in, I think it was in 1982, literally 13% of 11 to 15-year-olds smoked. Secondary school kids were smoking. Actually, I remember it. I was around during the day, and many of us remember it. Everyone used to be smoking behind the bike sheds. Then in 2003, 9% of people smoked. Good progress, you know. And then by 2010, only 5% of school children were smoking. And today, it's only 1% of school children smoking. This is a record of success. This is not a huge disaster that suddenly needs a radical change of policy to resolve the issue. It merely requires, in my view, an upping of the ante when it comes to enforcement, an upping of the ante when it comes to messaging, rather than this kind of rather draconian approach. But I do welcome the bill in two ways. First of all, I think that the measures around vaping are pretty strong, and I think they're pretty good, and I think most of the House would agree that we do need to look at packaging so it's not marketed to children, of course, and we need to look at flavours, not the flavours themselves, and I would urge the Secretary of State in that section of the bill to perhaps look at the descriptors rather than the actual flavour as a regulatory point, because it doesn't matter to a smoker who wishes to quit whether it's called blueberry or anything else. All that matters is that flavour does exist. Even if it has a reference number and a plain package, it doesn't matter. What matters is that the flavour exists, which then, such as my honourable friend used, mango, I tended to use blueberry. You've got to make sure the flavour exists to encourage smokers to shift, but it doesn't necessarily have to have a name on the outside of the pack that can be marketed to children. I think the other key issue I would like to raise in terms of the vaping part of the bill is that this is unbelievable. We have got the entire tobacco industry ready to open their chequebook and pay for all of trading standards and enforcement. They're ready to do it. We've got the entire vaping industry, the vaping associations, the vaping retail, everybody is ready to say, we don't want these cowboys in the industry. We want to drive them out as much as you do, because basically it gives us a bad name and it encourages nanny state politicians to come and meddle with us and interfere with us and stop us doing our lawful trade. So basically there is a vast sum of money available from the industry to be used by the government, hopefully directly through trading standards, to ensure that all of the practices that we've heard mentioned today, we see an end to them, because trading standards doesn't just have a few million here and there. It has hundreds of millions and hundreds of new staff so they're able to do their job in basically driving the cowboys out of the industry. But I have to say that bans don't work. They really don't work. I'm not going to make a high-principled speech about freedom and things. Just quite frankly, they just don't work. Bhutan tried it, didn't work. Malaysia tried it, didn't work. Australia got very close to doing it with their very complicated legislation, didn't work. Guess what? Smoking rates went up. Guess what? Smoking rates amongst kids went up. They don't work. New Zealand really had a good stab at it, and then they said, nah, it's unconstitutional, and it's probably not going to work as well. So the idea that we in the United Kingdom would now take up being the vanguard of this is ridiculous. And I think the only thing I can say is this, is that, for goodness sake, our policy as it stands at the moment is working. We just need to do it faster, and with more money available for enforcement, and to get on with the changing of the descriptors in order to ensure that fewer people are smoking, and particularly our children. Nobody wants our children to smoke. Nobody wants people to die. So this false argument I've been hearing today that somehow anybody who doesn't agree with a generational ban is somehow evil and wants people to die, it really upsets me that we would resort to that sort of language. So the final thing I would say, and then I will sit down, Madam Deputy Speaker, is this, is that the main reason why I cannot support the bill today, I mean I really can't, is the generational smoking ban. I would perfectly happily support the rest of the bill. I cannot support that. If the government had been bold enough, or if people were bold enough to simply say, right, we're going to ban smoking to the age of 21, I'd have huge reluctance, but I go, yeah, fair enough. And do you know why? Because we're treating people the same. What we're doing here is a huge constitutional change. We're saying that somehow two adults are not treated in the same way. It's inequality under the law. Even in Malaysia, their Attorney General said, we can't do that. And they're not nearly as civilised as we are here. Also in several other countries, they've come to the same conclusion. I guess if it does pass today, because somehow I don't know how we've got into this state. It's so unnecessary. There's so many other more important things to be doing in the world at the moment. But now that we're in this place, if this bill somehow gets through with Labour, so of course Labour will always love bans. I get that. That's fine. But at the end of the day, if it gets through with Labour support, forgive me for being political, but politically, it's ridiculous to have our Prime Minister, who's got enough things to deal with, putting through a bill with Labour support. I mean, why on earth would you do it at this stage? Yes, I'll give way.
I agree wholeheartedly with my honourable friend. Surely this should be something that should evolve. That, as he's highlighted, the statistics show that young people, now very few actually do smoke, so let things gradually evolve rather than impose it. And isn't it clear that after the New Zealand example, it simply doesn't work?
And I will now draw remarks to a conclusion. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for your patience. I conclude with this. I cannot vote for a bill that treats adults unequally in law. This creates a complete precedent in the United Kingdom where where adult human beings in the United Kingdom, citizens, are treated differently. It's inequality under the law. I cannot support that. And I think also we're making a huge political mistake. I really hope even at this late stage we can make some amendments or change the way it works, or at least say there's a condition. We're going to bring it through in law, but it can be enacted only by a future government if, for example, smoking rates aren't, for argument's sake, say below 3% by 2035. In that way, we have the political win, we've got it through, it's on the legislation, but it actually hasn't been enacted at the moment. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
And I've got absolutely nothing against interventions, but I would suggest that if colleagues are going to take interventions, they still stick to the guidelines. Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of this important bill. Smoking is entirely harmful and there are no benefits. Cancer Research UK is clear that tobacco remains the single biggest cause of cancer in the UK, causing an estimated 125,000 deaths per year, one person every 5 minutes. Smokers, on average, lose 10 years of their life expectancy and face lifelong health complications. Despite the protestation of tobacco companies, smoking also has a detrimental effect on our economy. Action on Smoking and Health estimates that the overall cost of productivity losses and health and care needs caused by smoking cost the UK a staggering £17.3 billion every year. We've come a long way in recent decades in reducing smoking rates. The last Labour government led the way on smoking harms, raising the legal smoking age to 18, banning cigarette advertising in shops, and introducing the transformative ban on smoking in enclosed public spaces and workplaces. It is now hard to recall just how society ever thought that smoke-filled restaurants, pubs and tube carriages were remotely acceptable. I'm not going to give way at this stage, I'm afraid. Yet it is still the case that more than 1 in 10 adults, around 6.4 million people, are smokers. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to pay tribute to my constituent, Gower Tan. Gower began to smoke at the age of 13. His father was also a lifelong smoker and died early at the age of just 66 from lung cancer. This was devastating for Gower and his family and led him to give up smoking at the age of 40. Gower has since become a tireless campaigner for Cancer Research UK, first as an ambassador and more recently as part of their staff team. Gower and his family know as well as anyone the pain and heartache that smoking can cause and the deep sorrow of knowing that the death of a loved one was preventable. Like my honourable friend, the Shadow Secretary of State, I fully support this bill's measures to ban smoking for anyone born after 2009, freeing future generations from the health impacts of tobacco. I also welcome the bill's urgently needed measures to regulate the advertising and restrict the availability of vapes to children and teenagers. On this side of the House, we have been calling for action on this for a long time. Last year, I introduced a 10-minute rule bill on the advertising of vapes to children. 1 in 5 11 to 15-year-olds in England used vapes in 2021, and underage vaping has increased by 50% in the last 3 years. This is a really dramatic increase. 5 years ago, this was not a significant concern, but now it is raised with me by every school I visit. Teachers are routinely having to manage the disruption that addiction causes in the classroom. Vaping has a really important role in smoking cessation, and that role should not be undermined by this legislation. But while vaping is far less harmful than smoking, it is not a harmless activity. Last year, 40 children were admitted to hospital with vaping-related issues. There is evidence of respiratory harm and impacts on mental health and concentration levels. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we can see what the strategy of the vaping companies is. They are seeking to secure the future demand for their products by getting children addicted today. It is frankly absurd that e-cigarette manufacturers claim that they are not targeting children. In displays across the country, there are brightly coloured advertising for vapes mimicking popular brands and characters. Flavours such as gummy bears, Skittles, Tutti Frutti and Cherry Cola are clearly designed to appeal to children, and vapes are being openly promoted to children on social media. While I support the bill today, it would be remiss not to ask what has taken the government so long. They have had repeated opportunities to introduce new regulations on the marketing of vapes. My honourable friend, the member for the City of Durham, put forward an amendment in November 2021 to the Health and Care Bill to ban the branding of vapes that appeal to children, whilst the Electronic Cigarettes Branding, Promotion and Advertising Bill introduced last year would have banned e-cigarettes and vaping products from being advertised to appeal directly to children. These delays will only have led to more children experimenting with e-cigarettes and becoming addicted to recreational vaping. Today we have a genuine opportunity to stop the harm of nicotine addiction and free future generations from the health impacts of smoking. On this side of the House we are clear that we will put the health of children and young people first. A government that cannot command the support of its own MPs for a flagship piece of legislation should surely step aside, call a general election and allow someone else to do the job.
Alexander Stafford.
Much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And first, I want to be almost declare an opposite interest. I have never smoked a cigarette in my life. I have never smoked a cigar in my life. I've never even put one to my very lips.
Oh.
Yet I'm against this bill.
That's very good.
Not because I have any vested interests from the tobacco lobby or because I'm a smoker or ex-smoker, because I'm a lover of freedom. Yeah. I'm a lover of choice. I'm a lover of information. And to me, that is very vital. Now, I'm not one of the older members of the House, but I'm not one of the younger members of the House. But I remember at school, we were drummed in the whole time about the evils of smoking, how bad smoking is for you. And I don't think there's any member of this House or any person in this country who does not know the evil of smoking, the health degradation of smoking, the damage to lives of families smoking, because that is drummed in every single step of the way. Yeah. And that is right, because I think smoking is wrong. I don't like it, and I wish people wouldn't smoke it. But if we believe in freedom of choice, if we believe in freedom of independence of mind, if we believe in people making informed choices, we should let them do what they want as long as they have the facts ahead of them. And we do provide the facts. The NHS, the Stop Smoking bodies have done an amazing job over the last few decades of making sure everyone does know the facts. So no one can go away and say when they start smoking or vaping or anything like that, they don't know the full implications of what they are doing. They do, and they do. And we know they know that because, as I already mentioned in this debate, the amount of people, the amount of young people especially, smoking has absolutely collapsed over the last few decades. The Honourable Member for Windsor mentioned correctly that only 1% of school children smoke. Now 1% is terrible, that was far too many, but compared to what it was, that is really good news. And I mentioned earlier on in my interventions that actually children don't smoke anymore. They don't take cigarettes generally as a whole. And that is not where the battle is, because I believe that battle has won. We're just fighting the last rearguard action of smoking. And this is why I think the bill is fundamentally wrong. It's fighting yesterday's wars. It's not really fighting tomorrow's wars. Yes, the aspect of vaping is incredibly important, and that is what we really need to focus on. That is where we and the government needs to focus attention on, dealing with things like super strength vapes, such as we talked about some of the marketing, the advertising towards children, and that is incredibly important. I'm glad the bill is going some way to rectify that. The prohibition of free distribution of vaping products to under 18s is, once again, this is great news. But instead of actually dividing our time between focusing on a dying industry, which frankly we are doing in a very bizarre puritanical way of stamping out some people's choice or freedom. Like, who is to say, why can't a 21-year-old in a few years' time celebrate their graduation with a cigar if they want to? Why not? Why can't someone celebrate, the birth of a child with a cigar in the future? Or maybe the pinch of snuff? Who are we to say that isn't their choice to make? Who are we to say you shouldn't celebrate that way? I have many vices, Madam Deputy Speaker. I like a glass of beer or a pint of wine or something like that every now and again. And I know in my heart and heart it is wrong for me and probably limits some of my health. I know that. I drink that. I eat burgers and chips, and I accept that it is fundamentally sometimes life-shortening. But does it make my life better? Do I enjoy doing it? Yes I do. I enter into these with the full knowledge of what I am doing. And then this is the crux of the matter. Now we're talking about cigarettes, cigars, snuff, shisha. Why are we not going to say tomorrow or next day that burgers are bad for you, that red wine is bad for you, that all these little things that you sometimes enjoy in moderation, which make life worth living, and sometimes people do want that bit of enjoyment. We are saying no. We're going to sit here and say you cannot have that choice. We know better than you. We are taking that choice away from you. Now, as long as everyone has the knowledge about what tobacco products does to you, then yes, we should give them the choice. And that is terribly important. And I was also confused, but once again, this is a sledgehammer to crack a nut. We're banning all tobacco products. How many people in this country, let's say, do snuff? Not many. So why are we impinging on their liberty? There's not an epidemic of children taking snuff at schools, so why are we banning that? There's not a massive health risk for huge vast of impact of the NHS on snuff, yet we are banning it. This is crazy. We are banning things that are not having a huge impact on the economic and the health of our nation, and that concerns me greatly. Now, one country that has gone through this motion is New Zealand. They banned it, but then they overturned it. If it was such success, why is New Zealand not double downing on it? Why is it not going farther? And fundamentally, the biggest issue I have over all of this is this rolling age of consent. Because fundamentally, this is discriminatory. Adults are adults, but adults make their own choice or failure. A 28-year-old does not know better than a 29-year-old. A 28-year-old in one day, or an 18-year-old in one day, does not know any better than a 17-year-old and 364 days. And we are creating in law, and creating cases that people are unequal in the law. And that is wrong. But also, let's not kid ourselves. We know that having a rolling age of consent is completely impractical and unworkable, and it will be got rid of. Let's be honest, we're not going to have a situation in 10, 20 years' time where a 34-year-old is going to be ID'd as a tobacconist or a newsagent and say, oh, you look 33, well, thank you very much for flattering me. It's going to be banned outright. We know this. This is the thin end of the wedge. It creates inequality in the law, it cuts down our freedoms, and fundamentally does make life that bit harder for everyone. Now, this place many years ago people described was a bastion of Puritanism. There were so many roundheads fighting the king many years ago in the Civil War. But I say once, there's too many roundheads at the moment in this parliament, too many naysayers, too many people banning things. What we need is a few more cavaliers, a few people trying to enjoy bits of life and making those informed choices. For that reason, I oppose this bill. Although it has got some good bits about vaping, what we should be doing is fighting the next battle, which is against vapes, fully against vapes, rather than wasting our time fighting yesterday's battles.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to start with some figures from my local authority and area and my constituency. Smoking prevalence is currently 9.9%. That's 6,600 people in my constituency who are smoking. The total cost of smoking to the constituency is estimated at £73.2 million. That's a productivity loss of £42 million, social care costs of £28 million and healthcare costs of £2.9 million. The constituency spends £22.4 million on tobacco annually, and the average smoker spends £3,000 on tobacco a year. And across Gateshead, smoking in pregnancy in 22-23 is 10.9% compared to 8.8% nationally. The smoking rate amongst adults in different occupations showed that the more deprived areas were smoking more than those in other areas. As always, deprivation comes into these things. Lung cancer registrations for 2017 to 19, 688, and we know that smoking causes more than 7 in 10 lung cancer cases. Smoking attributable hospital admissions, 2019 to 20, 2,707 in Gateshead. Emergency hospital admissions for COPD, 825, and we know that smoking is a key determinant of COPD cases. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the measures in the Tobacco and Vapes Bill, which will take us one step closer to a smoke-free future. And I'm pleased to see that my party has pledged to support these efforts. Creating a smoke-free generation will radically level up the health and wealth of our nation, especially in regions like my own, the North East. Now, the North East has traditionally had higher prevalence of smoking than the rest of the country, although we have made very significant gains through many efforts in narrowing this gap. Thanks to the tireless efforts of local councils and NHS trusts working together, not to mention FRESH, our brilliant regional tobacco control programme. But despite this progress, our communities still suffer terribly as a result of smoking. In Gateshead, where my constituency is based, as I said, there were over 2,700 smoking attributable hospital admissions in 2019 to 2020 and 825 emergency hospital admissions for COPD. Between 2017 and 2019, there were just over 1,000 deaths resulting from smoking in Gateshead alone. Ending smoking for the next generation will safeguard them from the suffering which has afflicted previous generations. However, we need to do much more to ensure that smokers in the most deprived groups are not left behind as we move towards a smoke-free future. The disparity between different groups is even more extreme for people within mental health conditions, with smoking rates as high as 26% for those with depression and anxiety, compared to 14% of the general population. And calculations by Action for Smoking and Health show that at the current rate of decline, smokers with a mental health condition will not achieve smoke-free status until after 2050, around 20 years later than those without a mental health condition. This bill is a major step in the right direction and will have a profound positive impact on the health and well-being of the next generation. But we must go further to tackle the health inequalities which continue to afflict the most disadvantaged in our communities.
Hear, hear. Brendan Clark-Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think I will start by saying that I believe this is a noble cause to try to encourage people to give up or to not take smoking up in the first place. We know it's a very unhealthy habit, it's very costly, and I do appreciate the good intentions that are behind this bill, and there are some things in it which I do agree with, but unfortunately it is something I cannot support, and I'm going to outline why now. And it is basically about trusting adults to make their own decisions in life and to choose their own approach. I believe that should be our approach. There's been some very good contributions so far as to why that should be. And of course, all societies do have rules. We have to live by those rules, but I believe these rules are unnecessary. And this legislation will not stop children from smoking per se. They're aimed at them once they reach their adult life. So it takes me back, I think, to when I was a teenager, and we remembered at a local supermarket. I think an elderly lady on one of the tills used to accept, seeing a set of car keys as an acceptable form of ID. And then, unsurprisingly, a lot of my friends actually started to own a set of car keys many years before they actually owned cars at the time. But I think we all appreciate the importance of preventing underage sales, and we need the robust enforcement of that, and of course of the illegal tobacco trade, which not only deprives the Treasury of funds, but can also put people at risk with some very dangerous products. And the same applies to vapes, and I've been working with the authorities locally to clamp down on the places selling this. And I remember as a pupil and then as a teacher, once upon a time, it would be the pupils hiding behind the bike shed smoking, and then after the ban came in from the staff rooms, it would normally be the teachers hiding behind there, trying to crash a cigarette. But the Labour members opposite, they mention some of the bans that have come in the past and some of the actions that they've taken. Of course, I'm old enough then to remember the time of the ban on tobacco advertising when that came in, and of course there was an exemption then for Formula One, and we've spoke a lot about vested interests. Of course, the boss of Formula One was a major Labour donor at the time, and they did secure that exemption. I would ask them whether they believe it was right to take that cash or whether it was right to give that exemption or not. So I'd be very interested to hear the Shadow Health Secretary's view on that later. But I take the point the member for Calder Valley said. Would a cut-off date for all cigarettes or smoking be easier to enforce than this proposal that's here at the moment? And why is it that some adults should have less rights than other adults? And of course, we've got to also appreciate the role of vaping. And again, as has been pointed out, Sweden is a world leader with this. They're down to about 5.6% now. If you get down to 5%, you're classed as this smoke-free target. And yes, they've used things such as snus. Of course, that was outlawed throughout the rest of the European Union. They had special exemptions there. There is an opportunity, I believe, over the years that has been missed to use that to actually cut down on the number of smokers. But vaping has, of course, provided a highly effective alternative. But it's the principle that is at stake today. And that's what I'm going to really speak about. The principle of one group of adults having different rights to other sets of adults. Now, we can compare this over the years to the right to vote, whether it's the Representation of the People Act in 1918, or the Further Act in 1928, or going back to 1884, when only 40% of men, 40% of men, mainly the poorest in society, did not have the right to vote. Later, when it was extended to all men over 21, if you were a woman, you could only vote if you were over the age of 30, or if you or your husband had land with a rateable value of £5 or more. And again, it wasn't until 1969 the voting age was lowered to 18, and I remember being elected as a young councillor in Nottingham at the age of 22, and it wasn't until, I believe, 2006 that that was changed to 18. So again, adults with different rights at the time. We've had people treated differently on the basis of their religion over the years, whether you were a Catholic or a Protestant in the 1600s, perhaps. We've seen the Race Relations Act in 1965, where we outlawed people being treated differently on the grounds of their colour, race, national origin. We then have had equal marriage, which we just celebrated 10 years of. And basically another example where adults are equal before the law to love who they wish, to marry who they wish. And I believe this freedom is something that we are moving towards, and this is a good thing. It's about giving more rights and more equality and not actually restricting this. So the point here being the direction of travel has been about giving adults, whatever their background, to live their lives within the law as they wish, so long as they are not impinging on the rights of others. And this is the right direction and the right thing to do. And as Margaret Thatcher once said, when people are free to choose, they choose freedom. But what next? A ban on alcohol? A ban on takeaways? I would declare an interest in both of those.
We can tell.
And both of these are bad for us when they're not done responsibly. But we are adults, these are our choices, these are not the state's choice.
Yeah.
We need to get back to trusting adults to make their own decisions in life. I don't like banning things as a rule. And yes, there are always cases that you can make. I don't believe the case has been made here yet. We've already witnessed other nations dumping this idea, such as New Zealand, and the legislation, I believe, will not last the test of time in its current form. I believe it is unenforceable. But I absolutely support the intention to move towards a smoke-free generation. But I believe there is a better way, and it is for this reason that I'll be voting against this legislation.
Yeah. Sir Simon Clark.
It's a pleasure to be called in this debate, although I confess it is one which has depressed me, because this is fundamentally illiberal legislation. And if I am anything, and if I if I'm in the House for any reason, it is because I believe in liberalism, in the ability of people to make better choices for themselves than can the state. And it does strike me that we are witnessing a encroaching tide whereby ever more of our liberties are taken away from us. And I think the speech given by my right honourable friend, the member for Rossendale and Darwin in this respect was very good. We are fortunate in Britain to live in a country where we don't get our rights from the state. We have them inalienably from birth, and it's only those things which we proactively prescribe that we can't do. And we're adding more and more things to that list. I say that as someone who is totally clear. Smoking is a terrible idea. I wouldn't recommend it to any young person. I've spent a lot of time with Dr. Jonathan Ferguson at James Cook Hospital in Middlesbrough. I've seen the pioneering work he's done on lung cancer. It is absolutely crystal clear that smoking damages your health, it damages your wealth. It is an antisocial habit in so many ways. But, and it is a big but, I don't believe it's my right to tell my fellow citizens that they can't do it, any more than it's their right to tell me that I can't have a glass of red wine with dinner. These are not things which the state ought sensibly to be prescribing. I actually think that we have reached a relatively sensible point at this moment in time with regard to smoking legislation. I think not allowing it in public places where it can impinge on others is a very reasonable and sensible thing to do, and I don't think anyone would want to go back to the situation before the 2006 legislation. What I would say, however, is that whether we have the right to smoke at all in private, where we choose, is something which I think is up to us and not the state. I think that we risk creating a huge philosophical as well as practical problem, which will lead undoubtedly to further rights creep as the years go by, because it is likely that the health lobby, the interventionist lobby, as the Shadow Secretary of State put it in his speech, will use this as a logic which will allow them to move into other fields. Yeah. And what will our ability then be to resist that argument if we have conceded it here today? So I think there is a profound philosophical problem with it. I do also believe in practice it is going to be a nightmare for shop workers up and down the country to be asked to enforce this. And I do think that it places them in a very invidious position, one which is likely to lead either to them facing real trouble in their shops, or to them frankly passing the buck and ignoring the law and making a mockery of it existing at all. I'll take a very brief intervention, mindful of others' time.
You know, on the what next, I mean, when I was in office as Public Health Minister, we brought in the sugar tax, the soft drinks industry levy, which encouraged industry through the sugar tax to reformulate drinks and took quite a lot of sugar out as a result because they followed that trend. If we were to reformulate processed food to take a lot of salt out and save a lot of lives from stroke, would that be a good or a bad thing?
Well, I think that would arguably be perfectly sensible, but it's very different from a ban. I think the point here is about the degree of harm. I strongly support the ban on illegal drugs, but I do so because cocaine and heroin and the like wreck lives, they destroy communities. Tobacco does not do that, but we already have enough difficulty enforcing the existing bans that we have in place. Those already stretch our resources to the utmost, and frankly, as we all know, we all too often fail to enforce those bans. So adding a new ban risks creating something which will be unworkable from the outset, while creating a huge black market in which criminal enterprise will thrive. Meanwhile, the state will have forgone the tax revenue, some 10 or 11 billion pounds a year, that is then ploughed back into our public services, including the health service, to combat the effects of smoking. That revenue simply won't be there anymore. So we will likely still have people smoking, but we'll have offset many of the revenue streams which allow us to combat it. I simply don't understand how it is that a Conservative Prime Minister has thought it was appropriate to bring forward legislation which seems to me is the opposite of the reason why we in this House are sent here, which is to defend and uphold the principle of individual choice an individual liberty. Where this legislation has been introduced, as we've heard, it has already been repealed, as in New Zealand. I fear that in this country we will face a choice in the years ahead, either between eventual repeal because it doesn't work, or, as my honourable friend from Northern Valley said, towards an outright ban, because the sheer unworkability of trying to ascertain whether the person in front of you in the queue is aged 40 or 39 will in practice be unworkable, and we will simply see a Labour government, doubtless, move to an outright ban in terms of just making the situation simpler, tidier, neater. That would be, I think, a real red line, but we, as I say, will have forgone the ability to make the principal case against it. I will give way.
To my right honourable friend for giving way. He says that drugs destroy lives, but tobacco doesn't. What about the people who are dying from emphysema and long-term lung cancer disease? There are many families in the United Kingdom who are seeing their relatives die a long, lingering death as a result of using tobacco.
With respect to my honourable friend, I said that these drugs destroy communities, and there's a very profound difference here. The ripple effect of illegal drugs is to prompt real social harm to others, because obviously these habits are so destructive that people steal and rob in order to fund them. Tobacco does not do that. It is obviously extremely bad for you, but it does not drive patterns of behaviour as destructive as those associated with crime. That is a fundamental difference. It's why I think we should focus our efforts on stopping those trades rather than on banning something which has been legal for hundreds of years, which we all recognise carries with it real medical harms, but which it is not, I submit, our job to try and take away from people. We should rely on education, we should rely on the tax system, but we should not rely on legislation to tell other people what to do when they're grown adults in a free country.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
I rise in support of the government's bill today. One of the first speakers this afternoon was my honourable friend, the member for Bosworth, who talked about his first job in respiratory medicine. Indeed, my first job as a doctor was in adult respiratory medicine too. And I spent a lot of time looking after patients with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, intermittent claudication as well, lung cancer. And what that taught me is that smoking doesn't just cause premature death, it causes quite substantial, debilitating, miserable disability that can go on for many, many years. And so I support the government in doing all it can to reduce the number of smokers. Some people have talked today about freedom. The freedom as an adult to choose to do what you want to do. But we already make changes to what adults can do. We already restrict their freedoms. For example, we tell adults they must put a seatbelt on when they get in a car. They must wear a helmet when they ride a motorcycle. They cannot drink alcohol before they get in a car. They cannot drive down the motorway at 150 miles an hour. So we already make restrictions for safety of people on that basis. I do think that gradually increasing the age is inelegant, as the Select Committee Chair put it earlier on. And I do think that it will be challenging to enforce it. But the alternative would be to ban it outright. And that is very difficult to do because it's an addictive substance. If you ban an addictive substance overnight, you are criminalising those who are already addicted. Whereas by doing it in advance and gradually increasing the age groups, by doing it in advance and gradually increasing the age groups, you instead are able to not criminalise people for being addicted because they don't get addicted in the first place, at least in principle. But I want to focus most of my remarks in the time I have on vaping. I've been campaigning on the issue of vaping for some time now because I've been very concerned about the number of children, snowballing numbers of children being very addicted to it, and indeed brought a 10-minute rule bill through last year to try and ban disposables because they've been the most attractive to children and provide the most environmental damage. At the time I did that, there were 1.3 million vapes being used a week. It's now up to 5 million. They're almost impossible to recycle in practice because their lithium batteries are difficult to recycle and the nicotine gets soaked into the plastic, which makes the plastic difficult to recycle too. I do understand the need for adults to have something to stop smoking, but what this is not just a stop smoking device. We should look at it as an alternative addiction. And I spoke to the industry earlier on in my campaigning, and I said to them, what is it with all these flavours? And they said to me, well, the thing is, if someone stops smoking, They're using nicotine gum. What they do is they use the nicotine gum or something as a stop smoking device. So they go from smoking to gum to nothing. If we give them vapes that taste of tobacco or are bland, then what happens is they go from smoking to vaping to nothing. If we give them cherry cola flavoured vapes, they go from smoking to vaping cherry cola, to vaping mango, to vaping blueberry. And they remain one of our customers and they continue to use our product. So what they're doing is they're trying to create a new generation of adults to make them billions of pounds. And I can understand why they want to make the money, but the way they're doing it is, in my view, immoral. And in particular, the way they're marketing these things at children is immoral, because a grown-up may wish, perhaps, to have a cherry cola flavoured vape, but he or she does not need to have a unicorn milkshake flavoured cherry vape, so with shaped like SpongeBob SquarePants. And that's why the flavours are important, and I welcome the government's measures to deal with flavours, colours, shapes and packaging. What are the risks of vaping? Education is really important on this, and others have talked about this. In the short term for our children, it causes problems with concentration. It causes a powerful addiction that causes children to have to leave lessons because they can't cope at the end of a double lesson without vaping. And in some cases, as we've heard, it causes chest symptoms and can cause collapse. In the long term, the simple answer is we just don't know. A recent UCL study showed that DNA methylation, i.e. modification of DNA, occurs in people who vape. Now, does that show that it causes cancer? No, it doesn't. Time is going to tell us that, but it at least suggests that it might. And that is why we must be extremely careful with our children. Children will always experiment, adolescents will always experiment with substances, because that's the nature of adolescence, experimenting against boundaries. But we need to make sure that we take as much care of them as we possibly can. I'd like to particularly welcome Clause 10. This allows extension to other nicotine products, because this industry is making millions and billions of pounds, right? And they're going to continue to flex to try and keep people addicted to nicotine, in my opinion. And we can see that today. A search today on the internet showed that Tesco are selling nicotine pouches, £6.50 for 20. These are little tiny pouches of nicotine, up to 12 milligrams. It's about 10 packets of cigarettes, 10 cigarettes, that you stick under your gum and releases that 10 cigarettes of nicotine over an hour. They sell them in flavours of ice cool, bergamot, wildberry, mocha, elderflower. Do you see a pattern here? This is going to be the next thing, and that's why I welcome the government's clause, which allows it to flex into new forms of nicotine use if it wants to. I do have some questions to the Minister, though. The Health Act of 2006 prevents smoking in enclosed public spaces and on public transport and certain other areas. Ask the Minister why that has not been extended to vaping as well. Also, as I was walking through Westminster the other day, I saw a bus, a big TfL red bus, something I've written to Sadiq Khan about before, advertising vaping. And I'm wondering whether the government plans to extend vaping regulations not just to the packaging and what the package looks like, but whether it's willing to extend it to the advertising as well itself. I won't give way because I've only got a minute. The Honourable Member for York said earlier on about the advertising at Blackburn Rovers, and again, sports advertising, children watching, I don't think that's very helpful. And then my final question for the Minister would be, given that this is really urgent, given that we are seeing so many children starting vaping, and we want to stop people smoking as soon as possible, why are we waiting to bring these regulations in? Why not bring them in to affect children more quickly? Thank you.
Giles Watling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to say that, like my honourable friend from Windsor, I was a smoker for many a year, and I gave up some 30 years ago, and it was, as I said earlier, in an intervention, one of the hardest things I ever did. And I wish to God that vaping had been available to me then to help me off what would now be a £45 a day habit. So I slightly disagree that people do steal to support such a habit, I imagine, as it is extraordinarily expensive. And banning things, as we all know, tends to drive things underground, and nobody today, as far as I've heard, has mentioned the prohibition of alcohol in America, and look what that led to. Now, I consider myself a libertarian conservative, and I think the best government is one that interferes in the market least, and only spends our taxpayers' money when we really need to. And as always, the growth of the state is something little more than good news for bureaucrats. No one in Clacton has ever looked at issues locally and told me that the solution was new taxes and overly convoluted legislation. However, this isn't about dogma, it is about practicality, not about ideology, but about pragmatism, science and economics. There are a number of measures in the bill which I feel I can support. The banning of disposable vapes seems timely, given the ecological damage they cause, going to landfill and strewn across our streets in countless millions. Revisiting the legal age of vaping and smoking seems to be a logical response to the worrying fact of underage people navigating their way towards addiction through these vapes. And I'm pleased that the government has listened to me on the subject of nicotine pouches, just mentioned by my honourable friend. However, let's consider what the science of public health and the recent economic facts have taught us. Vapes are cheap, available and attractive to many. And that's why smoking has dramatically decreased. The recent tax on vape liquid may well be regressive if vaping costs starts to gain parity with normal cigarettes. The free market has done its job and given the public a cheaper and healthier alternative. And I'd be deeply worried about the unintended consequences of monkeying around with that. I feel we also need to step out of this space and consider what actually works on the ground. No one currently needs a license from their local authority to sell vapes or nicotine products. This means that trading standards teams are often a skeleton crew. And yet, do we think a complex and incremental age-increasing ban is enforceable with such weak enforcement? It isn't. Yeah. I certainly don't buy the argument that you pay for expanded teams via increased fines. You don't increase the headcount of staff based on speculative and one-off cash injections from fines. If we want to clamp down on the very real issue of illegal cigarettes and underage sale of cigarettes and vapes, then we need a licensing scheme, in my view, which properly funds trading standards teams and rewarding those responsible business owners and going after the villains. Now, I could support a ban on selling these products to those under 21 or under 18 or whatever. This could hit the government's laudable goal of killing off underage consumption by getting the sale out of teenage years entirely. That is simple and impactful. This, in my mind, is preferable to a law which puts the shopkeeper in the firing line for having to interrogate people in line, turfing out the 22-year-old whilst questioning the 24-year-old and supplying the 25-year-old. This is clearly nuts. I've spoken to retailers in Clacton, and the generational nature of the ban is frankly quite frightening for many. It seems like a charter for confusion and confrontation to many, and it also might criminalise people inadvertently. So I'm going to be very quick here, and I want to conclude. There is a way forward here. There are bold steps we can take with underage addictions and not damaging the health advancements the free market has allowed us to make. And I believe that licensing is the answer. Thank you.
Chloe Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. 15 years of experience here leading and scrutinising complicated legislation tells me to be cautious with this bill. I admire its aims very strongly, but I have some questions to set out as to whether it will work. With direct knowledge of cancer and deep commitment to cancer awareness, I want people to smoke less. Smoking causes, as we've heard, around 1 in 4 of all UK cancer deaths. Tobacco, especially cigarette smoking, is the single most important and, as we've heard, preventable cause of ill health, disability and death in this country. I agree with the bill's hope of reducing that suffering. I also desire the bill's aim to realise an economic saving on healthcare, named as over £3 billion in the impact assessment, and a productivity gain of £24 billion over 30 years. My honourable friend, the chair of the Select Committee, is right that we should be taking the long-term view here and looking for the gains from prevention. But for all of that to be possible, Madam Deputy Speaker, the legislation has to work. And I'm joining today's debate, and I shall keep it concise, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I care very much about politics and about democracy working. As I stand down from Parliament this year, this is one of the final pieces of draft legislation for me, and it's a significant proposition.
So I just raised some points that are all intended to be thoughtful and based on 5 terms of constituency work and ministerial experience in 6 departments. In one of my past roles, I had to undo legislation that I had helped to implement because it didn't work. The age of sale mechanism in this bill is the untested thing. It would be the first of its kind in the world, but that accolade is only because a few have tried and failed to carry support. The whole bill, or the bill as a whole, has an imperfect evidence base. That's clear throughout the bill's analysis, particularly because we don't yet have the full data picture about the effects of vaping. So what's in front of us today is inherently risky and theoretical. I think it is also possible that it may be divisive by asking one group of adults to live under different rules than another. I understand that the Malaysian equivalent was challenged on equality grounds, and I'd be really interested to know what lessons the Minister has drawn from there. I think it is also legitimate to be worried that something so novel may be unfair on retailers. The British Independent Retailers Association in particular points out that the quite sophisticated enforcement needs of this mechanism falls on their members. As the Association of Convenience Stores adds, and I quote here, proxy purchasing of any age-restricted products is extremely difficult for retailers to detect and prevent. And indeed, the deterrent in this bill for proxy purchasing is just £50 if caught and paid promptly. And now that is, after my right honourable friend, the Chancellor's efforts at the latest budget, that is actually only the cost of about 3 or 4 packets of cigarettes. So I'm concerned that the design of the proxy buying deterrence in this bill could be fatally impractical, actually, for what is trying to be achieved. And let's just put that in really super practical terms. Your friend, a year older than you, may well be able to go into the shop or indeed online, get 2 packets, let you have one, and actually the cost of doing so in the end adds up to only 3 or 4 packets to themselves. That is something we ought to give considerable thought to. Going on, the British Retail Consortium says that a better policy is needed on ID in this bill, and I do agree with that point. I was surprised to see that the impact assessment says nothing about the impact of individuals needing to provide ID throughout their life, instead of just up to the age of adulthood. Now, the document, of course, does deal in the costs to retailers of checking ID, but it is silent on the burden of asking a particular group of adults to have to prove their date of birth for life. I'm talking about those who are, or who look, and who would continue to be, or to look, just above the age that is stated in the bill. Healthy or unhealthy, right or wrong, they have every right to buy cigarettes and would remain in possession of that right, but they'd have to prove it for life under this bill. When I led the Elections Act 2022 through this chamber, we were quite rightly questioned very hard on the nature of asking adults to bring identification to a polling station. We acknowledged up front that not everybody holds a driving licence or a passport, and we made sure that other forms of ID were available given the importance of one's democratic rights. Now, in retail, it's a slightly different point. I'm not making a direct comparison, but free ID is already available. I'm thinking of the citizen card, for example, but it does need to be renewed every few years, and it is a new requirement created by this bill that it would need to be used for life. And I think the government ought to have more reassurances than silence to give to those law-abiding people. Madam Deputy Speaker, I said I strongly admire the aspiration of the bill, and for the sake of all those who are entangled in a lethal addiction, I would like to see smoking stop in this country. I'm not standing here on ideological grounds. I'm making sensible points about whether it is going to work. We've had, quite rightly, a wide-ranging, reflective, constructive debate. Good intentions and heroic ambition is not enough. If we are going to do something very novel and use the power of legislation to do so, we need to have sufficient confidence that it's workable. So I do hope that fellow legislators will rise to the challenges that are presented by this idea and scrutinise it very carefully.
Gareth Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's actually quite an amount of agreement in this House about what we're trying to achieve here. Nobody is suggesting that smoking is anything other than very bad for your health. Nobody is suggesting that we should be encourage anybody to smoke. and we know that there are specific dangers to children. So there is a common ground, a common goal, if you like, as to where we want to end up with this piece of legislation. However, I believe that the generational ban is completely the wrong approach. There is a general assumption in this House that we ensure that laws apply equally to all adults. And this piece of legislation turns that general assumption completely on its head and creates this bizarre, absurd situation where you will get people within a year of it, or day of each other, in fact, unable to have the same rights as someone a day older than them. And no other country in the world has implemented this. Many countries have looked at it. New Zealand's been mentioned, Malaysia's been mentioned, Australia's been mentioned, and every other country in the world has come to the conclusion that they're not going to implement it. So either they've all got it wrong and we've got it right, or that's not the case. I doubt that that is the case. And it is a classic case of a kind of nanny knows best approach to politics, which is incredibly patronising to adults and will be increasingly patronising. It is, as I say, a very absurd piece of legislation. It has actually one absurdity which hasn't really been mentioned in this House before, but the snuff box that we've got out there by the doorkeeper's, the principal doorkeeper's chair. He pays for that snuff for members of Parliament who wish to partake in that, in taking snuff.
That right.
And in the future, Madam Deputy Speaker, any MP who comes into this House who's currently 15 years of age or younger won't be able to have it. In fact, the doorkeeper will be committing a criminal offence if they provide snuff to that Member of Parliament. These are the absurdities that are being created by this piece of legislation. Because actually, this bill is not the way to reduce smoking rates. We all want to reduce smoking rates, and this bill is not the way to do it. The way to do it is through education and providing alternatives such as vapes. The Swap to Stop programme that was implemented by the government was a brilliant scheme. Thousands of people have given up smoking as a consequence of that scheme, and many other initiatives that the government has brought in have been tremendous in helping smokers to quit. And I pay tribute to the government for all of those achievements. If you look, though, at specific countries, it's a shame the member for Calder Valley is not actually in his place, because he mentioned Sweden. And actually, if you look at Sweden, because they have been enthusiastic about allowing people to have alternatives to tobacco, they currently have the lowest rate of smoking in the world. And not just that, they have the lowest rate of lung cancer in the world. And it's not a coincidence that it's Sweden that has the lowest rate. It is because they have embraced alternatives to tobacco. And whilst I accept that there are difficulties in having comparisons between different countries, when you look at Turkey and Indonesia, whose smoking rates are increasing, they are also two of the countries that have completely banned vaping. The Secretary of State, quite rightly in her opening speech, mentioned Australia and how the smoking rate amongst young people in Australia is currently going up. In Australia, vapes are banned, and that is not a coincidence either. Vaping helps adult smokers to quit, and thereby it saves lives. And so we do all want the same thing. We do want less smokers, and in order to achieve that, we need to ensure that the legislation that we have is flexible. I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for agreeing that a consultation will take place on the flavourings. I think that is very, very important. I was going to table an amendment to make sure that was happening. There's no necessity to do that now because of her commitment to the House. Flavours are important because what often happens with smokers when they give up smoking and they start vaping instead, a couple of weeks down the line, they get a bit fed up with the vaping that they're carrying out. And so they either go back to tobacco or they switch to a different flavour, and therefore having a variety of flavours is very important. I totally concede that having zingy bubblegum flavour vape is wrong. We should not have any kind of marketing that makes it attractive to children, but what we should have is a choice for adult smokers who wish to switch to vaping. Because we have actually two types of vaping going on in this country at the moment. We have the vaping that's being carried out by smokers who want to stop smoking, and they're vaping as a substitute for the tobacco they previously were consuming. And there is also that other kind of vaping, which is children using it for fun. We need to tackle that robustly. But what we don't need to do is to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Madam Deputy Speaker, vaping, when carried out by an adult, saves lives. It relieves burden on the NHS. If you care about the NHS, and I'm sure everybody in this chamber does, then allowing for vaping to take place as an alternative to smoking must be the right way. There is a danger that this House, though, could send out a perception that vaping is just as bad as tobacco, and if it does that, then many people will think, well, what's the point in vaping? I might as well smoke instead, if they are as bad as each other. They are not as bad as each other. Vaping is considerably more safe than consuming tobacco, although we do not want children who are non-smokers from taking that up. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Hayley.
Deputy Speaker. This is quite basic for me. I see the tobacco and vapes bill as an opportunity to change the life chances and the life course of thousands of children in the Stroud district and my two little girls in that mix. It is not perfect, but it enhances the chance for their little lungs and healthy bodies to grow up to be strong adults. And like many, I am intuitively against banning things and state interventions. I have concerns about the implementations, the practicalities and the enforcement, but I am less interested in hearing slagging off colleagues to help sell books and more interested in the really spirited debate that we have had and challenges from right honourable members like Norwich North, because I think the amendments that could potentially come and the debates that are coming on this will help us. Because at the heart of this legislation is this great Parliament using the knowledge and evidence that has built up over decades and decades that tobacco causes harm. When we know that smoking cigarettes is addictive, it's expensive, and it limits life chances, particularly of the poorest, why would you accept the status quo and hope for a natural evolution? When we know that smoking impacts life opportunities and youngsters are still smoking despite everything that we have done so far and those awful pictures on the boxes, when we know all of that, why would we not want to do more? And secondly, to the health of the nation, the NHS clearly needs reform. I know politicians get shot down in flames for that, but that is the reality. The combination of an ageing population and the billions provided in taxpayers' cash year after year, never ever being enough, mean that serious change is required. So notwithstanding my concerns about this legislation, I do view this bill and the measures to be part of a genuinely bold and preventative strategy that we have not seen before. This is also from a Prime Minister who is known to be characteristically thoughtful into the detail, into the data, into the evidence. So I applaud the PM for being willing to take a battering on this, to try and do the right thing and to prevent known harms for children and for young people's futures. Children in Stroud and Gloucestershire and beyond will benefit from this bill as they are growing up. Now, all 6 Gloucestershire MPs have the absolute joy and benefit of meeting with our health experts on a regular basis. Now, they give us a hard time, we give them a hard time. They're very rarely really happy with the government on all bases, but they told us that this policy is one of the most important public health interventions that any government can make. They then wrote to us to say that the health experts wholeheartedly support the plan to create a smoke-free generation. They said that the legislation is needed and proportionate. Smoking is the leading cause of preventable ill health and death and the major driver of differences between the rich and the poor. In Gloucestershire, the smoking prevalence of the most deprived quintile of the county is 22%, and as many as over 30% of those in routine and manual employment 25,000 people in our little county. Furthermore, smoking is the leading cause of the 10 to 20-year reduction in life expectancy in people with serious mental health illness, of whom 38% of those in our county are addicted to tobacco. Now, progression towards a smoke-free future, the doctors say, will significantly improve the health and well-being of those currently in the most adverse circumstances, with nearly 26,000 people, tobacco-dependent households in our county. And a note to the self-proclaimed freedom fighters: we all love freedom, but addicts are not free. They have very limited choices too. 2/3 of those who try smoking will go on to continue to smoke for the rest of their lives. That was my bit, by the way, the freedom fighter. That was not our learned doctors. But the doctors did say that the legislation have the potential to avoid 4,653 hospital admissions and 690 premature deaths in Gloucestershire, which occur as a result of smoking. They said that while this is a novel policy, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is no reason to think it cannot be successfully implemented, and I do not accept that the UK cannot do this. The legislation will have a profound impact on society, as transformative as smoke-free legislation did more than a decade ago. It is possible to conceive a future where smoking no longer addicts and kills thousands of people every year. I'd like to thank Dr. Charlie Sharp, Deborah Lee, our former Chief Exec, Dr. Richard Makins, Shima Raymond and Professor Mark Pietroni, amongst many others, that gave me the most structured and sensible part of my speech, because they know, they see this stuff every day. My mum's a nurse, they see it. We can do this. Let's not talk this Parliament and this country down in terms of implementing tricky things. And I'm looking forward to the next stages. Thank you.
Matt Warman. My dad used to smoke 60 John Player specials a day. When he died in 2009, the last 20 years of his life had been blighted by heart attacks, by strokes, by dementia, by things that we know now and we knew then are exacerbated not by free human choice, but exacerbated by the fact that smoking is an addiction. Nobody chooses to smoke 60 cigarettes a day. Addiction forces them to, and it hits the poorest hardest. Tobacco ruins lives. Smoking takes away the rational, free human choices that so many people in this chamber have defended today. Defending smoking is not defending rational, free human choice. It's defending addiction, the very opposite. And every day, Madam Deputy Speaker, when we come to this place, I think we should ask ourselves one question. How can I, as a Member of Parliament, how can we, as a Parliament, how can the government do things that make the lives of our constituents better, healthier, happier, freer? And most of the time, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think Parliament, government should get out of the way. Absolutely I do. There are even days when I think the things that we can do most is to not even say anything. But we do have to ask ourselves, what are the things that government can do? Because there are some things that only government can do. The Ronald Reagan quote that the most terrifying words in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll let you into a secret. It was a joke. Ronald Reagan was being slightly glib when he said that. And the real most terrifying words in the English language might perhaps be that there is no government, that there is no operation existing above our individual choices to protect us, to give us security, to fulfill the single most important function of government, security. And security in terms of health is just as important, Madam Deputy Speaker, because the government exists to make people's lives happier and healthier. You might think that governments are a necessary evil, apparently, or you might think that they're a brilliant thing that can expand ever greater. But whatever, we don't improve people's lives by getting out of the way all the time. Tobacco doesn't have some unique special status. We should ask ourselves why, as a Parliament, have we agreed that it is right to have speed limits, it is right to have seatbelts, it is right to have motorcycle helmets, and yet somehow people make a different argument for tobacco. That just doesn't make sense. Now, some people will say that this bill isn't perfect, and they're right because nothing is, but You do have to, I think, if you vote against this bill, or even if you abstain on it, you have to demonstrate that it makes the current situation worse. And I can't see a single example of where it does. You might say that it makes some shops unviable. Well, if the viability of your business depends on tobacco, I don't think that it's good for this country if you are a viable business. Some will say that it fuels the black market. That doesn't seem to be an argument to me at all. We don't make crime legal for fear of driving it underground. We in the Conservative Party put 20,000 extra police officers on the streets. You fund what we need to do to tackle it. And some have said, many have said, that it is about a 34-year-old coming into a shop and being told, I'm terribly sorry you're not 35. The reality of this approach and why it is the right approach is because by the time today's 14, 15, 16-year-olds are 34, 35, it simply won't be viable for those shops to be selling tobacco. It is a way of driving something out of our society, and it is a way of driving a bad thing out of our society. That can only be a good thing. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, an addicted life is not a free life. The spurious grounds to object to this bill have not, in my judgment, demonstrated that they do what needs to be done and demonstrate that voting for this bill makes it worse. The social contract that gives us in this place legitimacy is a balance. We've done some things recently that have tested that balance, and today we have a chance to show people that the 60-something% of people who support this legislation, that we're on their side. Government shouldn't always be allergic to doing things that are popular. Because when push comes to shove, yes, people love freedom, of course they love freedom, but what people need to exercise that freedom is to be alive. So I come back, Madam Deputy Speaker, to where I started, to my dad. The last 20 years of his life exacerbated by smoking, strokes, heart attacks, dementia. That wasn't a free life. It was a life destroyed by addiction for precious little pleasure and a lot of money. We need the freedom to live longer, healthier, happier lives. Fewer people dying needlessly. That's what this bill can do for us today. I can't understand why you'd vote against it. I can't understand why you'd be indifferent to it. What we should do, surely, is answer the question in front of us as best we can. And I can't help but think that if you're voting against this today, you can't see the human wood for the ideological trees. It's an answer that we've got. For all the high-flown arguments about the nanny state, the beginning and the end of this debate should be very, very simple. It is, will people live longer, healthier, happier lives? Will they be alive? It will deliver that. I commend it to that.
Maggie Throop.
Speaker. And as a former Public Health Minister and currently Vice President of the Parliamentary Group on Smoking and Health, I'm delighted to be speaking in this landmark debate today and to be supporting the measures in this legislation. And today the UK takes another significant step towards becoming smoke-free, which will safeguard the health and well-being of millions of people across the country from the threat of smoking-related diseases. I'd like to begin my remarks by taking members back over 60 years to 1962. Not that many of us can remember that, but it marked the beginning of this marathon debate. This was a time when leading political figures such as Harold Wilson and Tony Benn openly smoked whilst giving interviews. Your doctor's cigarette of choice, also we were told, was the Camel, and a young American actor who's just been mentioned by my honourable friend for Boston, was going by the name of Ronald Reagan, appeared on glossy ads to encourage people to send special Christmas cartons of Chesterfields to all their friends instead of traditional card. 1962 was also the year when the UK relationships with smoking changed. A crucial report published by the Royal College of Physicians shed light on the devastating consequences of smoking and urgently called for the government to tackle smoking. This seminal report paved the way for numerous groundbreaking reforms, including health warnings on packs and the ban of smoking in public places. And government policy to tackle the rise of smoking over more recent years has largely focused on increasing the duty on tobacco. However, while a packet of 20 king-size cigarettes may have risen from £1.68 in 1990 to around £17 in 2024, Taxation alone has not solved the problem, with 12.9% of the population still continue to smoke, and that percentage in my constituency of Arawash is 14%. The impetus for the government to act now through new legislation to create a smoke-free generation cannot be clearer. Smoking is the UK's single biggest preventable killer. It causes 15 different types of cancer. It's linked to cardiovascular disease, strokes, diabetes and dementia, as well as reducing the life expectancy by an estimated 8 years for those living in Derbyshire. Smoking puts huge pressure on the NHS, with someone admitted to hospital with a smoking-related condition almost every minute in England, resulting in 400,000 admissions every year. Tobacco use costs billions of pounds in England in lost productivity and health and social care costs. Within my own constituency of Arawash, Ash estimates that the total cost of smoking, including productivity loss, social care costs and health costs, is £91.8 million. The Tobacco and Vapes Bill represents a bold and necessary response to this public health crisis and is a direct result of Javed Khan's review carried out whilst I was Public Health Minister. The measures proposed by Khan will without doubt save tens of thousands of lives and the health system billions of pounds, and it will save an entire generation from a smoking and tobacco addiction, including in Arawash. As was alluded to by my honourable friend member for Boston, we all entered this place, regardless of party politics, with the honourable intention of making life better for the people we represent. I recently met with students from Dovedale Primary School in my constituency, during which we discussed the idea of increasing the age of sale of tobacco by 1 year every year. The students unanimously backed this measure. By supporting this legislation and ensuring that children turning 15 or younger this year, including all those of the Dovedale Primary School students, will never legally be sold cigarettes, we have a golden opportunity to deliver on that promise of making life better for our constituents. And if we do not, then how can we ever go into schools in our constituencies again and look those children and young people in the eye? Another objection put forward by critics of this bill and tobacco manufacturers is that the cost of smoking to public finances is far less than tobacco tax revenues. This is just not the case. Lost productivity, healthcare costs and social care expenditures paint a stark picture of the true cost of smoking to public finances. Calculations by Ash estimated that in 2019, lost productivity due to smoking in England cost £14 billion, in addition to £3 billion costs to the NHS and social care. Tobacco excise tax revenues for the whole of the UK in 2019 were under £9 billion. The financial burden imposed by smoking far outweighs any tax revenues gained from tobacco sales. Moving on to other aspects of the bill, as I've already mentioned, the Khan review outlined that vaping is an effective tool to help people quit smoking. Whilst I agree with this analysis, many young people are being given these products containing nicotine and are becoming addicted. This is all down to clever ploy by tobacco manufacturers. Today, the vaping industry is applying similar tactics to those used by Big Tobacco in 1962. Vapes are increasingly being marketed as fashion accessories, and this bill will tackle this directly by regulating the packaging of vaping and nicotine products, and also will reduce the appeal and attractiveness of vaping and nicotine products to children and young people. But can the Minister confirm whether the government has considered a total ban of sale of tobacco and vaping products with a defined radius of schools? I'm sure this will have a huge impact as well. The final point I would like to make is on the illicit vaping market. Our efforts to combat smoking and vaping must also extend beyond the legal market to tackle this side of things. We've all heard stories about criminal gangs exploiting the market and selling vapes containing synthetic spice. And just last week, the King's College London study published a report by Dr. Karen Copeland that outlined the fact that so-called zombie drugs have been found in fake vapes. So once again, can I ask the Minister what she's doing to tackle this dangerous aspect of the vaping market? To conclude, this is our 1962 moment. We as parliamentarians have an opportunity to end smoking once and for all, ensuring future generations are protected. Some may argue now is not the time to legislate on this matter. I say, if not now, when? The Tobacco and Vapes Bill is the single biggest public health intervention in a generation, and 66% of adults across Great Britain already support this legislation. Now is the time for colleagues from across the House to back this bill for the sake of public health, the economy and our NHS.
Thank you, Madam this position, and as with most things in life, the more time we spend doing a job, the better we get at it. I feel that is true in this place, and I hope the whip sat on the front bench will agree. My understanding of what it is to be a legislator has been a steep learning curve. However, I have looked at policy has changed over my time here. I have concluded for now that as an MP who is guided by his Christian faith, that I should apply to all policies 3 simple tests. They are, is it conservative, is it needed, and is it enforceable? I applied these tests to this bill. Is it conservative? On this first test, sadly I think not. I understand banning drugs, I understand banning drinking and driving, I understand banning smoking in pubs, but to ban a legal product from someone born in 2009, but not for someone born in 2008, seems a little too far overreaching for me. It is also creating that nanny state I and many others speak about. This has so many implications. Where does it end? Obesity is killing as many people as smoking. So are we to ban McDonald's, KFC, Dunkin' Donuts, chocolate? Alcohol is another killer. Do we ban that too? Driving accidents. Do we ban motorbikes, fast cars? Fires. Do we ban candles? What about Scotland's law on supposed hate speech? Someone's words offend, so we ban free speech. So on the first test, is it conservative? Sadly, I think not. Next test is it needed? I believe the Prime Minister's intentions are honourable. Smoking kills so many people, many years before their time, often a slow, painful death. I am campaigning hard for a new hospital in Doncaster, therefore I visit DRI infirmary fairly often. And one of the saddest sights is seeing patients stood outside the hospital, often in their dressing gowns, in all weathers, smoking. It's a bizarre sight. There to get better, yet sadly killing themselves at the same time. And I'm sure this is replicated across the country. Smoking is not a nice habit. It costs a fortune, it results in bad breath, clothes that stink, yellow teeth, yellow fingers. I know at one time many thought it was fashionable to smoke. I know we are all clear now it is not. So is this bill needed? Let us just say I can understand why many think it is. Thirdly, is it enforceable? Another difficulty with the bill. I often say here we are quick to make legislation. However, often the problem is we are simply not enforcing the legislation we already have in place. Many of our streets have issues with the use of banned substances and illegal activities. The use of cannabis is often ignored, even though we can smell it on many streets. Prostitution, again illegal, but often ignored. Quad bikes on our streets, maybe not ignored, but often so difficult to deal with. So are we going to spend time prosecuting shop assistants for selling cigarettes to a 35-year-old when their 36-year-old friends can still buy them? I think not. I understand the hope that by then the 35-year-old will not want to smoke. But like most things, when something is banned, an unregulated black market is created, often turning law-abiding citizens into criminals. Never a good thing to do. So as far as my 3 tests go, this legislation only really passes 1. This bill, therefore, is a struggle for me to support.
I also want to go back to my first point. Is it conservative? And more importantly, is it more evidence of the creation of that nanny state? I believe so. If we take more and more decisions away from adults, then more adults will continue to rely more and more on the state to make decisions for them. This is not a good thing, and sadly will only create more powerful governments and weaker individuals. This thought reminded me of a video I watched recently, and I want to read what the gentleman said. His words, not mine. He said, "My grandfather walked 10 miles to work every day. My father walked 5. I'm driving a Cadillac. My son is in a Mercedes. He said, my grandson will be in a Ferrari. But he said, my great-grandson will be walking again." I asked him why. Why is that? And he said to me, tough times create strong people. Strong people create easy times. Easy times create weak people. Weak people create tough times. Many will not understand, but we have to raise warriors. Nanny states do not raise warriors. They create weak individuals. And as the man said, weak individuals create tough times. I want a society to help raise warriors, as I believe going forward we are going to need as many as we can find, smokers or not. Just finally, is it Christian to support or not support this bill? I am sure there are arguments on both sides, but we start each day in this place saying the Lord's Prayer. We ask our Lord, lead me not into temptation. We do not ask him to take temptation away. No, I think our Lord wants us to be warriors too, to be able to withstand the many temptations this world offers. I also think he wants us to make decisions, not sit on the fence. I therefore can't abstain. I believe that will be the easy option. I will be therefore voting against this bill, not because I want to, not because I want young people to smoke, I don't, but I want them to be warriors who can say no to the many temptations they may face. Educate them and then get them to rely on themselves to make the right decisions, not rely on the state to make decisions for them.
Thank you. I hope that we can now limit to, there are more people here than I was expecting. About 5 minutes, please. Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise to support the bill and to make 2 declarations. First, as the chairman of the all-party group on action on smoking and health. And so our objective is to encourage people that smoke to give up, and indeed those that are young not to take up smoking at all in the first place, which of course this bill is aiming to achieve. But my second declaration is personal. I don't want anyone else to go through what I went through, which is my 2 parents dying of cancer, of smoking-related diseases. I well remember my late mother gasping for her last breath at the age of 47. I don't want, because she'd been smoking since she'd been 12, and at that time it was almost encouraged by doctors and by the medical fraternity to actually, this was a good thing to do. So the reality is, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to see a smoke-free generation. We've got an opportunity now, because New Zealand were going to be in the forefront. They've decided not to go ahead, so we can now be in the vanguard of making this the opportunity to have the first smoke-free generation in the world. The stakes could not be higher, however, because the reality is that the research from the University College of London says that 350 young people between the age of 18 and 25 take up smoking every day. Since the government announced their proposals, that means that 50,000 young people have taken up smoking. They will face a lifetime of addiction and early death as a result. Now, in my constituency, we have relatively few people who smoke, way below the average rates, but still, prior to the pandemic,
Smoking-related diseases meant 1,300 hospital admissions in the last year. People suffer the same inequalities as a result. Now, some people say, oh, well, if we do this, then we're going to not have the taxation to come into the Treasury. But in 2023, smoking cost the economy £21 billion. That's more than double the revenue that the government gets from tobacco levies. Now, some people say that actually people that die early are doing us a favour by not being an imposition on the National Health Service. Absolutely outrageous. We want people to live longer and healthier lives and encourage them to do so. For those people that have this view about freedom of choice, let's be quite clear. I'm a dyed-in-the-wool conservative. I believe in free choice. But the only free choice you make if you take up smoking is to take that first cigarette. Because after that, you're addicted for life. The craving is there. And if you want to give up, the fact is that most adult smokers do want to give up. But the reality is that it takes 30 attempts to succeed in order to give up. And only 1 in 10 smokers actually achieves it each year. So the reality is that if you smoke, you're going to die a horrible death, probably as a result of diseases that come in as a result of smoking. Now, this bill has the opportunity of creating that smoke-free generation and making sure that young people do not get addicted in the first place. If they're then adults and wish to take up smoking, that's their choice and that's free choice. But it doesn't, and very importantly for this bill, does not criminalise those people that smoke at the moment for either purchasing or using tobacco. The legal obligation obviously will be on the retailers not to sell tobacco to those who are underage. Now, I'm concerned, as many are, Madam Deputy Speaker, about the number of young people taking up vaping. The reality is that we don't yet have the evidence of what that will do to their lungs in the future. We know that it will get them addicted to nicotine, which is the most addictive drug known to man or woman. The reality is that once they're addicted to some form of nicotine, the temptation is to go on further. We don't know what damage is being done by the delivery mechanism of vaping to people's lungs. And the reality is that medical evidence will emerge. So it's important we take up action now rather than waiting to see what happens. Now, there's clear public support for this. 69% of the public back the Prime Minister's age of sale proposal, including more than half of all smokers. There is support from across the political parties. The majority of people that vote for each of our parties across the chamber actually support this proposal. And it shouldn't come as a great surprise, because no one wants to see their children or grandchildren become addicted. Now, very sadly, Big Tobacco are fighting back. They've even attempted to classify themselves as allies of public health. Now, the reality is that Philip Morris International threatened to take legal action against the government to delay the legislation. So I'm not sure what they think they're saying when their new corporate slogan is delivering a smoke-free future, when the whole aim is to get people addicted in the first places. So the other reality is that we've seen Big Tobacco trying to get many of their products exempted from the bill, such as heat not burn and cigars, including exemptions which would undermine the bill before it even starts. Now, the reality is these products still contain tobacco, they still contain harmful products, and they still cause damage to people's health. We cannot allow this to happen. One of the issues, for example, is that cigarillos are in a position where they're exempted at the moment from standardised packaging laws. We should change that as well, and maybe that's something we could look at as the legislation takes place. Now, the other reality is that I just want to mention is the position of the discrepancies there appear to be between Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales and England. In Scotland, they have a very clear requirement for retailers to identify people by their age. And I welcome that. That's the right thing to do. But the bill as it stands does not appear to require that in Wales or in England. And I hope that we can amend the bill as it goes through Bill Committee to allow that same provision that exists in Scotland, and we should support what they've done in Scotland, to apply in England, Wales and Northern Ireland. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know you're requiring me to sit down, but this is a subject that I've been passionate about for rather a long time. And the reality is that from the smoking ban back in 2007, which was led from the backbenches at the time, and indeed many Labour ministers voted against the standardised package, against the tobacco ban, including the Deputy Prime Minister voted against it, through to the 2015 progress on tobacco control. Consistently, the measures have come from the backbenches. In fact, colleagues from across this House have helped implement many of those measures. So I'm delighted that the all-party parliamentary group's recommendations have been included in the Khan review and are now being implemented by the government. And I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for going even further when we asked for, which was a raise in the age of sale to create a smoke-free generation by raising the age of sale by 1 year every year. The reality is that tobacco control measures have consistently passed this chamber and others every single time they've been proposed by overwhelming support from a cross-party basis. I'm confident that this will be no different.
To impose a time limit of 5 minutes. Vicky Ford.
Two really important principles crashing against each other. On one hand, the principle of personal freedom. On the other hand, the responsibility of a government to act on public health. We're really lucky to live in a country that treasures personal freedom, and we should be very careful of bans that take those freedoms away. But smoking is the biggest killer, the biggest preventable killer, costing the NHS and the economy billions every year. And most people who smoke wish they'd never started in the first place. They wish that they'd never had that choice. I agree with them. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've lost weight. I took a decision 6 months ago to give up alcohol. Giving up alcohol is far easier than giving up nicotine. But people value that choice to make silly decisions. When they were told they shouldn't bumper an Easter egg all in one go, there was a public backlash. And given that this is about personal choice, I think it's right that this is a free vote today. But when I thought about this free vote, I realised that this vote doesn't really affect me. It affects young people. Yeah. And young people have a right to be heard. That's why I wrote to secondary schools in my Chelmsford constituency and asked young people for their views. And I'm really grateful for the very detailed feedback from 3 of those schools. I won't mention which schools because they gave me their confidence and I don't want them to get in trouble with their peers. One group reported back that the general consensus was a ban was a good thing. Another said they had mixed views, and a third sent me detailed comments from every single Year 12 and Year 13 studying politics. In this group, the number of students supporting the measures in the bill was more than double those who did not. The majority is even greater when you look at the proportion of the bill about vapes versus the proportion of the bill about tobacco. The children commented that the brightly coloured flavoured vapes are targeted at young people. They also worry about the environmental impact, especially of disposable vapes. They'd like to have stronger limitations on disposable products than reusable. They recognise that vaping can help adults to quit smoking. They raised the concern that stronger restrictions on vapes may cause some adults to return to smoking. But they also are concerned about the lack of knowledge of the long-term impact of vaping, especially for young people. Other students pointed out that fixing a set date of birth for those who are able to buy tobacco seems somewhat arbitrary, it feels unfair, could be difficult to enforce, especially as the people get older. Some raised the concerns that younger people will still obtain products, both from vapes and cigarettes, from older people or from illegal sources. All the groups comment on the need for enforcement measures. They wisely point out that just passing a law in this House doesn't necessarily change behaviour. I was pleased that the Health Secretary said that local authorities will be able to keep the proceeds from fines in order to enforce this. Some of the students were also concerned about the challenges enforcement will have for retail workers, and the government's new proposals to introduce a specific offence for assaulting a retail worker may go some way to address this. And one important final point, which I thought it was really important to mention, was that some of the young people are concerned that if these items are banned, then other potentially even more dangerous items will take over the usage of these products. Now, all of these points have been mentioned individually by many colleagues in this debate today. And every single one of those points was considered by the young people in my constituency. I was deeply impressed by the thought they gave to it. They value freedom. They value choice. But when asked for their views, the majority of the young people of Chelmsford who responded said they would support the measures in this bill. It was not a unanimous opinion, and I respect those who did not agree. But in a democracy, majority views are those that prevail. Therefore, out of respect for the majority view of the young people in my constituency, whom this bill will affect much more than any of us, I am going to vote for this bill today, because it is their views on this bill that I think will matter. Thank you.
Mr. Graham. Mr. Speaker, what a fascinating afternoon of different speeches. And of course, as my right honourable friend for Chelmsford has just indicated, there are two very different ways of approaching the bill before us. It is very much a personal matter. It's not whipped, and therefore all of us will have our different perceptions. But I would start by saying that what all of us are here to do is not, as one member said, to try and prevent restrictions on human activity. I don't see that as the reason I was sent to this House. But I believe that we were all surely sent here to try and achieve a better future for the children and grandchildren of our constituents. And then once we've all agreed on that, we can then discuss whether a ban on children from smoking now that will in time mean a restriction, a ban on everyone, is either a wonderful way of preventing not a liberty but an addiction, or whether taking away that freedom is something that is just a slippery slope towards taking away all other freedoms. And of course, although we can't measure precisely what the future damage will be of allowing people to carry on as we have, being able to do ourselves considerable damage, we do know that the NHS calculates the financial cost currently at £17 billion a year. So for those of us who are also concerned about the size of the state, the use of resources, the productivity of the NHS, the ability of our constituents to have elective surgery when they want to have it, to see doctors when they wish to, surely this is a huge opportunity to make a massive difference, not just to the potential for future generations to avoid that addiction to tobacco, but also to be able to get the health services that they want at a cost that this country can afford. That, I think, is really the crux of what we've been discussing today. And it's very interesting to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, that all the doctors in the House and all the health professionals in our constituencies, as my neighbour, the wonderful MP for Stroud, has highlighted in Gloucestershire, are absolutely united that this is one of the single most important and useful interventions that this House could do. And I think it's huge credit to this Prime Minister that he has set out a vision with clarity, pursues it with determination, and is absolutely clear that were this House to vote this through, this would be part of whatever legacy he in the future leaves as a politician keen to make a difference. So I believe that the idea, on the contrary, that actually encouraging worse health outcomes should continue because it somehow benefits people's freedoms is only a valid one if the whole business of smoking was harmless and largely cost-free. And we know that simply isn't the case. We've heard the data, the cause of 75,000 GP appointments a month, 690 premature deaths in Gloucester Royal Hospital alone, and a new patient every minute of every day somewhere in a hospital in the UK because of smoking. So we cannot argue that this freedom to smoke and to be addicted comes cost-free. And I cannot imagine opposing a bill that supports better health and better life outcomes. For the Libertarians, this in fact helps reduce the size and cost of the state. And therefore all of these things are fundamentally conservative goals. In fact, they're not even just conservative goals. They're goals, surely, that are human goals that all of us in this House can share. And in all of this, we don't need to think too much about a nanny state, because none of us are keen on the phrase a nanny state or the concept. But how many people here today, Madam Deputy Speaker, would stand up and vote to take away safety belts in cars, or to suggest that everyone could drive motorbikes without helmets now? So I believe that what may seem a slight increase of bureaucracy now will be something that in a few years' time will be seen as so obvious that we will all be astonished there was any opposition at all in due course. So I believe very strongly, Madam Deputy Speaker, that protecting children, just as we banned children from being chimney sweeps in generations gone by, banning them from smoking for future generations is exactly what a progressive Conservative government should do, and this bill, if passed, will be one of the most wide-reaching laws that this government and this Parliament has done. I am absolutely convinced.
Order. Thank you. Anna Firth.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I support the aim of this bill to create the first smoke-free generation. It's bold, it's visionary, and I support it. And I want to try and use my time to make 4 short points, if I can. And Madam Deputy Speaker, it won't surprise you that the first one concerns the new City of Southend, because my vision is to make the City of Southend safer, healthier and wealthier for all. But the incidence of smoking in Southend is a real barrier to that vision. In 2022, the rate of smoking in Southend was estimated to be over 14%. That's 1.5% higher than the national average. But what is even more concerning is that the 2022 figure is 3% higher than the 2021 figure. So while it's laudable that smoking rates have been consistently declining in the UK for the past 40 years, the reality is that in some of our coastal cities, of which sadly Southend is one, they are still too high and even rising. So I am delighted that the Prime Minister is seeking to tackle this issue, and anything that makes the next generation of Southenders healthier certainly has my backing. The second point is I'm delighted the bill tackles vaping. Recent research, as we've heard, shows that nearly a quarter of children are now using vapes, with over 10% in secondary schools describing themselves as regular users. Vaping is much, much more concerning because we just simply do not yet know the long-term effects. But what we do know is alarming. We know that vaping-related hospital admissions almost doubled in 2022, with 32 of those cases involving children. So bearing in mind that, as we've heard, cigarettes were once considered to be perfectly safe, I believe it's simply not responsible to fail to act to stop these young people becoming hooked on these products. But like others, I do have a number of concerns about how this bill will work in practice. There are only 5,000 trading standards officers around the country. How can such a small number ensure that the ban on the sale of these products is enforced? And just as important, as this bill is currently drafted, if someone were to go abroad on a trip, come back with a pack of 200 Marlborough Gold, which apparently are only £37, the current duty-free rate, at the moment there is nothing to stop them smoking those, giving them to others because they haven't bought them. So that has got to be tackled as well. But like my honourable friend, the honourable member for Chelmsford, I've also engaged with my students. My last cohort of work experience students, all with an interest in politics, very interested in this policy. Students from Westcliff High School for Girls, Southend High School for Girls, Southend High School for Boys and King Edmund's School all support the aim of the bill. But they too raise a number of intelligent concerns. They want to know how shops already selling illegal and unregulated nicotine products are going to be dealt with when they add illegal vapes to that. They want to know how, as we go forward, people well into adulthood will be ID'd for nicotine products. How are shops actually going to tackle that? On vapes, they strongly support the banning disposable vapes, particularly for environmental reasons, but they're concerned, much more concerned about cracking down on the underage vaping that's already happening as they are on banning future purchase of vapes. And finally, they raise considerable concerns about the potential for a black market for nicotine products. They pointed out we already see in the illicit drug market the prevalence of unregulated products cut with even worse substances, and they fear we might be opening the door for this to happen with nicotine products as well. So to conclude, I support the principle of this ban. This is about protecting the long-term health of young people in our country, and I will be voting for it, but we must address the real concerns expressed by the very young people that this is set out to protect.
Steve Double.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm not naturally inclined to be someone who likes to ban things. I certainly lean towards the government intervening as little as possible and only when absolutely necessary. So I have thought long and hard about this bill and whether I would support it or not. And I've come to the conclusion that I will be voting for the bill tonight. And the first reason, because I've heard the arguments put forward by some today about freedom. But the simple fact is that people who are addicted to nicotine and smoking are not free. It is a life I have seen many people suffer with trying to give up smoking. And any notion that somehow people who are addicted to smoking are free, I'm afraid, is just nonsense. And if we can help people avoid ever becoming addicted to smoking and nicotine, then that is something I think the government should take action on. And I think the way this bill tries to address that issue is absolutely sensible and pragmatic and the right way to go about it. Because I've also heard it say today that somehow, smoking is a matter of personal choice and freedom and it doesn't really affect anyone else. Well, I would challenge people who say that to go and talk to any family. Some of the stories we've heard in the chamber today who have lost loved ones through long and painful deaths as a result of their smoking. There are victims of smoking beyond the person directly involved in their family, and also the huge pressure that it puts on our health systems, the damage it does to our economy. All of these things are prices that we all have to pay for the addiction to smoking that so many struggle with. When I read that statistic that 75,000 GP appointments a week are directly as a result of smoking, I was astounded. I'm sure we all have our inboxes full of constituents who say they're struggling to see their GP. And can you imagine if we freed up that capacity within primary care, what a difference it would make? So for those reasons, I believe that it is right on this occasion for the government to intervene. And I also, some of the points that have been made about having to check the age of someone in their 30s or 40s about whether or not they're eligible to buy tobacco. The reality is that's just never going to happen, because the whole point of these measures is to stop people smoking in the first place. We know most people start smoking when they are young, and by helping them avoid ever starting smoking when they're young, we just won't have people in their 30s or 40s wanting to buy cigarettes. And that is absolutely the point. I also very much welcome the measures in this bill with regard to vaping. I have been incredibly concerned about the way that vaping has taken hold, particularly of young people in our country. I absolutely understand and acknowledge it's a very useful tool to help people get off cigarettes and take up vaping instead. But the reality is, in our country now, it is about so much more than that. And I think it is shameful the way that some of the vape manufacturers have deliberately tried to get young people addicted to vaping so that they're locked into being their customers for the rest of their lives, just as the tobacco industry has done for too long. And so I welcome the measures that the government are taking to try and make vaping less attractive to young people. I would also suggest that maybe we need to go further, that if we say the main aim of vaping is to help people get off smoking, then why don't we ban vapes also from anyone who is born before the 1st of January 2009? Because if they're not going to ever smoke, they're not going to need vaping to get off smoking. And it is one way I think that we could actually go further to improve this bill and actually prevent young people ever taking up vaping in the first place. And I think that would be incredibly welcome. We don't actually know the long-term damage that vaping is doing to people. We're starting to see some of the evidence come forward of the number of young people who end up in hospital as a result of vaping. And I am deeply concerned that just as with tobacco, if it was being licensed today, with all that we know about the damage it does to people's lives, we would probably not license it or approve it for sale. I am concerned that the long-term impact of vaping we don't yet understand, and it is going to reap a damaging effect on our young people's health. So this bill isn't perfect, but I absolutely acknowledge and respect the Prime Minister's aims in coming forward with something that is bold, that is really going to address this important issue in our society, and I am happy to support the bill this evening.
James Grundy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today in an unusual position because, as people know, I smoke like a chimney, but I'm going to give the government the benefit of the doubt tonight, even though I have concerns about the enforceability of some of the measures in this bill. And the reason is this. For those of you who are regular readers of the Lead Journal, and I realise my audience might not include too many of those, I have written repeatedly about the problem of illicit and illegal tobacco and vapes in Lee. And the simple truth is that there is real concern that quite a lot of these products are a means to money launder for the gangs that cause the heroin problem in Lee and the people smugglers. I've previously spoken, once again, about the Lee Journal, about how Lee was one of the endpoints of an international smuggling gang based in the Balkans that used illicit tobacco and vapes as part of their criminal enterprise. I know some people have got up today to speak about this bill and don't think it's right and aren't going to support the government. Well, I'm going to support the government, but I'm actually going to complain about the bill as well, because I say the government should go further. The government must go further. I think if someone is selling illegal tobacco and vapes, they should be held accountable. If someone was selling for example, beer or spirits made out of turpentine or toilet water, people would be outraged and there would be a demand for action. But that is happening day in, day out, week in, week out, with illegal and counterfeit tobacco and vapes, because some of these products are made either illegitimately to copy, inverted commas, legitimate products in sweatshops in the Far East. And some of the vapes, they include something up to 10 times the legal limit of nicotine. And we simply do not know, as some of our colleagues with medical knowledge have spoken in this chamber about today, what damage that will do to young people. My view is that the way we should go further on this is we already have a mechanism to licence shops. It's the alcohol licence scheme. I believe that we should expand the alcohol licensing scheme run by the local authority to tobacco. And it should be an alcohol and tobacco licence. You can't apply for one or the other. It's got to be both. And if you are caught selling a dodgy £2 vape to a 14-year-old, you should have your licence taken away, so you can no longer sell alcohol either. And I guarantee, Madam Deputy Speaker, that would basically bring about a cleaning up of the system, because nobody is going to take the risk of selling a dodgy £2 vape to a 14-year-old and risk the loss of the ability to sell alcohol to a much wider pool of people. And those that do, Madam Deputy Speaker, I suspect will be the organisations that are actually fronts for the drug dealers and the people smugglers. And we should also trigger an automatic HMRC investigation into those people to follow back the chain of the dodgy vapes and the dodgy tobacco and find out who they are. And not only should we take away their licences so they can't sell alcohol and tobacco, we should fine them, not £50, as has been talked about earlier on, but £10,000. Let's teach them a lesson. Let's really go for this, because the black market in tobacco and vapes already exists. I know people have been talking about this, but it's already there. It's costing the Treasury millions. It's funding other criminal activity, as I've said, heroin dealing, people smuggling. It's got to come to an end. So the only criticism I have for the government today in regards to this legislation is that it doesn't go far enough. We need more robust regulation because a giant black market in tobacco and vapes is already there. It needs to be done via the existing licensing system, which already exists for alcohol, and it needs to have concrete outcomes that will shut these dodgy shops and cut off a source of funding for these dangerous criminal gangs that also operate in heroin dealing and people smuggling. I know that the government has the right intention on this. As I've said, I have doubts about some of the detail, but I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt today. But I urge the government to strengthen the legislation, and it will be to the benefit of us all if they do. Let's deal with these criminal gangs whilst we deal with this issue of public health, because the two, I'm afraid, are deeply intertwined. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Shadow Minister Prickgill.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to respond to this debate on behalf of the opposition. We have heard some powerful contributions today from members on both sides of the House in favour of this bill to bring an end to the smoking epidemic and crack down on vaping companies that are preying on kids. I want to thank the Honourable Member for Winchester, Bromsgrove, Stockton North, Harrow East, Erewash, Bolton, Stroud and Blaydon for their moving contributions on the harms of smoking and the importance of this bill. And let me also pay thanks to my honourable friend for North Tyneside, York Central and Dulwich and West Norwood for the excellent points made about the growth in vaping. We've also heard some opposition to this bill today as well. The Right Honourable Member for Rosendale and Darwin cited the example of people openly taking Class A drugs in public without reprimand as evidence that bans don't work. I dare say he's just made more of a point about the decline in policing and local enforcement under his government rather than age of sale legislation. And to the Right Honourable Member for South West Norfolk, I simply say that if wanting to stop future generations getting addicted to products that may eventually kill them makes us the health police, then the health police we are. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is no argument for the harm that tobacco does to the people of this country every day. Smoking is the single biggest preventable cause of ill health. It leads to 80,000 deaths a year in the United Kingdom and is responsible for 1 in 4 cancer deaths and over 70% of lung cancer cases. Smokers lose an average of 10 years of life expectancy. Smoking, as we've heard today, is not a free choice. It is an addiction. Hence, raising the age of sale will help reduce pressure on the NHS by improving health and well-being. My constituent, Eric, knows this too well. He's one of thousands of constituents whose life has been put at risk by smoking. Like the vast majority of smokers, Eric began smoking when he was a child, at age 14. It wasn't until his 50s that Eric was able to give up cold turkey at the request of his daughter, who urged him to do so on behalf of his newborn grandson. Eric has suffered a heart attack and stroke and lives with hypertension, high cholesterol and COPD. As he says, COPD is an incurable mortal disease. It makes getting around harder and harder for me. And the experience of people like Eric is why the last Labour government took radical action with the smoking ban in 2007, a defining public health achievement. And it is why, from opposition, we welcome the Khan review and we proposed the generational smoking ban a full 10 months before the Prime Minister made his announcement at his party conference. There is wide support for this bill from everyone in the NHS, in the wider health sector, and the general public. And the only people who seem to be fighting it tooth and nail are the tobacco companies and Conservative backbenchers. The former member for Blackpool South called it health fascism, and the former Prime Minister, whose Chief of Staff worked for Philip Morris and British American Tobacco, has called it unconservative. What is it about the tobacco industry that some Tory MPs love so much? Every year, the NHS bails out big tobacco to the tune of billions. The Prime Minister might not feel he has the strength to take on these vested interests and whip his MPs to vote against them, but he can rest assured that if they can't get it over the line, Labour will. As welcome as this bill is, the government has had 14 years to take stronger action on smoking. 4 years ago, the government said its ambition was a smoke-free Britain by 2030, yet it is currently estimated to be at least 7 years behind its smoke-free 2030 target and not on course to meet it in the poorest areas until 2044.
The generational smoking ban will help us get there, but it will not help the 6 to 7 million adults who already smoke. And as many members have raised today, stop smoking services have faced savage cuts. The number of smokers who quit through stop smoking services has dropped from 400,000 a year in 2010 to around 100,000 today. So does the Minister regret not doing more to bring down smoking rates over the past 14 years? The government has belatedly committed more funding to stop smoking services now, but the uplift in funding she is offering will not take us back to the number of people setting quitting dates that we achieved in 2010. So what assurance can she offer that her measures will actually get the government on course to hit the 5% smoke-free target by 2030? And while the bill is strong on tackling the take-up of cigarettes and vapes by young people, it does little to help those who are already addicted to quit. Recently, a school in my constituency had to apologise after handing out a leaflet to a child suggesting smoking as a self-help measure. Does the Minister agree with me that it is scandalous that the myth that smoking reduces stress and anxiety still persists? And does she agree with me that her bill should include a requirement to make tobacco companies include information to dispel that myth in their products? The bill also includes a range of powers to tackle the issue of youth vaping. Labour welcomes this. For years, Labour have been warning about the explosion of young people getting addicted to nicotine with products that look like teddy bears and sippy cups and come in flavours like unicorn shake. And it is why Labour voted to ban the marketing and branding of vapes to children in 2021. And once again, Labour leads and this government belatedly follows. But in the meantime, an estimated 255,000 more children aged 11 to 17 have been addicted to vapes, according to the Ashes survey data. So does the Minister regret taking so long to wake up to this issue? And according to the Trading Standards Institute, while youth vaping has soared, so has the number of illegal products flooding our market, which many members have raised today. Up to 1 in 3 vapes sold in shops are estimated to be illicit. It means children are being exposed to vapes that contain heavy metals, antifreeze, poster varnish, as well as illegal levels of nicotine, getting them hooked for life. So can the Minister explain how she expects to bring in effective new regulations on vapes when her government are barely in control of the black market now? And does she agree with me that there needs to be a cross-government strategy to tackle the smuggling of potentially dangerous products into our country? And has she considered giving the MHR new powers to screen products before they actually come on the market? And can she also confirm that her bill will provide powers to tackle not just the sale, but the import of dangerous products? To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, after 14 years of the Tories, healthy life expectancy has dropped for the first time in modern British history. Labour supports this bill, but after 14 years of failure and with the NHS in crisis, we regret that it marks the last desperate attempt of this government to rescue a legacy on public health. And for 14 years, the government has played politics with public health, putting off prevention measures, knowing that taxpayers tomorrow will pay the price. But the country is paying for this now. Labour will always put public health first, prioritise prevention to ease pressure on the NHS, improve access to smoking cessation services and take on the tobacco and vape companies profiting of people's health. Thank you.
Minister, Dame Andrea Leadsom.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do want to start by thanking the many lung, cancer and asthma charities, as well as ASH in particular, for their advice, research and support. And I also want to personally pay tribute to the Chief Medical Officer for England for all of his commitment to making the strongest possible case for this life-changing legislation, and also to the health ministers right across the United Kingdom for their collaboration in what will be a UK-wide solution for future generations. Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to the honourable gentleman opposite who opened for the opposition, I was very disappointed. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I like the honourable gentleman for Ilford North. He once said on air that was death to his career. I don't know why would he have said that, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I'm really disappointed today because he wasn't listening. He had some very sensible questions from my honourable friends about consultation. They were raising very serious points about flavours for vapes and how they might help adults to quit. He was not listening. He was making party political points. In fact, he barely said anything sensible about this legislation. All he did was talk politics. I appreciate the fact that his side have been whipped to support this bill, whereas on my side, colleagues are trusted to make their own decisions on something that has always been a matter for a free vote. He sits there shouting from a sedentary position on political point scoring yet again. And I'd like to turn to the Honourable Member for Birmingham Edgbaston, who did raise a very serious question about stop smoking services. I can tell her that the government has allocated £138 million a year to stop smoking, which is more than doubling. So this side's commitment to helping adults to stop smoking is absolutely unparalleled. Now, I'd like to also thank the Honourable Member for East Renfrewshire for her support for the bill, and also for the collaborative approach of the government in Scotland for their work in bringing forward this collaboration between all parts of the United Kingdom. I also particularly want to pay tribute to my right honourable friend, the chairman of the Health Committee, for his excellent speech and his strong case for long-term policies that will prevent ill health and thereby reduce the pressures on the NHS, something that is so important. He raised the question of when will we see the regulations and the consultation on vaping flavours and on packaging and location in stores. And I can tell him that it is our intention to bring forward that consultation during this Parliament, if at all practicable. I also want to thank my right honourable friend, the member for Bromsgrove, for his tribute to Dr Javed Khan, for his excellent report into the terrible trap of addiction to nicotine. He made the point that it's simply not a free choice, it is the total opposite. And I'd also like to thank the Liberal Democrats and the spokesman for the Liberal Democrats for saying that they will support the bill at second reading. I'm not quite sure where they're going on the smoking legislation, but I'm grateful for their support for vaping. And I do hope to be able to reassure them during the course of the legislation. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the case for the bill is totally clear. Smoking cigarettes are the product that, when used as the manufacturer intends, will go on to kill 2/3 of its long-term users. That makes it different from eating at McDonald's or even drinking, what was it, a pint of wine? One of my colleagues was suggesting. Very, very different. Smoking causes 70% of lung cancer cases. It causes asthma in young people. It causes stillbirths. It causes dementia, disability and early death. I will give way on that cheering.
I thank the Minister for giving way and draw the House's attention to my declaration of members' interests as a practising NHS consultant addiction psychiatrist. Would she share my concern that what we've heard from the libertarian right today is a false equivalence between alcohol, bad dietary choices, and smoking, and that moderate alcohol, moderate bad eating, are very different from moderate smoking, because moderate smoking kills, and it means that people live on average 10 years shorter lives, and it means less healthy lives. And would she agree with me that this is not about libertarianism, this is about doing the right thing, protecting public health and protecting the next generation, and that's why we should all support this bill?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. He makes such a powerful point, speaking with such authority, and similar points to those made by my honourable friend for Sleaford and North Hykeham, who also, speaking as a paediatrician herself with great expertise on this matter, it's absolutely true. It's a false choice. It is not a freedom of choice. It is a choice to become addicted, and that then removes your choice. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, every year over 100,000 children aged between 11 and 15 light their first cigarette. And what they can look forward to is a life addicted to nicotine, spending thousands of pounds a year, taking maybe 30 attempts to quit with all of the misery that involves, and then experiencing life-limiting, entirely preventable suffering, and then 2/3 of them will die before their time. 83% of people start smoking before the age of 20, and that's why we need to have the guts to create the first smoke-free generation across the United Kingdom, making sure that children turning 15 or younger this year will never be legally sold tobacco. It is the single biggest intervention we can make to improve our nation's health. Smoking is responsible for around 80,000 deaths every year, and Madam Deputy Speaker, it would be worth taking action if the real figure were half of that, or even a tenth of it. And not only that, but there's also a strong economic case for the bill. Every year, smoking costs our country at least £17 billion, far more than the £10 billion of tax revenue it draws in. It costs our NHS and social care system £3 billion every year, with someone admitted to hospital with a smoking-related illness almost every minute of every day, and 75,000 GP appointments every week for smoking-related problems, a massive and totally preventable waste of resources. And for those of us on this side who are really trying hard to get access to the NHS, for more patients to be able to see their GPs, this is a really good target for us to be focused on. And then on the positive side, creating a smoke-free generation could deliver productivity gains of almost £2 billion within a decade, potentially reaching £16 billion by 2056. Improving work prospects, boosting efficiency, and driving the economic growth we need to pay for the first-class public services that we all want. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that honourable members who oppose this bill are doing so with the best of intentions. They argue that adults should be free to make their own decisions, and I get that. But what we're inviting, what we're urging them to do is to make their own free decision to choose to be addicted to nicotine. But that is not a choice, and I urge colleagues to look at the facts. Children start smoking because of peer pressure and persistent marketing telling them it's cool. And once hooked, I know from experience how hard it is to kick the habit. I took up smoking aged 14, and my little sister was 12 at the time, and we used to buy 10 number 6, Madam Deputy Speaker, a little book of matches, and we would, yes, smoke behind the bicycle shed and at the bus stop on the way home from school. Yes, I know, I'm outing myself here. So I took up smoking age 14. I was smoking 40 a day by the age of 20, and I gave up as my 21st birthday present to myself. But today, with all this talk of smoking, I'm now 60, okay, so do the maths, that's 40 years later, I still feel like a fag sometimes. Because we're talking about smoking all the time. It's that addictive, 40 years since I smoked. So this isn't about freedom to choose. It is about freedom from addiction. Now, there's another angle to this. The tobacco industry are, of course, giving dire warnings of unintended consequences from raising the age of sale. They say it will cause an explosion in the black market, exactly what they said when the age of sale went from 16 to 18. But in fact, the opposite happened. The number of illicit cigarettes consumed fell by a quarter. And at the same time, smoking rates for 16 and 17-year-olds in England fell by almost a third. Raising the age of sale is a tried and tested policy, and it is a policy that is supported by a majority of retailers, raised by a number of colleagues, quite understandably, but raised by over 70% of the British public. I will give way briefly.
I forget from my right friend, if I'd known she'd been such a teen smoker, I would not have recruited her to the Conservative Party at the tender age of 18, like at Warwick University. Can I say to her, I've always taken a free choice approach to health matters. And as Shadow Children's Minister, I had to lead on the tobacco advertising ban and the public smoking ban as well. We were wrong to oppose them. Who now would think it remotely normal that people can smoke around us in restaurants and in other public places? And does she not agree that this measure today, in a few years' time, will seem just the same as banning smoking in public places, and why didn't we do it earlier?
Well, of course, as I've said, ever since I met him age 18, he's always right. I can never disagree with him. But now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to say a few even more furious words about vaping. It is just appalling to see vapes being deliberately marketed to children at pocket money prices, in bright colours, with fun packaging, with flavours like bubblegum and berry blast, and with the vape counter right next to the sweet counter. Yeah.
But before my right honourable friend just gets too furious about vaping, can I just ask to clarify 2 points of smoking, just dragging us slightly back. First of all, she said that it's extremely important because of the addictive nature of nicotine that we stop people smoking from 15. I don't support that, but can I ask her, first of all, if it's so important, why aren't we starting at 17? Because it's already illegal for 17-year-olds to smoke. What's the magic of the 15? If you really believe it, why delay? And the second point I make, she said in relation to her own experience, I'm a former smoker herself, she started smoking at 14, I started smoking at about 14 as well. It was illegal when I started smoking at 14. It didn't stop me. I said, I'm a lawbreaker, how shocking. It didn't stop me. Why does she think this ban on people starting smoking under the age will be different?
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for raising these really important points. We will, as I will come on to, we will be putting £30 million a year of new enforcement money into trading standards and our enforcement agencies to really clamp down on enforcement. And we are making it illegal to sell cigarettes to anybody turning 15 this year. And he asks why. Well, it's precisely because we're trying to bring it in with a decent amount of notice so that people can prepare for it, precisely to protect retailers and all of those sectors that will be impacted to be able to prepare. So coming back to the area on which I am seriously on the warpath, and that is trying to get kids addicted to nicotine through vapes, totally targeted at them. I went out to Hackney to visit some retail shops to see the vape counter right next to the sweet counter and to see how it's absolutely not about me. It's not trying to stop me smoking. It's trying to get children addicted. Such cynical, despicable methods. Yet sadly, for too many kids, they are already an incredible marketing success. 1 in 5 children aged 11 to 17 have now used a vape, and numbers have trebled in the last 3 years. I'll give way briefly.
I'm very grateful to her for giving way as she ploughs through all of this. I wonder if she can share with me her views on the advertising of vape products on sports kits and via sports facilities.
Yes, the Honourable Lady is aware that there's very restrictive advertising already on smoking and vaping, and we're actually very concerned that that some advertising is breaching advertising standards regulations, and I will be writing to them specifically about that. But going on, Madam Deputy Speaker, parents and teachers are incredibly worried about the effect that vapes are having on developing lungs and brains. And the truth is we don't yet know what the long-term impact will be on children who vape. So since I was appointed, I've done everything I can to ensure this bill will protect our children. The government's position is clear. Vaping is less harmful than smoking, but if you don't smoke, don't vape, and children should never vape. We will definitely make sure that people who smoke today continue to have access to vapes as a quit aid. This will absolutely not change. But we cannot replace one generation that's hooked on nicotine in cigarettes with another that's hooked on nicotine in vapes. And that's why we're using this bill to take powers to restrict flavours and packaging and change how vapes are displayed in shops. And so just to reassure again, the Chairman of the Health Committee and my right honourable friend for Rossendale and Darwen, we will plan to consult on this before the end of the Parliament if practicable, and the disposable vapes ban will likely take effect in April 2025. Those regulations have already been published. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, these are common sense proposals that strike the right balance between helping retailers to prepare, giving sufficient notice, and also protecting children from getting hooked on nicotine, whilst at the same time supporting current smokers to quit by switching to vapes as a less harmful quit aid, supported by £138 million a year. Our approach is both realistic to those who smoke now, but also resolute in protecting children. And just like banning smoking in indoor public places and raising the age of sale to 18, I'm convinced that in 10 years' time these measures will seem commonsensical to all of us. In decades to come, our great-grandchildren will look back and think, why on earth didn't they do it sooner? So I urge all honourable and right honourable members to vote for this bill as the biggest public intervention in history, and I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I can't quite take it on the voices. Division! Clear the lobby! Order! The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Aaron Bell and Mike Wood. Tell us for the noes, Gareth Johnson and Craig Whitaker. Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 383. The noes to the left, 67.
Wow. The ayes to the right, 383. The noes to the left, 67. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order papers, may that opinion say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Money resolution to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ways and Means resolution to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. That concludes business on the bill, and we move to the presentation of public petitions. Mr. Ian Lavery.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to present a petition on behalf of those infected and affected by the contaminated blood scandal, particularly on behalf of my constituent Sean Cavins. Sean was one of the youngest people in the country to be infected with hepatitis as a result of contaminated blood products. He's campaigned tirelessly for justice for those impacted and continues to raise the tragedy of those passing away before justice is done. This is for Sean and all of the others who have been impacted by the scandal. The petition states, the petition of residents of the constituency of Wansbeck declares that people who have received infected blood and who have suffered as a consequence have, along with their families, waited far too long for redress. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urges the government to implement the recommendations in the second interim report of the Infected Blood Inquiry without delay.
Well said, Ian.
Petition recommendations of the Infected Blood Inquiry.
Thank you very much.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Alicia Cairns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for granting this important debate. The solar industry will play an important role in the government's net zero plans, with a target of producing 70 gigawatts of solar energy by 2035, a five-fold increase on our current output. Now, it is absolutely right that solar plays its part in increasing our renewable energy output, but the current rollout lacks national oversight of land use, sufficient consideration of food security issues and protection of agricultural land, and on protections against the widespread exposure of solar supply chains to Uyghur forced labour and genocide. It's very early on, but to my friend, I absolutely will.
Except it's very early on. I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way and for bringing this debate. In 2022, I brought a bill to this House that would have prohibited the importation of products made by forced labour from Xinjiang. I'm sure that nobody in the UK would want to believe that the products that they were buying were the product of slave labour, and it would have put the onus on manufacturers to prove that they hadn't been made by slave labour. Does she agree with me that this would be an important step forward if the government were to adopt such a policy?
I couldn't agree more with my honourable friend, and actually I laid a very similar amendment to the energy bill earlier this year, which I will touch on later, because he is absolutely right. And in 2021, Sheffield Hallam University published a report called In Broad Daylight, Uyghur Forced Labour and the Global Solar Supply Chains. They summarise the situation as many Indigenous workers are unable to refuse or walk away from these jobs, and thus the programmes are tantamount to forcible transfer of populations and enslavement. Their second report, Overexposed, went even further. It created a ranking system for solar companies based on exposure to Uyghur slave labour, which I'll come to later in more details. Now, these two reports were funded by the Foreign Office, and yet their findings do not appear to have been enacted. I will happily give way to my friend.
Can I commend the Honourable Lady for Rutland and Melton for bringing this forward? We spoke earlier on the day. She always leads from the front, and I congratulate the Honourable Lady in doing that on this issue as well. It's an important issue we may not always know very much about, but does the Honourable Lady not agree that any hint of forced labour within this chain cannot ever have government backing and funding, and that we must hold ourselves to the highest standards in matters of forced labour in every supply chain that may be centrally funded? Thank you.
It's no surprise that my honourable friend wishes to speak in this debate, because he always brings compassion and heart and a real care for human rights. And he is absolutely right that if green energy is to make up such a substantial part of our future energy grid, we must not tolerate slave labour within it. As I mentioned in response to my honourable friend, the lovely Scot nationalist thereover, I did indeed lay an amendment trying to make sure that any solar company wishing to build in this country had to make clear their supply chains and that they were free of Uyghur forced labour. Now, the government wasn't willing to support the amendment, but I was assured that they would work with me on the issue. Conversely, I wish to take the opportunity to thank the many members of this House who did back this effort. The Foreign Affairs Committee has also done its own inquiry into exposure to Uyghur slave labour as a follow-up to the genocide and situation in Xinjiang, and I have raised it in countless other meetings and debates. And yet we still see no action as dirty solar continues to flood and concrete over our fields and our rooftops, unchecked and unaccountable. That's why last month 43 members of this House and 32 human rights organisations sent a joint statement to the government requesting 3 simple policies that could be enacted to insulate the UK solar market from Uyghur forced labour. The first was to introduce import controls on high-risk industries to insulate our markets. It's not unreasonable, and I don't think it's too onerous, to expect solar developers and manufacturers to demonstrate their supply chains are clean of slave labour before not only operating but profiting in the UK. The second request was targeted sanctions to ban the worst offending companies so they cannot operate in the UK. And the third was complementary measures to diversify solar supply chains away from Xinjiang and Uyghur forced labour. By adopting these, the government could clean up the UK solar industry and ensure our green transition does not come off the back of slavery and genocide. Now, we've yet to... I will indeed.
Thank the honourable member for giving way, and also congratulate her for bringing this very important subject before the House. The US and EU are passing laws to ban solar products made by Uyghur slave labour in Xinjiang, which will leave the UK with an abundance of morally compromised solar panels. So does my honourable friend agree that the fight against forced labour should be a collective responsibility? And if so, does my honourable friend also agree that this means the UK government must work for a clean energy transition, but without being complicit in Uyghur forced labour?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman is correct. The UK is risking becoming a global outlier because our international partners have taken action. As he says, the USA passed the Forced Labour Prevention Act in 2021. The EU is in the process of passing legislation to block the imports of goods made with forced labour. And this means that we are becoming a dumping ground for these solar panels. Since June 2022, the US has seized thousands of shipments of solar with links to Xinjiang, and yet we are yet to seize or block a single import ever. The US's import controls are working, with the second Sheffield Hallam report showing that many companies have started creating new supply chains for exports to the US that are clean. But without our own import controls, the UK will continue to welcome dirty solar. Sheffield Hallam's report also offers an assessment of the largest solar companies' exposure to forced labour. Now, whilst the Chinese Communist Party seeks to cover up the genocide it's committing in Xinjiang by banning independent audits and investigations, hiring PR firms and issuing lies on a daily basis, the researchers were able to use open source research to rank the culpability of companies from a scale of none to very high. So let's look at some of those companies, shall we? JA Solar, very high exposure to Uyghur forced labour, yet has continually ranked as the biggest supplier of solar modules to the UK. Jinko Solar, very high exposure, panels widely available to buy in the UK. Longi Solar, very high exposure, panels widely available to buy. Q-Cells, very high exposure, panels widely available to buy. REC Group Twin Peak 4, very high exposure, again widely available to buy. Tongwei Solar, high exposure, partnered with the UK company Polysolar to distribute their panels nationally. Trina Solar, very high exposure, they have an office in Derby. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, that brings me on to Canadian Solar, the company behind the proposed 2,000-acre Mallard Pass solar plant in Rutland and Lincolnshire. Now, I wish to put very clearly on the record that anyone who wishes to look at my history in this place knows that I have raised issues around the genocide against the Uyghurs since 2016, long before I came to this House, and specifically again about slave labour with supply chains long before this proposal came to my constituency. But unfortunately, I am now in the situation Rutland faces, having Uyghur blood labour on our beautiful green land, and I will not accept it. Canadian Solar's application to build Mallard Pass, which would classify as a nationally significant infrastructure due to its enormous size, 2,100 acres, is currently with the Secretary of State, who will decide whether to grant planning permission. I've lost track of the number of times I've raised Canadian Solar, whether it be at the Foreign Affairs Committee or whether it be in this place or in Westminster Hall. Now, people say that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over and expecting different results. But I would argue that in this case, Madam Deputy Speaker, insanity would be allowing a company so linked to the oppression and genocide of the Uyghur people to build key energy infrastructure in our country. The name Canadian Solar is what I will call maple washing, to distract from its true origins and operations of the company. As of December 2022, 86% of their annual solar module manufacturing capacity was in China. 78% of their solar cell manufacturing capacity was in China. And 100% of their annual wafer and ingot manufacturing capacity was in China. And 85% of their employees are based in China. Canadian Solar has letters of credit worth $150 million and short-term notes worth $1.4 billion with Chinese banks. Now, whilst their operating in China is of itself not a concern, it does offer some context as why Canadian solar supply chains are so intricately linked to human rights abuses in Xinjiang. Now, in 2021, 4 shipments of Canadian solar panels were seized by the US government. Why? Because of their links to slave labour from the Uyghur Xinjiang region. Canadian Solar previously operated a solar plant in the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps' 3rd Division city of Tamshuk. The XPCC is a Chinese Communist Party-controlled paramilitary organisation in Xinjiang, heavily implicated in the Uyghur genocide. In fact, 4 of their senior officials were sanctioned by the UK in 2021. According to the Sheffield Hallam report, Canadian Solar likely benefits from this relationship with the XPCC. They also have a joint venture with GCL Poly, one of the largest suppliers of polysilicon. GCL Poly was, yet again, sanctioned by the US. Why? For participating in the practice of accepting or utilising forced labour in Xinjiang and contributing to human rights abuses against Uyghurs and other minority groups in Xinjiang. Now, Canadian Solar, after I launched my campaign to expose them, has of course removed all references to their partnerships with GCL Poly from their website. But of course, archive form and press reports means that we still have the evidence of it. As of December 2021, Canadian Solar's primary suppliers are Longyet Green Energy, Honghua New Material and Tongwei Solar, all companies with subsidiaries operating in Xinjiang with links to Uyghur forced labour. I have provided full written briefs on each company's links to the forced labour to DESNZ in the past. Now, in June 2022, Madam Deputy Speaker, Canadian Solar's own shareholders attempted to deselect several board members. Why? Inaction over forced labour in their own supply chains. In December 2022, the US Commerce Department found Canadian Solar guilty of tariff dodging. This means that they took their solar panels from China to Thailand, tried to disguise them, and then shipped them to the US. But they were caught out. Sadly, the attitude of the company is best discerned by a leaked email from their CFO, Chang, who faulted human rights organisations for their work when he said, "They mistakenly regard any employment of Uyghurs as forced labour, which has caused severe harm to the Uyghurs we all love." There you have it, Madam Deputy Speaker. According to Canadian Solar senior management, the responsibility for the genocide and the use of slave labour does not lie with the Chinese Communist Party and the companies who use their labour for profit. It lies with the brave NGOs and human rights groups who dare to highlight their plight. All the evidence is there. I have raised it countless times, and so I want to ask the Minister directly, will we now change the MSIP rules so that the links to forced labour are finally considered? Because I don't believe there is any other form of procurement in this country, particularly public sector procurement or for the national good, where we don't take forced labour into consideration. Will the government act against blood labour-made products polluting our shores? And if not, why? I want to preempt rather cheekily, what I think the Minister may raise here, which is the Solar Stewardship Initiative. Anyone who's followed my interventions again will know that I've been very sceptical of an industry-led solution to this problem. The Solar Stewardship Initiative, led by Solar UK, was published last September. Its ESG doc, however, does not mention Uyghur forced labour a single time, despite it being set up to prove that there is no slave labour within their chains. In fact, it devotes only one short paragraph to forced labour, but doesn't set out how it will be identified in supply chains, consequences for companies who are proved to have found to benefit from it. If we go back to the list of companies I gave Madam to speak to, and I recognise it was long, both JA Solar and Jinko Solar, companies ranked as having very high exposure to forced labour, are already certified as SSI members. Apparently there isn't a problem with slave labour in their chains, despite the Foreign Office report saying that there is. I was also very disappointed when Solar Energy UK, when I met with their chief executive, refused to remove Canadian Solar as an industry lobby group, despite the overwhelming evidence against them. I fear we will now see a similar attitude from Solar UK as they come forward, and it does seem, I'm afraid, illogical to allow an industry so tainted by forced labour to be allowed to create its own certification programme with zero, and I mean zero, external oversight. So can the Minister please set out what active mechanism will exist to examine the supply chains of SSI certified members and what the consequences will be for those found to benefit from Uyghur forced labour within their supply chains? And can the Minister confirm that he is confident the SSI will clean up the UK solar market of its connections to Uyghur forced labour? Now, whilst I believe that any solar company with links to Uyghur forced labour should be banned from operating in the UK as a matter of principle, it is also worth investigating what Chinese supply chains mean in practice for our environment and going green. The process of mining and manufacturing solar panels in China relies heavily on coal power. Professor David Rogers, an expert in ecology at the University of Oxford, estimates that due to these coal-dependent supply chains, solar energy produces 3 units of carbon for every 1 unit behind wind energy. Only biomass has a larger carbon footprint than solar from renewable forms of energy. In a study by the World Bank comparing 240 countries, the UK was found to have the second lowest potential for solar photovoltaic potential, with only Ireland less suited to solar energy. Explains why I'm so pale. There is not much sunshine in my English-Irish heritage. Solar installations in the UK, maybe I should talk about Scotland next, but I think I'll move swiftly on. Solar installations in the UK generate maximum power for an average of 2.6 hours a day. They fall to less than 1 hour a day in winter. Solar plants produce energy when we least need it, during hot and sunny periods, and contribute little to nothing during peaks in demand in the winter when it is dark and cold. Battery storage is carbon intensive and can only extend solar power supplies by 2 hours and not in between sessions. So an 140-acre solar plant can provide roughly enough electricity for 9,000 homes, whilst just one wind turbine in the North Sea can power 16,000. We are not blessed with abundant sunshine, as I am living proof. But what we do have is wind and plenty of it, and we have the Celtic Sea. So therefore I would ask the Minister why the government continues to sacrifice greenbelt and agriculturally rich land for inefficient, carbon-intensive solar made with Uyghur slave labour, when we should be investing in wind energy, a technology that we rightly lead in, and we should be so proud of our record in wind, where we have achieved enormous things. I want to finish by paying tribute to the member of Sleaford and North Hykenen for securing a debate in Westminster Hall on Thursday this week on solar plants. I hope the Minister will note how many debates are being held on this issue and that members' concerns are significant. Another area that has been increasingly raised is the need to protect best and most versatile agricultural land. Responding to a written question I submitted in February, the Minister for Nuclear and Renewables confirmed that DESNZ is not currently monitoring what types of land or how much land is being used for solar developments across our country and has no plans to do so. That, for me, is deeply concerning as someone who has over 400 farms in their constituency. How is the Department able to answer as members' questions about how much BNV land is being lost if the government themselves are not recording it? Although I have had a conversation this week with the Secretary of State for Farming, and he does give me hope that DEFRA may be recording this information. The Mallow Pass solar plant alone would see 1,000 acres of Grade 1, not Grade 2, not Grade 3, Grade 1 BNV land lost, and yet maybe this would not even be recorded by the government. And whilst the total amount of UK land used for solar might be small, the type of land being lost is key. Crops and solar like the same thing, flat, sunny landscapes, and so it's no surprise that over 50% of all solar applications in this country are in Rutland and Lincolnshire. 2 counties that are the breadbasket of the UK are now being concreted over with solar panels. So at a time of global food insecurity, when 46% of our food is currently imported, does the Minister agree with me that food security should be a government priority? And will he instruct his officials to begin monitoring how much, what type and in what areas solar is being built? And I'm very relieved that the Farming Secretary will be bringing forward a national land strategy, again something I've been campaigning for, and I hope this will better protect BNB land. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I met with the Government previously to discuss compensation schemes for solar. So could the Minister please provide an update as to when we will expect a new industry standard for solar compensation? It is absolutely right that the wind energy industry came together. They put forward a proposal and it's now standard across the country. And yet, for example, in Rutland, we were offered something like, I think it was £100,000, £400,000 to compensate for the next 40 years of losing 2,100 acres of good quality arable land, with one of our villages, Essendine, 96% surrounded by solar. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the evidence of Uyghur forced labour in the solar industry supply chain is abundant. It is laid out in Foreign Office funded reports, in the evidence collected by the Foreign Affairs Committee, in sanctions imposed by the US government, and in the documents of the offending companies themselves. Over the last 4 years, I have done all I can to shine a light on this evidence, and now with the support of 42 members of this House and 32 human rights organisations, I have asked for 3 simple policies to bring the UK in line with our international partners so we don't become a dumping ground and we can finally clear up the solar industry. 1, introduce import controls. 2, sanction the worst companies, and 3, enact complementary measures to diversify, because solar should be part of our final makeup of our energy platform. But it must be on buildings, it must be on brownfield, and it must be on grade 4, and that is where it should be. I also asked the Minister to commit to reaching out to his counterparts in the US and EU to discuss their Uyghur forced labour import controls and how we can learn from them. Our transition to net zero is gathering pace, and we must not let up. I am so proud that we have decarbonised faster than any other major government. It is an incredible achievement what we have done. But we cannot go green off the back of slavery and genocide and blood labour. Our green and pleasant land is being tainted by solar plants produced with this Uyghur blood labour, and it is the responsibility of all of us and the government to prevent this. I see it as a new form of great injustice that we will be going green off the backs of dirty made solar panels in China because we don't see how they're made, not least the dirt and how they're made for the environment where they harm it, but also the slave labour that we then benefit from in our country. I think there is a really concerning historical parallel there. We have the information, we have the solution, and now all we need is some action. Work with our allies, fall in line with international standards and do what we all know is the right thing and refuse to allow the Uyghur genocide to continue and yet somehow play a role in it. I know the Minister deeply cares about slave labour. I know the Minister, when he was a backbencher, spoke out frequently on these issues. I also know that he is very aware of the threats from the Chinese Communist parties and the way in which they treat Uyghur activists and all those living in Xinjiang. So I would like to thank him for the fact that his door is always open to me, the fact that he always takes the time to discuss these issues with me. But we do need to take action and we need to do so now. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister Andrew Bowie.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, let me begin by thanking the Honourable Lady, my honourable friend, she's a friend, for securing what is an incredibly important debate. I absolutely recognise her dedication and eagerness to tackle this serious issue, noting her recent joint letter to the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero, alongside the Foreign Secretary and the Secretary of State for Business and Trade. So let me be very clear and get right to the issue. UK businesses and solar developers should not countenance receiving solar panels from companies that may be linked to forced labour. This government has been very clear on its position regarding the abhorrent practice of forced labour and our expectations on companies to do everything in their power to remove any instances of forced labour from their supply chains. That's why it was this Conservative government which introduced new guidance on the risks of doing business in Xinjiang, enhanced export controls and announced the introduction of the financial penalties for those who failed to report as required under the Modern Slavery Act. It was this government which led the charge and announced in September 2020 a requirement of large businesses and public bodies to report on specific areas within their modern slavery statements, including their due diligence processes in relation to modern slavery. And additionally, it was this government which recently passed the Procurement Act to enable public sector contracting authorities to reject bids and terminate contracts with suppliers which are known to use forced labour themselves or anywhere in their supply chain. But this remains a complex issue, Madam Deputy Speaker. And my honourable friend is absolutely right. We must continue to review how we can best tackle forced labour in supply chains. I can promise her that we have not ruled out taking further measures and additional measures in the future. Across every part of government, and not just in the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero, we are continuing to engage and work with our international partners to understand the impact of measures to combat forced labour around the world. The United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland has a strong record at holding countries to account for instances of forced labour. The government has led international efforts to make China accountable for its human rights violations in Xinjiang. We were the first country to lead in a joint statement on China's human rights record in Xinjiang at the UN. And our leadership has sustained pressure on China to change its behaviour. Madam Deputy Speaker, in October 2023, the UK led another joint statement on Xinjiang at the UN, and at China's Universal Periodic Review in January, the UK urged China to cease the persecution of Uyghurs, allowing them genuine freedom of religion or belief and cultural expression without fear of surveillance, torture, forced labour or sexual violence. We have also imposed sanctions and consistently raised China's human rights violations with the Chinese authorities at the highest level. The Foreign Secretary last did so with China's Foreign Minister in February. Turning to the issue of the solar sector in general and the presence of forced labour in solar supply chains. First, I should probably set out the importance of solar energy as a key part of the government strategy for net zero, energy independence and growth. We are aiming, as the Honourable Lady said, for 70 gigawatts of solar capacity by 2035. The UK does have huge potential for solar power. It's a cheap, versatile and effective technology that is a key part of the government strategy for net zero, energy independence and clean growth. As a part of a wider energy mix, and the Honourable Lady was absolutely right to reference our strong leadership in offshore wind. We have the first to fifth largest offshore wind farms in the world. We're investing in new technologies and indeed in our new nuclear capacity. So it is a part of a wider mix to get to our net zero future. On solar, however, I recently co-chaired the final meeting of the Solar Task Force alongside Solar Energy UK at 10 Downing Street. In fact, within the Solar Task Force, and with thanks to the pressure from my honourable friend here, we established a specific subgroup within that task force to consider the wide-ranging actions needed to develop solar supply chains that are resilient, sustainable, innovative and free from forced labour. This work will inform the government's solar roadmap, due to be published in the next few months, which will set out the trajectory and actions needed to deploy up to 70 gigawatts of 2035. One of the main topics of discussion at the Solar Task Force was the Solar Stewardship Initiative, referenced by the Honourable Lady already this evening, which is a solar supply chain assurance scheme developed, piloted, audited and launched by the UK's main trade association, Solar Energy UK, working alongside its European counterpart, Solar Power Europe. In fact, the UK government co-sponsored the development and publication of Actions to Sustainability's Addressing Modern Slavery and Labour Exploitation in Solar PV Supply Chains Procurement Guidance to provide further tools to industry to ensure the responsible sourcing of solar panels. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have been largely pleased, actually, to see the response from industry following our work on this, and I'm delighted to highlight that on the 28th of March, 55 companies and organisations across the solar sector signed a supply chain statement highlighting their commitment to ensuring the solar sector is free from any human rights abuses, including forced labour, anywhere in the global supply chain. Resilient, sustainable and innovative supply chains are essential to support the significant increases in solar deployment needed to deliver the UK's ambition for 70 gigawatts of solar capacity by 20. I'd be delighted to give way to the...
I thank my honourable friend for giving way on this point. I met with the Chief Executive of Solar UK, and when I said to him, what happens if one of the companies who signs up to your solar stewardship scheme isn't keeping itself free of slave labour, what will you do? And he didn't have an answer for me. And I said, well, will you kick them out? Will you exclude them? And he said, well, we don't have a mechanism to do that. So have things changed where there is now a mechanism to exclude? And how are we making sure they are actually auditing? Because again, he said they're taking it upon the company's words when they sign up that they are free from slave labour. They are not having to provide any evidence that they are free of slave labour when they sign up for this initiative.
I thank the Honourable Lady for the question. On her latter point, there will be more detail on exactly how the auditing process will proceed when we publish the solar roadmap in the next few months. On her former point, I must be absolutely clear from this dispatch box that if a company is engaging in buying pieces for their equipment that they knowingly know have been developed using slave labour in Xinjiang or indeed anywhere else in the world, they should be held to account, and they absolutely should not be allowed to remain as a part of the initiative. That is absolutely the view of the Department, this government, and indeed the wider industry itself. The government already encourages developers to grow sustainable supply chains through the supply chain plan process, included in the Contracts for Difference scheme, for a project over 300 megawatts. And yes, my honourable friend.
Thank you, Minister. I understand time's limited. I think the Minister referred to 55 companies, I think it was. I just want to ask, those 55 companies, I'm presuming that within those companies there are companies from Northern Ireland as well, because it's important that we have a policy that affects all of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, so that they're all accountable.
I thank the honourable gentleman for the question, and yes, I can assure him that if this covers what we are speaking about this evening, and the industry initiatives that I am laying out this evening covers every part of our United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And if any companies are involved within Northern Ireland, then of course they will be covered by these schemes, these initiatives, and indeed by the legislation that we have passed to ensure that we do get to the root cause, which is to remove slave labour from the supply chain. The UK has scope to grow industries producing innovative solar technology, whilst also crystallising our position as world leaders in cutting-edge solar research and development. In doing so, we can create new green jobs, providing levelling up and significant export opportunities, while building up UK capability and resilience, and increasing energy security by reducing our reliance on imports. Meanwhile, we support the efforts of our allies to increase and accelerate the diversification of solar supply chains by reshoring manufacturing. We continue to work with countries like the US, Canada and Germany to ensure access to these solar supply chains remains resilient. The Honourable Lady also referred to the situation of solar on agricultural land. And the government recognises that in some instances solar projects can affect the local environment. It is important the government can strike the right balance between these considerations and securing a clean, green energy system for the future. That is why the planning system is designed to take account of these issues. However, I am aware of the number of issues arising from these deployments, these planned applications, and I'm engaging and discussing with many colleagues and indeed their communities on this, and seeing what we can do to ensure that those communities' concerns are indeed listened to. So I'd like to close by again thanking my honourable friend for bringing forward this important debate. I look forward to continuing to engage with her on this vitally important issue.